debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Level Plain Poem, Amish, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, Steve, On the Level, Thomas van der Zander, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, No Smart Comments, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name Spurley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, J Mel's 24, Unimento, M, Iron 26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I'm going to hand across to whoever I can muster in the G Plus and Discord worlds, so I can set up for potentially a members only, maybe, live stream. We'll see how it goes. Say again?
Did they live stream 24 hours of footage of the sun?
I don't know. I've seen one live stream from when they've arrived thus far.
I was just searching. I couldn't find it.
Really? It's pretty easy to find. I mean, they've arrived and they've shown that the sun's up when they've arrived.
I was just curious if they filmed it for an entire day.
Not yet. I think that, I mean, give it another 12 hours or so, and yeah, probably. Or not. Whichever way you want it to go. I don't know. Which way do you want it to go?
I don't care.
Me neither.
Just sun in the sky.
There is no sun.
Make.
Look, right, it's all green screen. There's no sun there. That's what I woke up to this morning.
No, I don't really care either.
I mean, it's okay if people do. It's just inconsequential. I was trying to break it down for my wife before she went out. So I don't really get it. And I'm like, well, what's to get? And she's like, well, how does it prove anything? I said, it doesn't. It's just affirming the consequent. And then I said, if you eat 10 hamburgers, you're full. So if you're full, you've ate 10 hamburgers. She's like, right, okay. But I ate Chinese food. So she gets the fallacy. And I'm like, okay, now if you assume you're on the bottom of a ball, you'll see 24-hour sun. We've seen a 24-hour sun, therefore we're on the bottom of a ball. It's like, yeah, the two aren't connected. They say they are. And affirming the consequent fallacy. But I don't know, I suspect there'll be people who need copium, so I may go live. I've scheduled a members only stream, and depending
I'm charging my phone for me.
Say again? One more time?
I said I'm charging my phone, so I'm ready.
Yeah, well, it depends. We'll see how busy the
Charging the
Discord
phone.
goes,
I'm
or
ready.
how busy the Hangout gets. If it gets super busy, then I'll know there's lots of people who need to, like, copium. Yeah, we'll see how many people need to cope. And hopefully we can help them out with some, you know, emotional support. Did you hear QE's predictions, if you want to call it that, yesterday? They weren't exactly predictions. They're kind of like hopes for what might occur if it goes one way. That is to say, if they do just film a 24-hour sun, then QE's hope is that Jaren turns back to the ball and Wit sits there quizzing himself over it, also like questioning his reality. My prediction is similar, which is to say if it does go the way the ballers would hope, which is if I assume I'm on a ball, then I'm going to see that 24-hour sun, and I do see the 24-hour sun, therefore I can affirm the consequent, then that may cut a lot of wheat from chaff in regards to flat earth believers, as opposed to the people who just know it's flat. And again,
agreed.
Worth having a hangout just for that. If people go, what am I going to do? It looks like they're going to see 24-hour sun. What am I going to do? It's not flat. Well, how are you linking these two things together is what we'll be asking potentially if loads of people join us. We'll see.
I hope Jaren does turn back to the globe. That'd be good.
Hey, I mean, QE's got his own reasons.
There's a
Why
good
would you say
number of
that?
people who I would not like to hear from.
Why would you say it's good that Jaren turns back if he does?
Oh, I think he's just caused so much angst amongst all the flat earthers that if he goes back to the globe, then that will effectively stop.
I see. Yeah, I don't know. I'd feel like I'd failed, actually. He's a quote-unquote big name in flat earth clawhounds. And if he fails to appreciate the antipodal assumption and affirming the consequent fallacies that are needed for the globe side, maybe we can drop saying the if it doesn't happen, the affirming the consequent for the azimuthal equidistant projection. But beyond us stating, as we have done up until now, that there's an affirming the consequent fallacy and an antipodal assumption being used, if Jaren then says, I've got to question my reality, it's like, then we've failed. I've reached out to him multiple times. Yeah, okay, it's ended with him telling me I'm a scammer when I point out how science works, or that's not an experiment. Well, here we are. Now he's down there doing experiments. Yeah, just measurements. I did a video, actually. Caught something useful in the live stream, which was them affirming the Epvos effect, I believe. Or trying to. But they've got a level there, super precise measuring instrumentation with reference to horizontal, because they're going to be looking at down, something that doesn't exist on a globe, for weight. Oh my God. So you're telling your audience, after assuming that you've journeyed antipodal from whence you began, and now you're talking about weighing stuff. Oh my God, you'll need a flat earth for that. So I thought, yeah, why not? I'll trim that out. More fraud.
Yeah,
Moment they go into this little hut, they're like, let's do an experiment. All right, what are you doing? Weighing stuff? Oh, frauds.
Wolfie did the same demonstration years ago. I think he was flying around a couple of different hotels in different places, and he took his scales along with him with his 1 kilo weights, and he showed that it was different in different places. So I don't know. That's what I've read up on, that gravity is supposed to be different in different places. I never really looked into it.
Gravity? They're measuring downward.
Well,
my point being, you need a flat plane for these concepts that they describe to square a circle when it comes to a ball that doesn't function properly. They need to appeal to things like gravity, but when you break it down, they need a flat earth for it. Anyway, that's what we're here for. I'm sure you don't sound like you need copium. You know what I mean?
No, I'm good. I did post something in the main chat. There's a lot of people talking about a green screen.
Yeah, that means there's no sun.
There's
no sun there.
One of the presenters.
It is green screen. There wasn't a sun.
Oh, I'm just saying one of the presenters' jackets showed signs of a green screen, and it's just Will Duffy's backdrop that he hasn't taken off his OBS, I'd assume.
No.
Put a little GIF in the main chat if you want to have a look at it.
No, you're jumping far too quickly to a conclusion. It means there's no sun down there. No sun.
Sounds like you're jumping too quickly to a conclusion.
How dare you? It's green screen, isn't it? It's all fake. The whole lot. Just chuck it all out. The whole lot. It's got to be fake. It's not a real sun.
Well, Flatside posted a video in there. I think he's going to go live later on tonight, maybe. maybe he'll address it.
What's to address? There's nothing to address. I would
Factoids of
imagine
ice
somebody
ball.
else said this. I think it might have been Divergent Droid, but basically said he's put it on intentionally so that a few numpties will come along and go, "It's green screen, therefore all fake." Now I immediately thought, "Sod this! I'll just buy into it for kicks and giggles." And I'm like, "There's no sun." So occasionally, I'm trying to bait someone. Basically, I can say that now as this isn't going out live. My intention is to bait somebody into suggesting how it proves a globe. Now, none of them took the bait in my little video. No, I did a community post and said, "Look, green screen. There's no sun in this. There's no sun." Anyway, nobody took the bait. I'll have to check. Maybe someone had. Let's have a quick look, actually. Let's see if anybody took the bait. Oh.
I think it was Ferris Bueller that said, always give him something to find.
Yeah, there's always going to be someone that misses the point.
Come up.
That's the problem. There's both sides. Like I say, I think QE's right. There's going to be maybe some changes in terms of how people need to perceive the world as a result of something that's inconsequential. So yeah, okay, it's inconsequential to us, and we can joke and jape. But there are going to be genuine people out there that are like, "Oh no, what do I do?" On both sides.
I'll tell you what they're not going to do is bend level.
Not going to what? Bend level? Yeah, exactly. On my video I described a second ago, below frauds measuring Earth flat. You get Bucksodbuster, the guy who gave us the pitch data. Now this is some real coping. Nate is in full damage control. DEFCON 4, people. We're at DEFCON 4. No, Buck. They had to level their tools, didn't they? But what? Nobody's actually taking the bait, it doesn't seem like. Just looking through the messages and seeing Bucksodbuster in there.
Me.
Say again, sorry.
Sorry, yeah. Something that's confused me is Jaren's now saying that the AE map is debunked because of this 24-hour sun. But the AE map was debunked because on the equinox, everywhere is east. For that. So why has he waited until now to actually claim that the AE map is debunked?
Yeah, like we didn't know already. When was that declared, so to speak?
Jaren's claim the AE map was wrong.
Yeah, is that as a consequence of this, or are you saying he preemptively said that?
That's as a consequence of this. He said that. Yeah, he said that if you went there and you saw 24-hour sun, then the AE map was debunked.
We debunked it 10 years ago.
That's right.
I see. So my misapprehensions that you would have some consequential outcome for the globe, because all the Glurfs want him to do now is say, well, therefore it's a globe. Because they've got a false dichotomy, right? If we see a 24-hour sun, it's a globe. Is there side of this false dichotomy? So has he done that?
That's right.
It's just like azimuthal equidistant projections wrong. Yeah, okay.
Well, I think he's going to have to wait till he's done all these experiments in inverted commas.
He's not doing
then
any.
he'll
None
come
of them
out
are
and
doing
make
any
a statement,
experiments
I'd
down
say.
there. Let's just get that out of the way. None of them are, though, are they? Nobody's doing any experiments. The closest we've got so far is a declaration on Will's stream from Critical Think, is it? Measuring stuff go down on a scale. Well, he calibrated his tool with respect to horizontal, didn't he? So he's already measuring Earth flat. Calling it an experiment. That's nothing new. They're frauds. But Jaren's got to conclude his what? Experiments. Isn't it done? Isn't it a jobs are good and pretty much as soon as they land? Once they get there and the sun is up, yeah? If you're going to suggest that it goes down, then it wouldn't have been up. As far as I can say, it's right in the middle of the night when they've arrived. It's like 3 in the morning. So, yes, they were on QE stream. I was thinking, well, why don't they just know immediately? They'll arrive at a time that isn't conducive with it. If it's not dark, it ain't dark. So it ain't dark. So it's like, well, okay, I mean, yeah, you could sit there and watch it all day. But as far as I'm concerned, surely the copium starts now, doesn't it? People will need to know, well, what do I do now? Does that mean it's not flat? It is a globe? Well, if you've bought into this false dichotomy, then one side of it is affirmed. Well, it's not. No, it's an affirming the consequent fallacy. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. If Earth sphere, by assumption of antipodal positioning, that's to say I travel to Antarctica and I'm on the bottom of the sphere, then it's confirmed. But at this point, isn't it? Am I missing something? Haven't they already done enough? But somebody at some point on the AE map side has the misapprehension that that means if it's not confirmed to be that map/model, if they want to call it that, then Earth is not flat.
They've invested a whole lot of money into Dave's app. I don't know what's going to happen with that now.
I mean, it's got. I don't think anything will happen. I don't think anything will change. There's going to be a certain number of people that say, "Oh, great, well, that map's not wrong," and then that map's wrong, and then they'll apologise for why they're still using it. I've had it for 10 years. As soon as we debunked it, I was going up to people saying, "Why are you using this map? It's wrong." They'd be like, "Because it's a useful tool." All right, well, it turns out it's a useful tool to get people to buy into and affirming the consequent fallacy when put in false dichotomy with that map, which is a globe projection to begin with. I mean, us telling everybody, where do these globe projections come from? Well, flat Earth angle measurements to the stars to create these systems that get plotted out by Haversine conversion onto a globe inside the celestial sphere to get projected back out onto flat maps with a bunch of distortions. But if you just look at the origin measurements of how they're created in the first place, you can prove Earth is flat by way of the measurements. But what's that? Oh no, it didn't work on the map. So what? Well, it did work on the globe. All right. So if you assume you're on a globe when you journey to the bottom of a globe, then what you see will confirm that you journey to the bottom of it. No, it doesn't confirm you're on the bottom of a globe when you make the observation. I've been saying it for months. We'll see. Do you think this, as I suggest, will separate the wheat from the chaff in terms of flat Earth believers and flat Earth knowers? I think so.
Jaren's going to do
I think it already has.
a water boiling experiment down there.
You better not use heat.
That's right.
What do you think about your interview with the Antarctic plumber now, Nathan?
How do you mean? What do I think of it? He gave his personal testimony.
So he just didn't notice, or
According to him, the sun comes up, it goes down. That's what he accounted for when he was there. He didn't see it go behind him. That was his testimony.
Do you think there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
I don't know. We'll see, I guess. They're going to show us within a 12-hour stretch whether or not it stays above the horizon for the full 24 hours or not. Regardless. Not going to be proving a globe
I
by
know, I get
assumption
that.
of
I get that.
antipodal positioning.
Yeah,
is
yeah,
it?
yeah. I'm just like, okay, for argument's sake, there is a 24-hour sun. Why were all
Okay.
this misleading edited videos? How come that interview exists? Like, it seems like people have been led down a primrose path.
Okay. So, okay, well, let's take it as read that we're all deceived onto a road of assuming it doesn't happen when it absolutely does. So they could get us to believe that it couldn't possibly happen with edited videos of it happening. And then we all say it's never gonna, isn't possibly going to, couldn't happen. And then it does. Okay? Still doesn't prove we're antipodal in and affirming the consequent fallacy,
Sure.
does it?
But it does make my conspiratorial mind sit up and pay attention to all these goings-ons.
Does it?
It's a con of one sort or another, isn't it? Like, let's say,
I don't know.
so
Maybe.
the 24-hour sun is real, but a whole bunch of people brought that into question. There's thousands of people in Antarctica. There are quite a lot of videos of. Have you seen the one of the 14 days of the moon above the horizon in Antarctica?
No. I don't have a great
There's
interest in the
lots-
subject. I lost interest after, admittedly, like you're saying, is now making it interesting, hearing first-hand testimony of what occurred down there. But I'll be honest, back then, say for certain, but I can only assume that back then I was under the misapprehension also that it had some consequence in terms of Earth's surface. It doesn't. But I can only say that with hindsight. Like I say, that's why you're saying it's interesting, though, eh? Because you're saying, well, if you were led to the misapprehension, even if it is just back then, that this was in some way consequential, and plenty of people threw their hat in the ring only to be shown to be incorrect, that's interesting. I would agree.
It seems like it would have to be an intentional plan on the part of many people.
Or we don't know a great deal about what goes on in Antarctica. Even with people giving us first-hand testimony, it seems that there's contrary evidence to first-hand testimony. Interesting.
Yeah. There's got to be some amount of skullduggery afoot. One way or another.
Skullduggery?
Yeah.
Why does there have to be
I see it
skullduggery?
as a
Well, let's say that there is a 24-hour sun. Why was the most, like, the video of it that was pushed the hardest one where there was obvious fakery in it?
I don't know. Are you asking why was the obvious fakery in some of the Antarctic videos? Probably because when people fake stuff or cheat in video games, often it isn't the people who can't play the game that cheat. It's the people who find it's easier, or they've been grinding for months and months and months to get a record, and they are very talented, but it's taken them forever. So therefore, it's just quicker to cheat. So for the sake of argument, actually setting up a time lapse with a watch and getting footage could be quite difficult. So, I mean, it definitely happens. Sod it, I'll just edit it. Who's going to care? If you don't know, you don't know. And then suddenly you read nefarious intent. I mean, I'm making this up. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm just saying.
There are other videos of it that are, I don't know, they seem legitimate to me.
Legitimate of, you should be more specific.
Of continuous filming of the 24-hour sun with no silly edits where they loop the middle around to the end for some unknown reason.
Okay. Didn't we have a conversation last week where you said from your position you basically can extrapolate out how it would be going round in a circle? Was that you who had that conversation?
Yeah, I
with?
assume that. Yeah. I assume that there would have. I've been assuming there would be one for a couple of years at this point.
Right. So to you, this is all even more interesting because you're like, well, that seems logical to me,
Yeah.
based on what you see the sun doing from your location. But it only helps you out in terms of what the sun might do. What's the sun?
Does the sun only have one ground position at any one time?
I don't. Well, one would hope so. In terms of how we functionally utilise it thus far successfully, that would seem to be the case.
Indeed.
Now you're postulating that that may not be the case. That we might have multiple ground positions.
No, the opposite. I
Okay,
assume it does only have one ground position.
that seems
So-
to be the case.
So our observations of it can tell us what particular part of the surface is directly underneath it. And from that, you can extrapolate some other things about, I don't know. I'm pretty much of the mind that the boundaries of our terrestrial reality loop around.
Oh God.
I mean, makes
Are you an Arwenite?
what got me to that point is how, say, the supernatural qualities of the sky, in that the angles we measure to it are completely agnostic to elevation of the observer. So it doesn't matter how high you are, you'll still get the same angles. That implies something mysterious about the sky. Let's say that. So at that point, I was reasonably comfortable with the idea that
Speculation
there's
Sunday.
something mysterious about the terrestrial boundaries as well, terrestrial boundaries. Indeed.
So it was daylight first.
So unless they've lied about, in the almanac, about the positions, the ground positions of the crux, which I'm pretty sure that particular star is used as a navigational star. I mean, that's a pretty big deception, if that's what they've done.
Well, they've
You
said,
know, they use
they've mucked around with time
obvious-
zones, so they've definitely messed around with some of it because the time zones are all messed up, aren't they?
Yes. They are a bit strange. I'm not entirely sure that there is significantly more time zones in the south. I mean, at this point, I think the lines of latitude converge at 2 points. But, yeah.
Okay.
Do you think there is any location on the surface that doesn't at some point have a star at its zenith?
Do I think there's any point on the surface that doesn't have a star? I mean, there's got to be gaps somewhere, right? Why'd you ask? I don't follow your question.
Well, are all the stars mapped? Are all the possible stars we can see mapped?
No.
Hmm?
No, definitely not.
So there's this location we could go to and would see completely unique stars that no one else can see.
No, I'm suggesting that we haven't got GPs for every star.
Oh, I just mean the. Oh, okay. I see. Yep.
Considering that they're innumerable according to scripture.
Is is there a location on the surface where we wouldn't be able to use celestial navigation to find our location?
No, not as far as we know. All of it can be and is utilizable in that manner.
Right. So surface is finite,
Maybe.
but
Makes you say that.
Oh.
History's shown us expanding out the territories.
so if we were to continue going south, we would eventually find what?
I don't know. I don't potentially want to regress into speculation about what's beyond Antarctica when I already know that
Well, I
Earth was
don't.
measured flat to
I don't
expand
think
the
there is
territories
anything
as they've
beyond
been expanded
Antarctica.
up until now. So if we've already expanded out and discovered new worlds flat, then speculation about Antarctica is just going to make me look silly.
Well, let's say navigators exploring and charting and mapping Antarctica, if there was more lands beyond Antarctica, surely they must have seen new stars. Because you can see stars out to 5,400 nautical miles from any particular position. So if you draw a line in any particular direction from the coastline of Antarctica, that's quite a long way, you know?
I see what he's
Quite a lot of
saying.
stars.
Yeah, you're saying potentially you could go out in that direction to the stars that you can see and put points below them on ground that is at present uncharted. Yeah, I don't dispute that.
No, well, I don't think that's what happens. I think if I, in Tasmania, was to head directly south, I would end up back at near Argentina. Well, Sandwich Isles anyway.
Okay.
That's why I think it loops around. I think the boundaries of terrestrial reality just loop.
Oh dear, another looping Eartha.
But why speculate at all, is my attitude. What we know is the maps
Oh.
are heavily distorted. Yeah? And in terms of what is presenting accurate for this particular, formerly thought to be anomaly, now apparently an observation we can all trust and know, the only model that comports with it is one that is also derived from flat Earth measurements. That's the first thing. So for some, while that confirms my globe belief, for you, you're saying, well, it means there's a looping reality. For me, it says there's a ball deception at play. This is useful for in the way that it's being peddled. Doesn't alter any of the current arguments. So why speculate about a looping reality?
I find it interesting. I'm trying to narrow down. I mean, there is a answer, right?
Yeah, the answer is they want you to believe you're on a ball. And if you're going to say, if I buy into your grand
But that's done
conspiracy
with.
where it's useful for them to peddle the idea that there's not a 24-hour sun to flat earthers so we can be proven wrong, if you're suggesting that, okay, but that's not so that speculation can ensue from flat earthers. That'll just make you look silly. So that you can be brought back onto the ball, because obviously if it works on a ball, that's the only way we can view the world. How useful. Meanwhile, they travel down there on a flat plane. The maps and models are created with measurements that are flat. I think at some point the people who make these maps have distorted them. Their ends was global, not looping.
I also, well, I mean, part of it is also thinking about the nature of creation. It seems to me this thing we are living in was created in such a way that the deception was possible. the globe gets derided for good reason, but it also, quote unquote, works in aspects as well.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not going to decry. I used to say for many years that it was quite amazing what they'd produced in terms of the globe, because Kepler, Huygens, Copernicus, these people are very much thinking outside the box when they come up with these novel ways of predicting where the stars will be. But that's all they're doing. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand completely that people 500 years later want to assume that they're actually standing on this novel way of mathsing the sky. But that's all it is.
Quite the deception, though, isn't it? Convince billions of people of such things.
Who's deceiving who?
We're deceiving ourselves. We don't look at reality.
Yeah, who are the people doing it? Well, the people doing it, if you want to call this a deception, are the people who want it to be real, first and foremost. They're the ones that are going to push the hardest. And if you want to suggest that, it seems like you are leaning into this idea that there's been an intentional effort beyond what Will Duffy's already done to make us declare that it's consequential to if we're on a globe when they do or don't observe a 24-hour sun.
I think it's a very long-term plan, and I don't necessarily think it was human in origin.
Oh, come on. Why do you want to do this to yourself? So what is it?
The reason I
Aliens or
ended up
God's
looking into
plan? You're saying it's God's plan?
Lucifer, God.
Yeah, I could get on
ultimately,
board with
is there a-
Lucifer.
Yeah,
Why do you need to
Right.
get on board with anything?
Well, because he says it in Isaiah chapter 14 that he will be exalted above the stars of the heavens and he will be like the Most High. That's his desire. And now all of a sudden, in the year 2025, we're still living on a spinning water ball according to most of the world.
a lot of nihilistic lost souls out there being swept up.
Okay. Hence the moves to not necessarily buy in to anybody's speculation about what it could be as a consequence of something that it's not. Okay, so you know it's not a ball. How do you know it's flat? This is how I know it's flat. That's how it's measured. Here's a few examples. A couple of them, there'll be more, that come from their pride when wanting to prove it in multiple ways. They've already tried with weighing things. So I'll pick out the flat earth prerequisites from their suggestions of experimentation. And that's pretty much all I can do. Maybe this will be the purge and lots of flat earth believers will vanish, forcing us further
Hopefully.
into obscurity in knowing that earth is just measured flat, functionally flat, mapped flat, expanded out in terms of the territory in the maps flat.
We can only hope, Nathan.
There's been a lot of filtering of humanity going on. People being put into different groups, jabbed and unjabbed, believers and non-believers, flat earthers and globers. A lot of sorting and filtering going on from my perspective.
Well, the ones that concern me are the ones that could read the scriptures and still declare that they're living on a water ball, like Danny Faulkner. And there's a lot of them out there. Duffy's one of them, too. They'll change the Bible around because it's just not fitting his narrative.
I was agnostic up until I realized the earth was flat. So it was the amount of things that I thought were knowledge that all disappeared in an instant. It's hard to convey. It felt like tubes in my brain were being relocated. It was an extreme moment. Like in an instant, Big Bang, dinosaurs, evolution, it all just went gone.
Well, they never had a leg to stand on in the first place.
Yeah, no, I see now. That's, there's a lot of brainwashing that goes on in all of those things. From a very young age. You ignore. some of
Has
the big
anyone seen Red
questions.
One yet?
It's Red One.
It's a pretty cool movie. The Rock is in it, where Santa Claus is kidnapped.
Oh.
Good flick. In one scene, The Rock says they put a hole through the dome and took him out. So like he's in this secured dome and they're walking through portals. It's a pretty cool movie. I liked it.
But I'm sure I'll have to probably before Christmas. Seems like one that you watch with your family.
Yeah, it was a good flick.
Yeah, I'm glad you've said some of the things you have, Endless, because there's going to be a temptation for wild speculation moving forward, isn't there?
I've been wildly speculating about all sorts of stuff for a long time, so
Yeah, and
I
obviously
do
each to their
fundamentally
own.
understand that the
When you
measurements are
stick to-
like that's the base.
Again,
I understand that the measurements, that's the base. That's what I can point to and clearly state without a doubt. That's how things work here. To my way of thinking, there are implications about the observations I make about and that relationship to the ground. You can say you're in England and you're looking north and you see a star that's just touching the horizon. You're comfortable with the idea that the ground position of that star is 5,400 nautical miles in a direct northerly line. And if you were to travel that path, you would go directly underneath Polaris. That's fine, right?
and past it in your example,
that's how it
right?
works.
Past it in your example, right? That's how the
Yeah.
system works. That is how it functions.
Yeah. Well, and that's also how it functions if you go south from where I am.
Yeah.
So what other directions are left at that point?
When you say directions, there's in terms of south, it's ambiguous because you've only got one absolute direction, haven't you?
Sure. East and west are circles around, and north and south. I mean, the thing is,
Well,
you go far enough. If you go far enough north, you'll end up going south, right?
Well, I don't necessarily think that's the case. When you say south,
Well, no. If you head north until you get to Polaris, and then you keep on heading in that direction towards that GP, you will be going south at that point.
beyond the GP in your example, right? Beyond the GP of Polaris.
Hmm.
Okay. So yeah, so you're getting to the point that you can't go any more north, and then you're going south. Okay.
And
However, the absolute direction is still only what you're travelling away from in that instance. You've still only got that behind you, as opposed to in front of you, haven't you?
right. But if you can do that in this, like if I can go south and then eventually go north, what does that say about how much land is left to find?
Well, if we could do that, but we're not showing we can do that. I can circumnavigate the North Star, as you've described. But in terms of south, that's not been done. So you can't. I can easily agree with you in the north because
The
we can and
principles-
do that, don't we? I don't know about 5,400
I mean,
nautical miles.
you're not allowed to
away,
walk directly underneath Polaris. I mean, there is that exception.
with the exception of, again, and I'm well aware that we're not inundated with people showing the Polaris star at their at its GP with them, below it at its zenith. That's the word. No, we're not being demonstrated that. But in principle, I know our circumnavigation would work with respect to the North Star. But what you're suggesting is south, which isn't an absolute direction anyway, is capable of giving us the exact same effect. That is to say, you keep going south and then come back up again, as described on a ball. Well, again, this is back to Kepler and Huygens when I admire their work. They're trying to square the circle and explain better how the stars will move into their positions over the course of a year. And what they end up with is this novel explanation that turns the surface that's measured flat into a ball to explain it. And from then till now, we have this push to make us believe we are actually standing on a surface that's spherical, that's in fact measured flat. So now you're saying, well, that's intriguing. Maybe we're in a looping reality. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's based on what? An assumption that the south will behave the same as the north. But that isn't what's shown. We could get into, well, what do they do when they navigate it? Or when they've traversed it thus far, they've gone in and then come back out again. They're not crossing over it. And even if they were, would it come to the point where they traverse over it to a certain distance and then come back again? I don't know, is the honest answer. So again, it's in these times where people require a bit of copium because of what's being displayed in Antarctica, they're going to ask these questions and potentially go back to the ball. No, know how it's measured. But as for speculation about what might happen if we continue going, south? Okay, what's south?
Well, if
the
I keep
opposite to
heading,
the absolute
if
direction
I
we
head
actually
towards,
use, which is north.
if I head towards GP of crux, if I continue to head towards that GP, if I continue a southerly direction, and then I end up in the Sandwich Isles, where it's at its zenith.
Have you done it?
Is that not doing the same thing?
I don't know if
no,
you've done. Have you done that though?
But
Is that actually the
no
case?
one's done the one underneath Polaris either, though, have they?
But in terms of what we can do with the north in terms of circumnavigation, that's pretty much set in stone. No one's going to deny it. Admittedly, with the caveat that no one's doing it by traversing actually under the North Star as they do so. Or if they are, I haven't got any reference to it. But you're now suggesting, I've already said this, that the same will happen in the south. Now you're giving an example, but have you verified that is the case or not?
No. But
So we can only speculate.
Do you think the Tropic of Cancer, ground positions of the Tropic of Cancer and the ground positions of the Tropic of Capricorn, do you think they're the same length?
I don't know. Why'd you ask?
I mean, that would be another thing that would be quite difficult to really hide. Well, that's the path of the sun that we're talking about, right? So when you're getting the midnight sun in the Arctic, that's because the sun is traversing the Tropic of. You have the Tropic of Cancer up there, right? So if there's a midnight sun in the Antarctic, that would be, at the most extreme point, the sun traversing the Tropic of Capricorn.
No. When you describe what the sun traverses and then describe the stars, not what happens, is it? Not there at the same time. Nothing's traversing anything. You're trying to extrapolate out an explanation for multiple paths with multiple systems. The whole reason we have the heliocentric system is to try and attempt to unify these differing mechanics, these differing patterns, these differing systems into one. When you say something's traversing the sun, in this case, traversing the stars, okay, in literal terms, though, that doesn't happen, does it?
No, I mean, I'm talking about the ground. So the ground position on the solstice. The solstice? Yes.
Okay.
The averaged ground position of the sun over the course of the solstice. That's the tropic, right?
Yeah.
And so there's one in the north and there's one in the south. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And?
I mean, if they're the same length, it says something about the surface, doesn't it?
That's an angular speed, isn't it? Rather than a linear distance.
I mean, well, so the sun would be traveling at different speeds to cover that distance?
What that, again, let's not speculate. Just be more blunt. Tell us what your speculation is. You say if they're the same distance or the same ground positions, okay? And?
Well, that would indicate that latitude converges at 2 points on the surface. One in the north and one in the south.
What, like they show you on the ball?
Right. We know it's not a ball because we know the ground is flat.
Okay. So we'd need to see it on an accurate map then, like in its entirety.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. But the problem
Just-
with that is that what they've come up with to date is novel concepts that the church came up with of heliocentrism to try and explain these patterns in the sky. So yeah, that's what they've come up with.
Yeah, but they bent the ground rather than, leaving the bentness elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Yes. Well, we know that you can't bend the ground or you can't measure it flat and then say it's bent after you've measured it flat. That's a big problem. In terms of squaring the circles of the maps, my main purpose, I've already explained my purpose here, right? There's going to be people that think that they need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So, no. But recognising why there is a deception is something we've spent 10 years going over. The fact that their end result is a reified globe model, yeah, that's why. If you want to admire its eloquence in explaining it pretty well, good, fine, doesn't alter how it's measured. Or how you come up with that model to assert what you're asserting. So you can carry along that path endless. But if the greatest minds of the last 500 years say, well, the only option is to bend the ground and reify a ball, then that's where you end up.
That's silly, though. That sounds almost demonic.
Monic? Did you say monic?
Demonic.
Oh, demonic. I missed the first bit. But that's where you'll end up. That I say where like it's potential future tense. That's where the world has ended up anyway. That's where we are anyway, right?
Well, only if you're willing to bend the ground, rather
Yeah.
than accept the possibility that the boundaries of this flat reality are a little bit strange, much like the sky is a little bit strange.
I don't have to accept that either. I can
Well,
accept I don't know.
Is there some... Right. Don't know for certain, for sure. But
Sure.
there will be an answer, right? There is a truth. We know it's not the ball. So what other options have we got?
So which
I'd like
What
to hear them.
answer are you looking for? It's flat. I mean,
I would-
we got the answer.
Well, that's not a complete answer, though, is it?
What, you want a shape? The Bible says God's It's above the circle of
No.
the Earth.
No, what he wants is what the globe currently offers, which is a unified model of the ground and sky. That's what you want, right? Endless.
I guess you could put it like that. I hadn't thought of it in that terms before.
I hope you find it. Can you let me know if you do?
And Nathan, are you reading
for
the chat at
argument's
all?
sake,
That as in my live stream chat.
Yeah, there's somebody in there that said he caught Jaron and Duffy green screen and something.
oh god, they're flipping out in 24/7 lobby as well about it.
So where is
it's
that? I can
sad
only
how
see
well
my
that works.
members. What are you talking about? What
It's
chat?
in the members only chat. It says that MFT says I caught Will and Jaron using green screen to fake their location in Antarctica. I mean, 100% proof, in my opinion.
No, it isn't.
This is a
Okay, I mean, I can't remember who it was to give it credit. It might be Divergent Droid that essentially said in one of my videos, he's put this in so that idiots come along and say, this is all fake because it's green screened. That's what it's there for. That's why he's left his green screen on. It's probably 100% deliberate. I mean, I leaned into it initially and I was like, that means the sun's not real. We knew that they'd do this. The flat earthers that need copium want to deny what they see.
interesting. This guy says, Stephen Davis says, Duffy went live after QE show showing a midnight sun. Jaron and Whitsitt didn't look happy in the background.
Yeah, that's what the conclusion I came to. I thought as soon as they land, they'll know the outcome pretty much immediately. And shock and awe. Yeah, they do. They land. There's the sun. Yeah, okay. Well, it's in the middle of the night, right? I mean, some people in the chat were going, well, by my time, it's not midnight. Like, okay. I mean, if you want to, for the next 10 hours, lean on the idea that it might not present as they're suggesting it will, then fine. There's still 10 hours to keep that cope alive. But from what I can ascertain, they figured it out the second they arrived, when the sun was already up above the horizon, in the middle of the night. Now, like I say, you can call it green screen if you want, but there's really no need. Same principles apply. We've been saying it for months. So I thought, let's get the first live stream out of the way while there's a load of glurfs in the comments going, what are you going to do now, flat earther? Lean on Earth measurements. Want an example? Here you go, they're weighing something. You'll need a flat earth for that. How do you think they levelled out this on a ball? No, you need these principles and axioms to hold true to measure things.
You think Whitsitt might buy a sextant on his way back? Start thinking about things?
Doubt it. What's not to be happy about? I mean, as much as I don't want to offer copium to Jaron and Whitsitt in this regard, it sounded like from an update we got earlier that somebody had already said, well, Whitsitt's, or Jaron, I can't remember who, has suggested that, well, now we have to throw out the azimuthal equidistant projection.
I think it was Whitsitt.
Okay.
Jaron's keen on just going back to the globe, I think.
Oh, right. Okay. So Jaron is a shill, and we'll go back to the globe, because he's well aware of antipodal assumptions. I think one of the first time I heard the word antipodal used in the context of the flat/globe debate was by Jaron, correcting somebody else on their incorrect use of the word upside down when referring to positional information with respect to a sphere, described accurately, or more accurately, as antipodal. So he's well aware of these assumptions that must be made after making these observations, because we made that clear before. Furthermore, when pointing out that this is not an experiment, leaning on the stolen valor of suggested empiricism. Now, if you're going to take some measurements of the sun, they'll all be flat. What are you talking about? The elevation with respect to the horizon and it being above it permanently for a 24-hour period? That's a flat Earth that's needed to assert that if you're going to measure anything. If you just say, well, there's the sun. Okay, well, there's the sun. There's the sun for 24 hours. Well, that's what that proves, that the sun's there for 24 hours in Antarctica at this time of year. Okay? Beyond any practical application, though, what are you going to do? Oh, as soon as you start doing things, calling them experiments incorrectly, you're utilising flat planes of reference. Down, perpendicular, things of this nature. Flat Earth will be needed. So why do you need to cope? Yeah, we knew the azimuthal equidistant projection and Gleason's maps were incorrect when we assessed them 10 years ago.
Yeah, why indeed?
Maybe gather up 100,000 people and send them back to the globe when Jaron says, well, what do you know? I can't explain it any other way. Other than the 500-year-old deceit I stepped into to tell you it weren't true. Well, what do you know? It actually is the Roman Catholic Church's explanation for these multiple complex patterns in the sky and how they function. Okay?
Jesuits.
Like I say, it'll separate the wheat from the chaff. And there was obviously a reason for calling us scammers when we point out what science actually has to fulfill to be called experimentation or offer any empirical validation for something. And it'd be useful if you're going to be like the Pied Piper and lead a load of people back onto the ball with an antipodal assumption, then obviously if that's being called an experiment, anyone who's actually pointing out what an experiment needs to be put down as scammers. So maybe things are falling into line. Who knows?
You got people falling all over the place. You got one guy saying he thinks God's design of the globe is, how did he say it? Let me read it exactly how he said it. I think God's design for a globe Earth is more complex than the flat Earth design theory. First of all, the flat Earth is not a design theory. It's just measured that way. And nowhere in Scripture does God even imply a globe. It's not in there.
I think God's design for a globe Earth is more complex than the flat Earth's design theory. What design theory? Got a load of distorted maps.
That's what I said. It's measured flat. There's no design theory.
What do you know? We all couldn't wait for December, and when we got here, we haven't got anything different to say. Now it's just see who buys the false dichotomy and affirms the consequent for a globe after they've declared themselves flat earthers. Could be very, very mentally troubling for quite a few people who up until now have declared that the Earth is flat based on their, what, proving it weren't a ball? Well, what are you going to do now?
That's what happens when you have beliefs.
Yep. We're here for copium. We'll soothe your pain. Point out it's still measured flat regardless of who you are or what you believe. Hey, Jardo.
Hello.
How's it going?
Just watching half the Flat Earth community fall upon itself over the last 2 days.
We shouldn't laugh,
See,
Neil.
that's the problem. What community are you talking about?
Flat Earth believing community.
Thank you.
I'm going to get a cup of coffee. How long have we been there? I've been sat in an hour. Yeah, I'll get a cup of coffee. Back in a minute.
So, yeah. Like I was saying, it's nowhere in Scripture that it's a globe. Anywhere. As a matter of fact, The sun was created on the fourth day, if I'm remembering correctly. So that's the heliocentrism right there. So this is what we resorted to. Looking up in the sky, declare what we're standing on. Some things never change.
I mean, that's like a trick as well, because we can use the angles we measure to the sky to declare
Yeah, for
what we're standing on.
mapping the surface of the Earth. But to just look up and say this is doing that, therefore we're on a ball, that's where you're off base. You can't look up and in the sky things appear to be circular, not spherical. So that means where on one of these things we see in the sky, that's not even logical.
No, it's absurd.
Right. But this is what we were taught in school. From a young child up, you're taught that you live on this. I remember clear as day being brought in. All the kids gathered around the globe. Teacher pointed to where we are. And then we started learning about how we're the third planet from the sun in this solar system. And there's many other ones in the galaxy. And we're taught that from youth on up. So it's really heavy indoctrination if you think about it.
Right, I got my coffee. There's two ways I can go. I can either start to round down now we've had a little chit chat, which is always fun, or I can open up the members only stream to the actual general public. Is there any more people that might want to join Discord? What do you think, Neil?
Yeah, they're going to start coming as soon as they realize you're running a show. I put the word out so people are joining.
Saying go live to the public. Okay.
I posted in the Discord chat a depiction of the observation I make from where I am in Tasmania.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
And to me, that line that is represented has to be a flat baseline from me to the crux.
Yeah, functionally, it's always going to be measured flat.
I think there's a lot of people that need some reconciliation at this point in time, so opening up to the public would be good.
Yeah, I've put this.
It's going to be a shit show for a while.
Well, I've only got a limited amount of time. I'm live now because my wife and kids have gone out, and means it's nice and quiet here. So as soon as they return, there'll be no outro. I'll just press the, VT button, and it'll play my little outro video. But till then, I don't know how long we get. Maybe an hour going to the public.
It's exciting times, Nathan. You got to
Very.
go live. People
Very
are going back
exciting,
to the
Neil.
ball.
It's going to be like The Purge.
That's what I've been saying for weeks now. There's a purge going on.
I actually prefer Endless's description of filtration. I quite like that. Very eloquent.
Had a lot of time to
I
think
must have
about
missed it.
It's like The Godfather, these things gotta happen every 9 years, 10 years, 10
Every
years,
5,
11
10
years.
years, these things got to happen. Gets rid of the bad blood. That's what Clemenza told Michael.
Yes, indeed.
Get rid of a lot of sloppy thinking.
Yeah. need to lean on assumptions that others have made that seem to make sense.
I suspect the average IQ might go up.
Why? Most people that are ball believers will have their confirmation bias satisfied by this, and those that are flat Earth believers run the risk of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. What makes you think it will raise the IQ? It might raise the IQ of the people
average
in our here now, maybe.
The remaining flat earthers.
Yes. Okay. I spoke too soon. Yeah. The wheat, when separated from the chaff, I think the wheat will be better. Maybe. We'll see. I suspect there's going to be a load of them that don't want to just relinquish however many years they've invested in flat Earth belief and go, well, what do I do now? And then they find us.
Whitsid in particular
thinking.
has a very detailed quote-unquote model that he's just had dashed in front of him. I mean, taking everything at face value, this is the second time it's happened to him, so that's got to be pretty rough.
Under 23 says, yellow. Okay, so this is 24-hour sun drama. Yeah, very dramatic. We're all quite cut up about the whole thing. Obviously, we won't be making any antipodal assumptions like we've detailed for the last 6 months. Or longer, is it a year they've been peddling this garbage?
Duffy's been around for a while in the background.
There won't be that much drama for us, unfortunately, Plunder 23, on account of the fact that our rhetoric remains exactly the same as it did yesterday, the day before yesterday, 6 months ago, 12 months ago. You assume Earth is a sphere, and a journey to Antarctica will leave you in antipodal position. Then observation of the sun for a 24-hour period will prove the antipodal assumption? No, that's an affirming the consequent fallacy. Nice that I don't have to deal the flat earthers affirming the consequent fallacy, because it would seem that the believers in the azimuthal equidistant projection have been proven incorrect, and those who would have been led to believe on the globe side that they'll get some copium from flat earthers saying, oh, well, I will return to the ball, will be sadly disappointed, as the few that have put that mark on that map will now just relinquish the map and figure out how they cope with the rest of the problems that they've now, induced for themselves.
You think David Weiss is going to do any refunds on his app?
I don't think that's necessary.
It's kind of tongue-in-cheek, really. I don't expect it.
Yeah, I mean, it's rolling on the barrage of excuses from the people who felt this was consequential and ignored the measurements, ignored us pointing out what science and experimentation is. Those people will need copium. That's why I'm live. But yeah, you might find drama from others. There's already been some, which I bought into tongue-in-cheek initially this morning. People pretending that what you see down there is green screen, therefore fake.
Now we're being questioned. Aren't eclipses still a mystery to flat earthers? It depends on what you think an eclipse is.
Depends if you appeal to orbital motion to explain them with occultation of physical bodies that are the lights in the sky, as per the Copernican or Keplerian models of a sphere Earth in a sky vacuum moving around the sun. If you are to infer that is the case, I will simply point out that the measurements that derive that system are flat in the first instance.
That's a fact.
However, the outside
There's
of the
always
box
the
thinking
Selenian.
has its benefits, and sometimes it's proven right in terms of how it functions, with an explanation that requires that you bend the ground you measured flat. Now, that's not a circle I'm prepared to square. I don't know. What's the mystery with eclipses then? Are useful? Is there a practical application for an eclipse? You tell me from the chat, but why? Beyond the assumption of orbital motion and occultation, is there actually a use for eclipses? What's the use, practically speaking? Anybody know? Is there a use?
If you want to reify a ball, yeah, I guess they use them.
I know
What
they
is it?
use the explanation with occultation and orbital motion, but I'm saying, does it actually have any real use?
You could keep track of 18-year periods, I suppose.
Part
And
of
the
a
cycle
cycle.
just repeats.
No, fair enough. It's part of a cycle. Yeah, I suppose I could glean some use for it in that regard. Maybe. With that, we're at that point in the cycle. Very useful. We need to increase the drama level. I thought there'd be flat earthers crying. Where are they?
It's still early, Nathan. It's only 7:18 Central Time in America, so it's still early. Give them time. They got to wake up, rub their eyes, and then confess that they're still back on the ball. They never left, actually.
It's 8 o'clock.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting to
It's
see.
8 o'clock for me, and I
Hey,
just
Rogers.
finished my coffee. Just finished. Hey, good morning. Well, I was never a Gleason's Map A guy for a while, so I'm just sitting drinking my coffee. What I gotta say? I don't gotta say anything. Do I?
Well, because you know it's flat. Those
Well
that
done.
know it's flat have nothing to say.
They've shown the sun when it's night time. Let's just say, I'm prepared to take it as read that they're going to prove their point that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica from this point forth. So
Well,
that means you go back on the ball, right?
I had an idea it was gonna be that for a long time, because for a long time I knew there was 17 hours sun in South America. And then even when I seen the stream that you guys were covering yesterday, when it was new, I seen what he was showing. He was showing again like 17-hour sun, and then he also showed on the horizon that there was always like light on the horizon. So it was like logical. We talked about this last show. It was only logical to, if you follow that logic, that it was going to be a 24-hour sun. So it all fit
But that means
what
the
we were
Gleason's is
observing.
wrong.
Well, I've been trying to tell you guys the Gleason's was wrong for ages now.
No, that means you've
A
got to
lot
get
of
back
a
on
lot
the
of
ball
people
now,
have
Righteous. You've
a
got
lot
to
of
get back
people
on
have
the
been
ball.
trying to say that.
Get your ass back on that ball, Righteous. What are you doing?
No, no, I never subscribed to that model because I noticed there was issues with it. A lot of people noticed there was issues with it. So instead of subscribing to any model, I'm like, why subscribe to any model? There's just no curvature and that's it.
You're not
Keep
allowed
it simple,
to do
guys.
that. No, there's a false dichotomy at play. You won't accept Gleason's, and you said, I heard you, you once thought the Gleason's was right. So now you've got to
I
get
did.
back on the ball. There's no other options in this false dichotomy. It can only
That's
be a
right.
ball now.
I got you. You're joking with me. I got you now.
Get out, Righteous, get out.
No,
I'm not
I
joking.
just.
I'm converted. The flat Earth measurements.
But I noticed
bend.
a lot of people held the AE model to heart, even when they said they don't have a model. I always seen that people at their heart, they held on to that model.
Well, the
I
azimuthal
mean, what can you do? It was
equidistant,
constantly.
the azimuthal equidistant North Pole centric globe projection. They held on to that model, didn't
That
they?
the Gleasons. Well,
Yeah.
a lot of people seem to have held to it, and why not? It was shoved in our face all the time, just like the globe. So, it is what it is.
It is the globe.
Like, yeah. But that's what it is. You see, you put something in front of people enough, eventually it just gets into them, right?
I
And
think
that's
there's
kind of.
like a psychological discomfort component to it. I don't think many people are comfortable with just going, I don't know about so many things about reality, especially when you've been given a very detailed model from birth in regards to the globe. To take all of that away and not replace it with something, I think, was very difficult for people. I mean, I found it difficult for the first couple of months. I got over it.
The SKS in the chat says, Jaron said he's Jesus, and Witsit flashed devil horn hand signs in their Antarctic live stream. But then he says, people hold to the circle Earth model because that's the truth. What do you mean circle Earth model? Presented as the circle
Basically,
Earth model is
AE
the
Gleason's.
Gleason's, right?
That's what I'm assuming. Gleason's AE, stuff like that.
He's saying that's the truth. Well, if it's the truth, surely it being shown to be incorrect would mean that you have to relinquish that.
Well, look, guys, we're still making the same mistake of using the lights in the skies to determine the ground. We should not use that. I mean, we could say, yeah, it doesn't fit with that model that well. How does it fit? But we still can't just say, oh yeah, this determines whether it's this model or that model too. We can't be in that. You got to get out of that kind of thinking. You could say it doesn't support it, or how would it fit with it? You know what I mean? But you can't just outright say this debunks that or that debunks that, because then we're just, what are we doing? We're ascribing to models again, and we're playing with models.
We do use the lights in the sky.
Indeed.
You guys do. I don't. I don't.
You're a rejecter of celestial navigation, are you?
I just it was never it never did it for me. Not that I reject it or not, but doesn't do anything for me.
Must have been a rough year when 10th Man was doing his presentations for you.
No, I was.
Wait a second.
I was following on and off, but it just, I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me, because to me, it's just another model, right? Now, is it a useful model? Yes, I'll give you that.
Not a model.
Right? That has its uses.
You're measuring Earth flat. What model?
Celestial sphere
It's
model.
a process.
It's a system, right? It's a system.
It's a map of the sky that you can use
Yeah.
to navigate the surface.
And that's what they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but functionally, the celestial sphere is two flat planes that are antipodal from one another in that system that they've mapped the sky with.
All right, but that system has I noticed that system has things from both the globe and the plane in it.
No.
Like what?
No.
Nothing from the globe.
There's two planes when you look at the celestial sphere, and then you can create a globe inside the celestial sphere when you convert using Haversine. So you can create a globe inside that, but when it's actually practically being used, the reason they show you inside the globe is because you've got two separate flat planes, and to create the celestial sphere as opposed to hemisphere, that's how it's plotted out, projected, mapped, measured. You can do two, one underneath, if you will, antipodal from the other. Both flat planes in terms of their functional operation, though. From there, you can create the globe and project out the points in a spherical coordinate system after conversion. So when you, righteous, say, well, there's points that seem to match both, no, one is reverse engineerable into the plane that you actually measure in the first place. That's the globe. But in terms of the redundancy that's offered from it, well, you can't even call it that. There's no practical use when you look at the measurements that are being applied. You can take the measurements and ignore that they're flat, and then suggest that those points are plottable onto the globe surface. But don't convolute the two like, well, they've both got the same things in common. No, one came from the other.
Well, hold on. I didn't explain why. What the what is from the what? I'll give you an example now.
Perfect sense. Go ahead.
All right. The dip correction is a globe construct.
No, it isn't.
Height of eye.
Height of eye is parallel with
globe
surface
construct.
level, and you're taking a depression angle. That's two straight lines.
No, Now let me give you this. Yes, like when we use it against them, right? I can see how it's an effective argument because they're drawing straight lines. That part I understand. But they can also go and Google and make citations and find out that hey, the dip correction is a globe construct. So there's things that fit a plane, but there's also things that fit a globe when you
Yeah,
go
but
out and
dip
Google
isn't
and
one
get
of them.
the information.
Dip isn't one of them.
I
It's a
can go
dip.
and Google and find all sorts of nonsense.
It's a
Exactly.
dip what? Dip angle, right?
Right.
It's just a depression angle from eye level. How'd you get eye level? Well, it's parallel with surface level. And what we're going to be utilising, well, how high we are off surface level with eye level parallel to do a depression angle from the surface level that we've derived the parallel eye level from. So there's multiple flat earth prerequisites for a dip angle measurement, righteous. Now that's all it is. It's just a dip angle. It's a depression angle measurement. That's what it actually is. But what are you actually measuring? Well, you're measuring to the point where the sky appears to meet the ground, the one that you use for height and a parallel surface and eye level. So it's in no way comporting with sphericity until you extrapolate out after the depression angle measurement has been made. Then you can start inferring sphericity. Obviously violating the original measurements. You're bending straight lines then that were angles until you bent them.
Well, how about this? Would the navigation work without dip correction?
Yeah, you don't have to
But
use.
if you can get your eye down to sea level.
If you understand the axiom and principles of a surface level, then so long as you can acquire that surface level, like level things, and you accept that axiomatic principle, then you don't need to use the horizon. You can use another method, and then there's no dip to do.
No, I meant sextant navigation, marine sextant navigation. What is it though? There's the two sextants. There's the marine sextant, right?
Bubble.
Yeah.
And the bubble. Yeah, I'm saying, can you do marine sextant navigation without dip correction?
If you're using a marine sextant generally, yes, you can still use other things. You can half the accuracy of the tool in terms of the amount of angle that you can acquire with the tool, and acquire flat by using some other instrument that acquires its own level. I think they use molasses. But if you're on a boat, no. And that's the real purpose. So without being weaselly, I'm just going to say no, because you're rocking back and forth, and that's why the horizon's practically used. It's useful as a reference when you're rocking back and forth. So yeah, you'll always be doing dip correction, but what are you correcting to? Surface level. What are you utilising for the maths? How high you are above it, elevation, again with respect to sea level.
All right, let's get back to the 24-hour sun. This is not going to get resolved quick, so let's move on to the 24-hour
That's
sun.
fine. I'd rather you said it because that's why we're here, or why I've done a live stream for copium for people who perceive that there's actually some issue when affirming the consequent with an antipodal assumption, or they've attached too much credence to the Gleason/azimuth equidistant North Pole centric globe projections.
All right. Well, let me say some things about it real quick. I'm actually glad that this did get confirmed. You know what I mean? Like, would you guys disagree with that?
No, it's all CGI.
To know for sure whether they're.
Are you sure that they haven't just given you CGI?
It's the green screen. It's the green screen.
That wasn't the sun.
Oh boy. So you guys are joking, right?
No, it wasn't the sun. It was green screen.
I've seen some of the YouTube videos on the feed. Some of them are saying that and stuff like that, and I'm like, there's like a resistance against this. I'm noticing. I guess you guys are too.
They also said that Jaron and Whitson had a jackass look on their face.
Never mind.
Well,
Yeah, if you're out on
Well,
a
either
ball,
way, I'm kind of.
promote
go
your
on.
server. Well, I was just going to say, because this is obviously going out to an audience now, I've turned the members only stream into a proper live stream. So if you want to plug the server and people want to join and tell us how we must now go back on the ball and assume antipodal positioning for this observation, then, it might be worth plugging the server.
What? Come on, Nathan. Let's not joke around like that.
What?
Yeah, but you guys can join the server. You guys are welcome to come join in. You can participate on the Nathan show. Or if you don't feel like you want to be live and recorded, when Nathan is done, we still chit chat further, but it's not live and recorded. So you can get used to communicating with your fellow FE folks. And you'll find out that it's a better experience than even watching YouTube. So come on in. Discord link is in the description of Nathan Oakley's video. And all are welcome. I generally try to run a very peaceful server. I don't like people getting on each other and fighting too much, you know what I mean? And yeah, come on. Nice, good community, friendly community.
Bible U from the chat says, what got confirmed? Well, some might say it's too early to call it. Me, I'm just going to call it straight away and go, okay, they've arrived in Antarctica, and in the middle of the night, they've got the sun up. So at this point, I'm prepared to say, it's all fake, it's CGI! That's all that we've got so far. But I'm prepared to, for Paula's benefit, if she's asking, did you say, yeah, okay, so they've demonstrated to my satisfaction. I'm pretty sure that in the next 24 hours, they'll retain the sun above the horizon. They found themselves in what the event organizer or the guys arranged the logistics has said, but for the fact that normally that mountain will obscure the sun, we'll stick you over here somewhere so that it doesn't obscure your view. And given that, from what I understand thus far, they've already broadcast at like 3 a.m. with the sun up. So like, okay, so there's going to be a 24-hour sun as far as I can ascertain, Paula.
Yeah, and this is basically seems like it's opening the door so other people to travel there now and check for themselves also. So it's basically a step towards that. So if you're not
It'll be
sure
real.
now, eventually over time, people will be more certain as more people investigate and we get more witnesses and so forth.
Well, there's going to be...
It'll be a real money spinner for someone.
Money spinner, yeah. If you're a fraud and you make antipodal assumptions and call measurements experiments, there's going to be people who
convincing people to go down there.
Again, endless.
But-
Sorry.
Just convincing people to go down there. It's
Down
it's
there?
an expensive trip.
Down.
Sorry, my language. Out there, over there, going to Antarctica.
Going to Antarctica.
It's not cheap.
Assuming antipodal positioning with things like language that says it's down on a ball.
He said down, not down under. Come on.
But there's people who
But
get it. So
let me just add some.
let me just read out this
go
one
on.
chat because I'll put it up on screen just so people can see it as well. So Stephen Davies in the chat says at but why. Oh no, I'm reading the wrong message. Hold on, just 1 second. Stephen Davies, exactly, Neil. A 24-hour sun shows a 24-hour sun. Nothing more. Yeah, precisely. They're showing a 24-hour sun, and that's what it shows, that there is a 24-hour sun down there. Now, I was under the misapprehension that there wouldn't have been a 24-hour sun, based on what I was told by a person who had a first-hand account of being down in Antarctica for 18 months, who suggested there was not going to be a 24-hour sun, because that was his first-hand testimony. Which does raise the question, why would he get it wrong? I don't know the answer to that question. Regardless, given that that subject of interest was interesting 10 years ago, and we assessed the azimuthal equidistant projection based on sun positioning then, and wrote it off as incorrect because it was incorrect. Now we seem to have gone into a position where a few true earthers, being incorrectly ascribed as being flat earthers, have gone down and seemingly bought into the false dichotomy notion that if we observe a 24-hour sun when assuming we are antipodally positioned on a ball, then we'll be on a ball because we've assumed antipodal positioning and we observed a 24-hour sun, otherwise known as affirming the consequent. So therefore, do these flat earthers who are currently down in Antarctica now relinquish their flat earth belief that they held until now? Do the people who follow them now relinquish their flat earth belief? Which is the only prediction I've really made, that this will separate the wheat from the chaff if they do observe a 24-hour sun, and I'm happy to say that it seems like they're going to.
Really? You thought that? Or you think that?
Yeah, well, they've
All
got
right,
there
well,
in the
we'll
middle of the
see.
night and they've seen the
I don't
sun.
think that.
What more do you want? They get there, the
I don't.
sun's up in the middle of the night.
Well, Whitsitt, before he went there, he said that wouldn't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth. He didn't. He's actually said that. He knows it's a fallacy, right? He actually said that on one of his streams before. So
Does
Whitsitt
he?
knows that. Yeah, he does. I heard him say it. I don't watch like YouTube streams much anymore, but sometimes I'll scrub them, right? And I heard him say that, so he's aware of that. And Jaren, obviously, Jaren doesn't buy all the NASA stuff and all the other stuff, all the other observations that they made. So, what? Just this one observation is going to knock them back? Yeah, right.
Oh, that's
Why
right.
do it?
He's a Whitsitt.
Yeah.
He's a simp for Jaren. I forgot, Righteous.
Well, anyways, it just took me by surprise what Nathan said. I mean, whatever.
But
What else is there? Oh yeah, I was
asks-
gonna say.
Sorry, go on.
Go on.
I was going to say, Bob, why
I was gonna
asks-
say.
You go, I'll go after.
Well, I was listening to what you were saying earlier. It's a little bit. I was just getting up. I'm still kind of getting up. But yeah, like for me as an FE person, I'm glad this got confirmed. But at the same time, I also know that the general populace at large, this will be like how do I say it? It's not going to be like how do I say it?
Just
I gotta
another
choose my words
Netflix
carefully.
documentary moment.
Well,
Just
not
like the last
that.
time
It's just-
Jaren was in the news.
it's going to be something like that's going to help people keep on the ball too at the same time, right? But at the same time, it's good to know what's going on down there because it's good to know what's the nature of this reality and how it works. So in one way, it's good, and in another way that it's going to contribute to keeping people off the contribute to keeping them on the ball. That's kind of going to be like a negative, but it is what it is. What are you going to do about it, right? Truth is truth. So, but at least we're going to get our information more tighter, and we're going to learn more about our reality, what this place really is, and how it works. So
you
that
think
part
so?
has me excited.
I don't know. 500 years of deceiving us into the novel idea that we're in orbital motion after taking the mathematics from flat Earth measurements doesn't necessarily make me believe that by observing something that's already claimed to be explained in the heliocentric model anyway, why that would elucidate anything further for us as flat earthers. I don't think it's the case.
Oh, and another thing is, it's good that this stuff comes out earlier than later, because the more we we push the Gleason's map and the AE map, you know what I mean, and this comes out later, the more like backfires in our face, so to say, right?
Well,
Yeah, but Righteous, your
not
boy
us.
said that a 24-hour sun does not work on flat Earth. Jaren has said this.
AE and Gleason's. It may not work on that. I can't even say it doesn't work on that because
No,
then I would
he's-
just be using the
you
sky
missed
to
what he
determine
said.
the ground.
Neil's saying Jaren has stated that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica cannot work on a flat Earth.
Right. But these guys all have Gleason's AE maps in their hearts. You got to realize that.
Doesn't
So
matter
when
what
they say FE, they mean Gleason's map, AE map.
Yeah,
And you can tell.
say
You can
that,
tell
but
that's what they have in their heart because
you're
when
putting
they
words
went
in his
there
mouth, though,
and
eh?
you heard them first.
If he's saying it can't work on
What's
a
that?
flat Earth, then he's saying that if Earth be flat, which is how it's measured, then we can't observe 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Simply not the case, and it would seem that we are observing, present tense, a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That being the case, doesn't alter my position, but does alter anybody's position who suggests that that can't be the case. It is the case, it would seem. So therefore, what, Earth's not measured flat anymore? No, but that's my position, not Jaren's position, and that's what Neil's pointing out to you. Righteous.
Well, let me add this, okay? When I seen Jaren's and Whitsitt's first video when they arrived in that South America place, they were surprised that there was that much sun and sunlight out. And I was
Why?
surprised, but hold on a second. And I was surprised by that. I'm like, haven't you seen the many videos that point that out? In other words, they weren't informed and researched in this area. So they went there when they seen that, they were shocked because why? They still hold belief to a Gleason's AE map is my assumption.
At this point, it beggars belief that they're unaware that the days get longer as you go further south. It's just, it's crazy.
They didn't know
to
that.
think.
They didn't know that because they were surprised by it.
But I mean, there's people who live in Argentina and Chile and South Africa and like.
Yeah, Iro
it's not a
Landucci, a
secret.
globebuster. Yeah, Iro Landucci, a globebuster. He's from Argentina.
Like,
But they still didn't know it. They were still
Is it-
surprised by it.
is it motivated amnesia or are they motivated by other things?
Well, you got to realize all man is fallible. We're all fallible, right? And sometimes we all look at things through certain lenses, and if we don't realize those lenses are there, we can look at the data and you know what I mean? It can get kind of
I
twisted.
can maybe believe that
No, I don't know
Jaren's
what you mean.
retarded, but I think I think you're giving them too much benefit of the doubt.
Well, how would I know the other way, right? I wouldn't. So if I don't, I'm just gonna have to give them the benefit of that if I don't know the other way.
Are they terrible researchers? They demonstrated an inability to, because this is
Well,
basic information.
Use that card either because I noticed all people, when they research, they make mistakes. Every man is fallible. I've made mistakes. I've seen others make mistakes. So don't attribute to malice what can be ascribed to. Oh wait, that's not good either. I don't want to say that. I don't want to be rude, right?
Well,
But yeah, don't attribute to malice what you can ascribe to, like just being fallible.
that
Let's put it that
little
way.
saying comes out of a science fiction author, Hanlon. And sci-fi has been an amazing propaganda tool. I think there's a corollary to that little saying is ineptitude or incompetence is excellent cover for malice.
I think that's what the original quote over that was.
No, that is the opposite. The original quote is never attribute to malice what can be explained by incompetence. But
All right.
I think the opposite is true also.
Yeah.
That
Yeah, it could go either way.
that incompetence is, or a pretend incompetence is excellent cover for malice.
Well, either way, people make mistakes. So I made mistakes, so I can't accuse people of making mistakes.
You have more forgiveness in your heart than I do.
Is on some sun tracking I did the summer of 2017, just from my backyard, so it's always the same location. And I thought I would start out showing you some things from timeanddate.com, which, at least for my location, seems to be accurate. And I'm sure that if it weren't, that there were significant and consistent fudged data that people around the world would have said something by now. And as I said, at least in my location, this proves to be accurate. Now, what we're looking at here is an illustration of the path of the sun from two different places on Earth, one north of the equator and one south. You can see, I don't know, it might be too small to see, but the one on the left is from Kansas in the US, and the one on the right is from the Northern Territories in Australia for the same day. And so this is a comparison of the path of the sun. That arc you see in the yellow line in the circle is not the sun going overhead. That's not an altitude indicator. It's an azimuth indicator, and that's the main first point I want to make is the difference between those two things. Azimuth is an angle along the ground, and so we can see what these two pictures are telling us is that the sun will rise somewhat north of our position, And as it moves toward the middle of the day, it is south of our position, and at sunset, it is north again. The opposite is true in the southern hemisphere. It starts out south of our position. We're looking north. Both of these circles are pointing north. It starts south of our location, moves north, and then goes south again. And this, of course, is east to west. Let me show these two circles. Again, I superimpose them, well, not on top of each other, but one above the other. And you can see that these two sun paths are mirror images, basically, different little shape, but they both arc toward the equator. Think of this line between the two pictures as the equator. This is, of course, not to scale. But we can see that you could call that kind of like a pinch toward the middle. That's the way the sun appears to move from every location on the Earth at any given time. And that's physically impossible. The sun can't arc toward the equator going north to south and south to north at the same time, on the same day, at the same hour. Okay, there'd be different locations on the Earth, but they're still pointing toward the equator either way. So let me show next a time zone map, just a standard time zone map I grabbed off the internet, and I added some of these arcs to that because this is the way they point, and they do this for every time zone. And even, any little point between will have its own little arc appearing wherever you're standing. And here, once again, this north, I added this thick blue line for the equator. Here is south. They arc toward the equator. So this is apparently, not to scale again, but apparently what the sun seems to be doing every day. This is not a seasonal issue. The red X's here are the points that those two circles were at that I showed you just a little bit ago. This is about where Kansas is. This is about the Northern Territory. And so they are arcing toward each other. It was just, like, as I said, different locations along the surface of the Earth. But how do we account for this movement? This is an observation. This is what science does. They observe first. You're supposed to, at least, if you want to really call it science, observe first. And what we observe from every location on any given day is that the sun will do a north-south arc as it goes across east to west. And to do this for everyone at every location, every longitude and latitude is physically impossible. So there's something else going on here. This is what our observation is telling us. Okay? And remember again that these arcs are not distance overhead. This is moving north and south. Okay? Now let's look a little bit more about altitude and azimuth. I think this is a picture I want to show. I drew some images to try to illustrate this, and curiously, the one on the upper left looks kind of like a baseball. But here's this arc toward the equator, and azimuth is a degree angle starting from north, going around clockwise everywhere you go on Earth. This is how compasses are made. They point north, and they'll give you degrees. It starts 1 to the first tick right of north and goes around to 360. Some people call this 360 also. You can designate it either way. It's the 0 point, because if you want to call it 360, all you have to remember is the next point clockwise is 1 degree. So we have 90 degrees, because this is a 90-degree angle. And then another 90 is 180, and so on, 270, 360. That's how circles are divided up. It's been that way for thousands of years. Yes, it is arbitrary to choose that number of degrees. I think it had something to do with Babylonian 6-based or something numbers, I forget. But
it's just for my audience's benefit. So what we're listening to now is, if you're in the live stream chat, you'll appreciate this because you probably saw her share it with me. But this is Bible U's video. So the YouTube channel is called Bible U, formerly Bible Literalist, when this was made, quite some time ago now. But in case you hadn't gathered from what we're presenting, in terms of how the measurements are being described and acquired in the first instance, they're all flat. That's what we're doing. We're dealing with azimuth and altitude. And these are flat Earth measurements. There is no other way of describing them. That is the prerequisite to describe them. They're angles. So this is useful for me at this stage to point out to the audience, if you're here because you're a flat earther in distress, Earth's still measured flat. Now, the reason I've interjected at this point was because somebody in the chat said, where is it? I'll just find it because I want to address them as they come in. Is it? Somebody suggested that it was a hologram. I just can't find the damn comment now. I can't find the commenter who said it. Somebody in the live stream chat said, well, does that mean that the sun's a hologram? We don't know what the sun is. So in terms of what I can do for my audience, in terms of offering them some copium after observing a 24-hour sun, is to point them in the direction of the measurements of Earth. So as Paula goes through this information, nothing about it is globe-shaped in terms of what we're talking about. Just to make that absolutely clear. It's Plunder23 says it was just me thinking out loud. All right, now you've told me that and you've identified yourself. I can look for your message, Plunder, and actually read out what you said. Still can't find it. Nevertheless. Anyway, yeah, speculation about hologrammatic suns. Don't do it to yourself. Yeah, I get it. You're just thinking out loud. But at this particular time, I think there is a tendency to go into wild speculation immediately. Just try and, maintain the urge or refrain.
It is what it is.
Yes, go ahead.
I just posted a tool I did in the YouTube chat as well as in the Discord. It's by a guy called Andrew Marsh, and it's called a 3D Sunpath. And you can kind of put yourself in any position on the surface, put it any time of day, and it'll trace out the arc that the sun will trace through the sky. It works where I live. I can confirm that much.
Perfect. If someone can grab that from Discord and stick it in my live chat or Skype, if I could talk, and then I'll share it with the audience if it comes through to me on Skype. But yes, indeed, thank you. Very useful.
I'll point out one thing. For me, the default map it uses is the Wikipedia maps, and that never loads properly. So if you click on the map icon in the top left-hand corner and pick another map, it might work better for you.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much.
But it's a cool tool.
All right, it's there.
Yes. Here we go. Plunder23. Is there some optical type illusion of the sun? ? Holographic? ? There you go. I finally found your comment. Took me long enough. What were you saying, Righteous? Sorry. Or were you just hot micing?
I said I'll put it on Skype.
Oh, perfect. Let's dig that out and put it in the live stream chat before I forget. 3D Sunpath, perfect. Copy link. There we go. So what Endless was just mentioning, that's down in the live stream chat. You want to check it out?
And it's immaterial as long as we consistently use the same measure, and we have. So azimuth is an angle horizontally. If we're looking down at the Earth, down at any spot on the Earth, and you point your compass north, you're going to have due east as 90 degrees, due west as 270, and so on. So the sun's path is going east to west, but north of the equator, it is observed to arc toward the equator to its farthest point it's going to go that day at solar noon, and then start arcing back north again, and the opposite, the mirror image in the south of the equator. But it's always measured clockwise from north. Okay, that is azimuth. Here again, we can see azimuth as the green circle here. See, you're above the circle and looking down at it at a little bit of an angle so we can get some perspective. And here we have, if this is north, this is the 0360 mark. You're going around here is 90 degrees, 180, 270, back to 360. That is azimuth. That will never change. It's always what people use for navigation to know where they are according to the surface of the Earth.
quick shout out to Iron26. That's where I'll read out his comment as it's relevant. It says, at Booksod. Duffy didn't turn off the setting in OBS that he uses to put the background on for his interviews, and it showed up on some guy's shirt. It's a nothing burger. Wrong, Iron26. It means there was no sun. The sun is fake. How dare you suggest it's just an accident? There are no coincidences. Fake sun.
Oh, boy.
But when you're in 3D space, you need another axis. I'll show you more about the axis in a bit. But the altitude of the sun is the overhead arc, and that too is measured in degrees. 90 degrees straight up is directly overhead, and you will never have a degree higher than 90 when you're talking about altitude. It can't go any straighter than straight up. So you have degrees from 0 to 90 on either side of this, or you can call it...
Sorry, Paula, I know you're on a video, but no one likes to be interrupted. I'm being asked if I think Robert Shortman was a liar. I don't know. I don't think so. I think he gave me his first-hand account of what he experienced down in Antarctica. So the reason Booksod is asking me, is Robert Shortman a liar, is because Robert Shortman's testimony was that he did not observe the sun up above the horizon for 24 hours when he spent 18 months in Antarctica. So, to answer your question, no, I don't think he's a liar. I do believe his testimony. Now, if that doesn't comport with the current observations, that means that his testimony doesn't comport with the current observations, as opposed to he's lying about what he said he did or did not see. Nothing indicated to me that Robert Shortman was spinning a yarn, telling a lie, because it wasn't that interesting. There wasn't enough to it for it to be an egregious lie. It doesn't comport with what we're seeing down there now, though, Booksod. Hope that answers your question. Does anybody else have any comment on that?
Well,
Eli?
earlier you were saying that you don't need to wait around to see the full, 12 hours of sun or whatever. The moment that you were aware that they were seeing a sun at whatever time it was, that was pretty much it. So
yeah, I came to that conclusion last night.
Robert Shortman never see the sun.
Sorry, go ahead.
Did he never see the sun at 3 a.m?
No, he said the sun came up and it went down. He described a vector shape, if you will, like an arc that it took. He showed it on camera with his hands and showed the motion that he saw it take. He declared that it stayed light the whole time in the Antarctic summer. Yes, it's very bright, but he described it coming up and going down again. So from that, you go, okay, well then, the moment they arrive, they'll know the answer to this. Now, don't get me wrong, people are going to want to see it. There's going to be loads of people out there going, right at this very moment, like literally now as we are live, going, no, it's too early to call. I need to see the full 24. Okay, you might need that. I don't think that's necessary at this point. I was of the opinion that the moment they arrive there, they can draw a conclusion.
I'll also add this quick. Remember, in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses is every truth established, and the mouth of 1 witness is not true.
Yeah,
so going forward,
there's enough people down there for me to say they're in the middle of the night. There's the sun. That's good enough.
Yeah, I was just talking about the Shortman thing because it's just a 1 witness. Now, I'm not saying like he's a liar. He could have just missed something or mistaken something, or maybe he wasn't there at the right time, right? That's why it's good to have more than 1
only
witness.
The last one, no, because he was there for 18 months. I mean, admittedly, he was there for 12 months, like non-stop, and then he disappeared and came back for another 6, or the other way around. But in total, he was down there for an 18-month, period. One of which was 12 months non-stop. So to say, well, he wasn't there at the right time, he was definitely there during Antarctic summer. Now,
presumably, he was there with other people.
Yeah,
who would have also witnessed such things and perhaps talked about it on occasion. I mean, we talk endlessly about going up to see the midnight sun in the north.
Right. But no, again, that was part of his testimony. If that was an occurrence, surely it would be something that we would be aware of and talking about. It never came up. It's a non-subject because it wasn't something that I observed. Now, he also said, look, I wasn't acutely aware that it was something I should be observing. But had I have seen it, I think I'd have noticed his attitude towards it. So there's a possibility he was just mistaken, and he just happened to go to bed when the sun stayed up, and he just didn't notice. That's a possibility also. But again, the question I was being asked was, do I think Robert Shortman's a liar? No, I don't.
Can I say something?
No.
93 people watching. Woohoo! Let's get up to 120.
Yeah, smash the super chat if you want to support this channel.
Going to
You got
180,
the
but you'll
24
never have
hours.
more than 180.
Got what, sorry?
I was gonna say, do you got 24-hour sun in the title? You want to, if you want to have higher views, put 24-hour sun in the title.
I put Antarctic
And is that
copium is the title.
You gotta add 24-hour sun in there somehow. Squeeze it in.
And
then let's
Antarctic
continue with
copium's good enough.
your video.
You think I should put 24 hours
Add
in?
the TFE hashtag.
Yes, everybody's looking into 24-hour sun. It's hot right now. Antarctic opium. What the heck?
What else do you want in the
it's also
title?
coming
Okay,
up in the
I'll
search
clickbait
results.
this up. Hold on a second, Righteous. What else? I've got FED Live, Antarctic copium, 24-hour Antarctic sun.
Righteous Force, put Righteous Force in there.
I'm trying to click. I'm trying to get click. I'm trying to turn the title clickbaity. TFE. Anything else?
24-hour sun is 24-hour sun is the main one. If you got that, you're good.
TFE. Final
I got that one.
experiment.
That's what I got. Yep, that's what I got. FED 2244 Live, Antarctic copium, 24-hour Antarctic sun TFE. What an awful title. 100 people watching.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Please share the show if you've not done so already. I didn't actually intend to go live to the public. It was more as a service for my members, in case anybody was really depressed. Although it's very unlikely that if you're a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, any of this is going to leave you in distress. Other flat earthers, on the other hand, now that we've gone live, might want to join the show. And if they do, there is a link to join the Discord server. We may not stay live that much longer. As soon as my kids come home, I'm going to be ending this stream.
Well, it's nice to be able to get online, with our community and discuss this stuff, because it is a pretty big event. So it is nice to have an opportunity for you to go live today, us get together, and if you on YouTube are watching, you can join Discord and you can participate too.
Yep, there's a link below the video. Feel free to come if you're a glober and say, we told you when we assume Earth's a sphere and travel to the Antarctic position on our globe map and observe a 24-hour sun, it confirms that we travelled antipodal and therefore the world's our globe map. Alternatively, if you want to come and cry because you thought the world was proven to be spherical by way of the azimuthal equidistant North Pole centric projection of a globe, or Gleason's map, then again, join and we'll explain how Earth is measured flat, and you don't need to be in a belief that you have to relinquish at the drop of a hat when frauds claim that they've done experiments and measure Earth flat in the process. Shout out to Iron26, last chance to get Jeranism FE merch before the swap out. Very good, Iron26. Thank you so much for the super chat. Very amusing.
There'll be collector's items one day.
There'll be collector's items, yeah. The Earth is flat and then struck out with a big fat black marker. Actually, it could be a ball when I assume it's a ball by antipodal positioning. Get your flat Earth merch from Jerem before it's too late. That was brilliant.
It's got to be a really big ball now, doesn't it? Isn't that the globe they're going back to?
Do you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat? Well, it could be a really big ball.
Might have a 1.8 million mile radius.
Could do. Maybe. We just don't know. Well, we do. It's measured flat.
One thing that I've been questioning is when they were in South America, they recorded the sun was south of their position, but that didn't make sense because I think they're like at the 50 degree or something around there line, and doesn't the sun as far south, only up to about the 23 degree. That's the Tropic of Capricorn. So how, like, I was like, wait, that just didn't make sense. If they saw it south of them, technically they were further south than that position, so they should have seen it still north of them. But I don't know. I've been pondering on that.
I can describe what I see every morning during summer.
Good.
The sun rises south of east and sets south of west.
So that it doesn't go along the path of the Tropic of Capricorn, as it says that's furthest south as a GP that it will go, which will cover certain parts of continents, furthest south on that position. But then that's as far as it says it goes, though. So that's interesting you say that. I don't know. It's got me thinking.
Total,
How that makes sense.
depending on how you choose to designate the other side of the circle. But the point is that 90 degrees is straight up. So altitude and azimuth represent the vertical, the yellow half circle, and the horizontal, the green circle, angles. Okay, and they're always in degrees. And that will give you the position of something in the sky. You need azimuth and angle, and you'll see that on timeanddate.com. Okay, now let's see another one on these azimuth and angles. And we may come back to this later. I will when I talk about the four motions of the sun. But right now, I just want to show again, here in the green circle is the azimuth. And then up above will be the altitude. Okay.
Apocryphon, did you get the message from Paula in the live stream chat? I'll read it out to you anyway. My video just explained that the sun can rise south of a position south of the equator. Putting that to you, Apocryphon.
Okay, I'm going to come back
for that.
It's Bible you. She's in the chat anyway, if you did want to converse.
to that in a little bit.
Her voice sounds.
So now let me
just real quick. I was going to say her voice sounds extremely familiar, but from a long time ago.
Yeah, this video is from 6 years ago, so it was actually nearly 7 years ago. But anyway, yeah, it's Paula, Bible literalist back then. Now Bible you.
Okay. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Okay. I was like, she sounds familiar.
Look at sunspots because we're going to talk about the rotation of the sun. What I have here, these are pictures I took of the sun all summer of 2017. The black lines with the arrowheads represent where I had a week of good sunny weather, which is rare where I live, and some sunspots to watch, which is also rare. You need those two things, and it's a gamble whether you're going to get that. And I happened to get that this summer, and this past summer, and the start of the black lines is where the sunspots were at the beginning of the week. So I had a spot here, a spot here, and a spot here. And over the course of one day is where the black line goes and where it ends up by the end of the day. So the outermost spot went clockwise really far around toward the edge. The next spot in, which was a little behind, also did something very similar. The spot that was toward the center also moved clockwise, but not as great a distance. As you might expect, if the center point of a wheel is turning, the outer edges are going to move. If you spin the thing, they're going to move a lot faster. So if you have these straight lines like spokes on a wheel, whatever is on the outer edges, the extremities of these spokes is going to move a lot faster than what's in the center. The center will just turn on its axis and won't turn very fast. You've seen this on a line of skaters on a skating rink where they have a line of all of them all in a row and they start to go around in one direction or the other. And the person in the middle doesn't move much at all. But the person on the extreme ends, those people are really having to skate fast to keep up, to keep the line straight. It's the
Couple of quick shout outs. So shout out to Theo Megaworty for hitting the super chat. Says Paula is ace, great FE and Bible content for years. Indeed. Yes, I totally agree. And also shout out Godzilla. 37, who says, shout out to Chocolate. Shout out Chocolate. I don't think he's here. No, he's not here. But shout out to him. Thank you for the super chats.
Same thing going on here. But we don't just have a daily motion, we have a weekly motion. See, I guess this would be more accurate to call this an hourly motion, and the clockwise. And then we have from day to day, this, for example, this outermost spot began to move in toward the center. And it wound up here by the end of the week to the blue line. So the yellow line is across the week, and then the blue line is what it did on the last day. So I have the first day in black, the last day in blue, and the yellow lines are the transitions from one day to the next where the spot started at the beginning of the day. So we can see that this outermost spot started way out here, moved toward the center by the end of the week, and it still kept going clockwise, but it was a much shorter distance, just like the original first spot, or the third spot on the first day. The second spot, likewise, moved in the same general direction, and on the last day, it too also moved clockwise.
The shout out to Gord today says, okay, fine. Shout out to Neil then. Lol. Thank you for the super chat.
About the same distance as the first spot. The last one that started out in the middle also moved across the face, a little bit of an arc, but by the time the last day, remember its first path over the course of the hours of the day was kind of short because it was in the center, but then when it went to the outside, it got very long. So we can see what the spots are telling us is that wherever they start, over the course of days, they're going to move across the face of the sun, but not just horizontally to our view on Earth. They're moving at this general angle. I drew this green line, the darker green line, to kind of average out the yellow lines, the direction. So you can see the sun seems to be rotating across like that on its axis. But on a daily basis, it's rotating like a clock through the hours of the day. That's observation. The question is why? What is causing this observation?
Another shout out to Kiefer Green. Says, hasn't there been Antarctic excursions for a long time? Why no videos till now is still weird, eh? Yeah. Same goes for testimony from people who've spent a prolonged period down there, like Robert Shortman. So it is weird that his testimony would suggest there is no 24-hour sun to observe in his experience, and yet now we've got footage of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Well, we haven't got that yet, but I'm perfectly fine to presume that that is what they will achieve now, that they've actually arrived there. But yeah, it is interesting, Kiefer Green. Thank you for the super chat.
Okay, now before I go on to an experiment I did that showed why it's not a camera trick, let me show you, if I can find the right image here, about Standard Cosmology's model for Earth tilt and seasons and daily sun motion. Over on the left, the upper left, we see a model of a drawing of the sun, a cartoon with the North and South Pole. That's its axis that it spins on, and how long it takes for different areas of the sun to spin. That apparently spins at different speeds, being made of gas according to the standard theory, whatever it's made of. Nobody seems to think it's a solid body, but things move a lot slower. A lot faster, at the equator. That's the outermost rim, okay? That's where it has to move fastest. It's just the farthest distance for each half circle is going to be the equator. That's the widest part from our perspective as it spins on its axis. So it only takes 25 days for a spot to move across at the equator, but it takes 35 days for it to move here, which is kind of counterintuitive to what we were saying. In one way you think of it, you would think, well, it's going to, if it's all moving the same speed, it would be not like the skaters, that I mentioned earlier. But we have things that are not moving at the same speed along the surface, the outer surface of a sphere, which is kind of hard to visualize. But what they're saying is that things in the center don't move as far on a given week or a number of days. And things along the equator move much faster. And we saw that in this diagram. When they get to the center, they don't move as much. That's a far shorter distance than it was on the same group of spots than they were on the edge. So this is just this kind of, I would say, consistent with the fact that this being the equator being the outer edge, things would appear to move faster. Okay, so they attribute, here's the alleged tilt of the Earth, and what are they, first of all, lining up these axes with? Both are more or less pointing toward Polaris. We know that the Earth points toward Polaris, but the sun is a little bit off. I forget which other star that they say it points to, but they're fairly similar. It's not like they're perpendicular, which would be a cross, that's perpendicular. So we have this 23.5 angle where the Earth is allegedly tilted northernly toward the sun in what is summer in the north. And then, of course, the opposite would be true, as allegedly it moves around to this side. Then this, because it won't change its angle, then this quadrant of the Earth will be pointed toward the sun, and that's how they explain seasons. But what we won't see, you see this red X in the middle of a circle here, from the Earth we will never see, because of the sun's rotation, we will never see this clockwise motion that we observed in the spots. So we can tell that we're not looking down at the sun's axis. We're not looking down at the sun's north pole. So since we're not doing that, we still don't know what's causing the clockwise motion. Now let me explain something else here.
And if you want to find out what that's something else, you will have to subscribe to Bible U. So check her out. I have put a link in the info box, or in the live stream chat, I should say. With that, unfortunately, I am going to round out. So a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making this impromptu Antarctic copium edition possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member. Hit me up on PayPal and Ko-Fi and Patreon and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
If this is Earth,
24-hour sun.
Okay, we're on the sun and we're looking.
Oh, sorry, I've stopped live streaming, but because it's going to get hella noisy here.
Oh, you're still recording?
Yeah, I just don't want to live stream when there's a load of kids running around, so I don't mind this going into the after show because I can stay on mute, and if you guys happen to chit chat, that's fine. But you can probably hear my doorbell going.
Well,
kids arriving basically. So if I'm very quiet, that's why.
I posted another link into the Discord chat. It's a guy's Vimeo channel, a guy called Robert Schwartz. Lots of video from Antarctica. He's
This Schwartz be with you.
Lots. Indeed.
Yeah, hold on, I'll grab it. Who coughed? Is that Elijah?
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
Apocryphon. Are you in Antarctica that you're coughing? What's the deal?
Nah, I'm just sick. Sorry.
All right, let me post that on Skype. But I don't think Nathan's going to be doing anything with it because he's like pretty noisy at his place, and he just wants us to chat, I think. Which I'm okay with. I'm okay with chatting.
It's not a particular video, it's a whole channel of various things, if people are interested in looking at it. One that in particular that's quite interesting is 14 days of observing the moon. It goes through all the phases of the moon, and it stays above the horizon constantly.
Okay.
There's cuts and various things, whatever. But it's interesting.
All right. So yeah, let's get back to the 24-hour sun. Why not? So all the things people are talking about. You know what? The past 3-4 days, I was actually checking out YouTube for like the first time in a long time about FE content.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because I was really curious to see what was going to happen with this stuff. First of all, I was
What's he
really
come
curious
up
if
with?
they're actually even going to make it down there, right? I wasn't even sure if
Right.
they were going to make it down there. And then after that, they were going to make it. I pretty much had a good hunch that it was going to be a 24-hour sun based on the 17-hour sun, on time and date, and the fact that we got people living in there, like in Argentina. And if it was really wrong, a lot of people would have said something about it being wrong. So following that logic, plus after I seen McToon's video in that place south of America, where he showed daylight on the horizon, like very, very faint. I had to enhance the video, but I was like, oh yeah, it's all going towards that direction. That if they do arrive there, it's going to be a 24-hour sun. And then when they did get there, it was actually yesterday during Ballbusters. I was actually even in the car. I wasn't even home. I just hopped on Discord and I seen a clip of Jaren saying, "Oh yeah, we asked these guys, is there a 24? Where is the sunset?" And the guy's like, "What?" He's like, "Dude," he's like, "Bro, the sun doesn't set or something like that. It goes all around." And he's like, "Yeah, but where does the sun set?" And once I heard that, I'm like, "Oh wow, they're there. They got internet and they confirmed." Well, they haven't confirmed, but it was all lining up that yeah, there is a 24-hour sun. So yeah, it's nice to have this under the belt now. This matter settled.
Yeah, it settles
But
with
at the
that
same
little
time,
ball.
go on.
No, I said, yeah,
But
the matter's been settled. We live on a globe because of 24-hour sun. Ooh.
well, no, come on. We're all FE here, guys. Come on. Let's not joke like that.
I
But
don't
the
know what you're
thing
talking
is,
about. It's proven to me.
this
Show
is
me
going
that
to
on a
give
flat Earth.
this is going to give the Gloobers some ammo. It is what it is. Even though it isn't ammo, people are going to perceive it as ammo, right? So
Yeah, it's
they
gonna
haven't
be
had nothing for
annoying
so
for a
many
while.
years. What's that?
It's going to be annoying for a while.
I'm in Jaren's VIP chat, like back channel, like where he has videos and stuff that he posts that he doesn't put on for like YouTube and stuff, like kind of like private stuff.
Yeah.
And I was talking to one dude in there,
Hold on a sec.
and
Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec.
go
Neil, hit him with the Jeranism sympathizing comment. Anyways, go on, Apocryphon.
ahead. No, I'll read to you. I'll read to you what I told this one guy in there who he pretty much was like, 24-hour sun proves 24, proves a globe Earth. And so here's what I replied to him, though. I said, because we're able to look up and see the celestial objects in the heavens does not prove any type or sort of shape of the ground we stand on. The Earth is observed as flat, measured flat, and utilized as flat. Water doesn't all of a sudden bend around a hurling space rock through an infinite vacuum trillions of miles away from the lights in the skies. The sun and moon are part of God's creation, and we will never know their inner work and or anything else up there in the heavens, which is why I personally believe that God continues to throw curveballs at us to confuse us and not truly understand how he has made this place. But again, we can use logic and critical thinking to come to a conclusion that is of reason and that doesn't violate natural laws and does make sense, and not having to believe in nonsensical falsehoods, all under the name of it's what we were taught to be true. The sun doesn't change the shape of the earth, but it does change the assumed knowings of how the heavenly bodies operate above our heads. That's my 2 cents, at least. So I
Yeah.
feel
No,
So
that
I disagree with
it's-
one thing. God doesn't throw us curveballs. He lays everything right out in Scripture. He's not trying to trick anybody.
right. He's not the
the
author of
reason
confusion. But let's
the reason why I said that, though, because there are, like, for instance, there are objects that in today's paradigm, right? Like if you talk to like a person, a cosmologist, there's objects that are a certain size going a certain speed, and it's opposite of what you would think, right? Like if something was bigger, it goes slower, something smaller, it goes faster.
it's
And if they were caught in this gravity tractor beam, then they should be going at a certain speed accordingly. But there's things spinning opposite in different directions, but still keeping paths. But anyways, that's what I
Hold
meant
on.
by that. Like,
Hold on, Apocryphon. It's not it's not counterintuitive to what we think. It's counterintuitive to what people were programmed to think.
Exactly.
Right? If you
Right,
just if
right.
you just take it the way it is, it's not confusing. But let's
right.
back up a little bit to because you guys all said Jaron was going to flip flop or something like that. But from that quote, it looks like he's still a flat earther, right? So and the other thing that I wanted to say, what was the other thing I wanted to say really quick? Huh?
That wasn't actually Jaron who said that, was
No,
it? It was some guy.
Oh, that
I'm the
wasn't
one who
Jaron.
said it. I'm the one who said that.
Oh,
I
you
told
said
that
that stuff.
guy.
Oh.
Yeah,
I was going to say, like, you were using Nathan Oakley terminology, right? Because I
No, you
noticed
got
Jaron
happy,
also used
righteous.
with Nathan Oakley terminology. One time in one of his videos, recent videos, he's like, "Be here or be sphere," and I'm like, "Ah, that's a Nathan Oakley code."
No, you got happy. You got happy. Said, "Oh, my Jiren is still flat." Thank you, Jiren.
Yeah, actually, with it, Lisbeth, Jonathan, and with it, they all still said like it doesn't prove that the Earth's a globe. It just proves that this is what we see down here. That's all they said.
All right.
And why did they bother going?
Just to
Seems
find out
so
what there
strange.
is. Like personally, I would have gone. It's something I don't know if I would have gone, but it's something I always wanted to see somebody go there and actually just confirm one or the other. I wanted that since like the early FE days, and that never left me. So I'm actually glad that happened and somebody finally checked it out. So it's nice to have this under the belt now, so to say. So
I suppose.
I don't think it's a waste to go. Why, you think it's a total waste to go?
No, I agree. It's just I'm completely unsurprised by the result as well.
Yeah.
You want more of this video?
Yeah. What? More what video?
We're in here chatting.
Yeah, we're chatting. Let's stick to let's stick to the Discordian way.
Yeah,
Chatting away.
playing videos in Discord.
Who's playing videos on Discord?
Who we would be reviewing it for someone? Yeah.
No, I think he's talking about the Paula video that was tracking the sun.
I don't think anyone here needs the mental comfort of that. We're all pretty fine with the situation.
Yeah, we're good just chatting, Nathan.
Yeah, we're just chatting away.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, gonna be interesting to see what's gonna happen going forward.
I could call AI a prick and
Apparently
start a
he's
big fight.
No, let's not do that stuff.
ERICK.
Let's keep the AI simp going strong.
I wasn't sure if you heard him right.
Oh, what did he say?
He said prick.
Maybe
PRIC.
Hey, you can say what you want, but when I got on his message and I said, "Hey, it goes live. Where are you?"
Let's not divert away from the 24-hour sun. Let's talk about more 24-hour sun. That's why everybody's here for. It's in the title, so let's talk about it. But yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, supposedly there's going to be a documentary made about this. So
Interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, from Jonathan and Mark, I believe both of them. They're doing documentaries.
Jonathan and I know
Mark.
about Duffy.
I think they're all
And
actually. I think all of them are going to make their own little documentary because they're all taking video and they're all sharing video. Like they're exchanging from like, oh, you got that, let me put it on my hard drive, and they're all like kind of copying each other's like footage because they think they're all gonna like piece together their own thing. Lisbeth, Jaron, Witsit, they're all gonna create their own.
All right.
Milk a few more views out of the situation.
Well, you
Candace
know what?
Owens is
I wouldn't blame making some money off this if these trips were that expensive. You know what I mean? I wouldn't. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
If these tickets really are like 40 grand or something like that, I don't see no problem of just putting a documentary of what you've seen, right?
Did Candace Owens' producer end up going?
Yeah, he's down there.
He's down there,
Jonathan.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That might
But
get a
yeah,
lot of coverage.
landscape with FE. Yeah, well, I'll be curious. I'll be curious to see how things are going to go forward. It's interesting that this wasn't done like much sooner. I mean, it's 2000. What is it? 2024. Let me look on my phone. It just says December 15th. What is it? 2024?
What really gets me
Yep.
is that there are like convincing videos of the 24-hour sun available in various places. But the one particular video that got pushed the hardest was edited in a really bizarre way with like crazy lens flare and looping it from the middle. Like, to me, with my conspiratorial mind, I just find that like that's just odd.
Propaganda.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody said just because it's fake, it's got to be like it doesn't exist or something like that. But that doesn't really make sense because I thought about like McDonald's advertisement and stuff like that. They never take picture of the real burgers or anything. They just put it together, composite it together, right? It's just easier than actually
So
getting
what's
down
the
there.
intent behind this propaganda, pushing a particular message to one group to convince them that the 24-hour sun doesn't exist?
That reminds me something that it could be like a narrative where it's like a trap and people nibble on it, and then once the trap gets exposed, we look bad. You know what I'm saying?
There's all sorts of little breadcrumbs that were laid out about Antarctica, like Captain Cook's journals, diaries, Admiral Byrd. There's all sorts of stuff that's been pointing people in this direction to raise a level of suspicion. And so is this a continuation? Like, okay, let's assume and accept that James Cook's diaries are accurate, and were they intentionally laid out in such a way to make this particular deception possible?
Maybe.
You know what it reminds me of? Like, let's say people that came across flat Earth and then it just made sense, like logically, like, yeah, wait, hold on, water sticking to a ball flying through space. What? Hold on, doesn't make sense. There's those people, and then you have people that know people that think that way. So then they kind of just follow the crowd, and they're like, oh, it's getting popular. Oh, it's getting cool. Oh, wow, now it's like different to be. And then you have this like state of mind of like people are just what in the sports world you would call that, oh, you're a bandwagoner just because your team's winning all or this team's winning all of a sudden, and everyone's kind of focusing there. Like now you wanted to go get a jersey, and now you know the team, and now you cheer for them. So like I think it's just weird because like I think as a people, a lot of people tend to do that. They gravitate, towards like the where it's starting to get interesting and popular, even in culture. And then, but if this is like, oh my gosh, like 24-hour sun, then it's a globe, then those people that truly weren't like, really getting it or really understanding it, and were just doing it because there's like it was cool for the second that it had its limelight or got really popular, like those people will break away. Oh man, no, I don't want to be a flat. No. It's a globe. I'll go back to my company where everyone else is going. But they don't get it though. That means they never really got it. They never broke free from that indoctrinating, that programming, that falsehood.
Well, to go back to what was I going to say earlier? Yeah, it's 2024. They say the FE started big around the end of 2000, like December 2014. So about 10 years later, now this happens. It's like, oh, that's kind of interesting that it took that long.
In a couple of weeks, it'll be 11 years.
Well, no, next December will be 11 years. Because they say they started like November/December of 2014. Something to do
Okay.
with that video. Yeah, that video with Robert Sunjanis. What was it called? It was called something.
The principal.
Isn't Dubé making videos?
The principal, yeah, the principal, yeah. Apparently, that was the one that opened everything up. Jadot said that. Jadot was here and he said it was right after the final experiment. Not the final experiment, the principal that Effie started getting really big.
Wait, when did Mark Sargent's video come out?
I don't know. Wasn't Eric Dubé the one that claims to be the first on the scene? I don't know. I wasn't there that
Well,
early. I came in January 2018. That's when I joined. So I missed a
What?
lot. I joined.
I'm here before you.
Yeah, I joined.
Wow.
You are? Well, you're
I
not
was
here before me on
watching videos
Discord
since
and on Nathan Show. So know your place, Neil.
No. Were you listening to Nathan's videos? 'Cause I
Go
was
on.
listening since 2016 on YouTube.
You were? Or Nathan was?
I was just listening to the shows on YouTube. I joined during COVID.
Oh, okay. All right, so you've been following Nathan longer than me. Okay. That was probably back before he even had the FPD show. He probably had some other stuff. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just speculating.
No, it was around, whatever around show 500 or 600 was right in that area. That's when I discovered
I was earlier than that.
Nathan Oakley.
I was like around 200 or something, I thought. Somewhere in the 200s.
So it can't be 2018 then, Righteous.
That's when I joined 2018. January 2018. Not January 2018. Later in 2018. January 1st, 2018 was like when I started looking into FE hardcore.
Okay, but that's when you joined. Were you watching his videos before that?
No, I stumbled across Nathan's video somewhere around summer of 2018. That's when I started. It came in my feed, and I decided to check it out. And I started becoming a regular listener since.
Then it couldn't have been show 200. There's no way. Don't add up.
I don't? I gotta check up the math then. But it was definitely 2018 summer. That's when I started with Nathan. Go on. Was that Endless or Prakafon the Kafir?
Yeah,
up?
sorry. I was gonna say when Eric Dubé first did that video, that's when because I clicked on it because I watched it. So that was like 8 years ago. I clicked on it, and then in my algorithm, Nathan Oakley came up, and then that's when I first heard Nathan Oakley. I want to say about 8 years ago. And
Exactly.
But I was a different name though. I was a different name back then, but so I was listening to it probably like maybe half a year, 3/4 of a year.
What was your name back then? Canon Bible?
Remember.
Is that your name then?
No, Canon Bible. I honestly don't remember. So when, excuse me. So then when I didn't get on Discord though for like about I want to say a good year and a half, 2 years, and then I got back on, maybe after a year only. Yeah, but I was on for like 6 months, three quarters of a year, and I got off for like about half a year, maybe a year. And then when I came back, I couldn't remember my login, and I was like, "Dang it!" So I created this new one, and that's when I created Apocrypha. And then I
Right.
had my account deleted. It got deleted, so then I had to create another one.
I could
Well,
find out exactly with me. I gotta find the video on Ballbusters where Dave Weiss said I can't get enough of the guys from the other side of the pond, the English guys. So whatever show that was, that's when he promoted Nathan Oakley, and that's when I found it.
right. Well, to get back on the subject of what's going on these days, I'll give you an example with you can't go. Remember that video that Taboo Conspiracy posted? Antarctica closed. You can't go there, right? That's an example of like making a mistake. It seems, right? Because if you look at it now, it's like, well, wait a second. I guess it isn't that elusive to go there after all. So it's just
Well, I mean,
and
that's just
to
a
me,
clickbait
Taboo.
title.
All
What it
right, but
actually
he
said
made
is
it.
you can't freely explore.
Ah,
Yeah, he
but you
he
can't go
goes.
there.
Yeah, it
So
goes
he had.
through like all the requirements to get like permits, and you mean there's been travel, like you could go on tours and cruises there. That would anyone could go. He
Yeah,
mentioned
you
it in
can't
the
go
video.
off on your own, though.
It's no
Yeah,
free
that's right. I
exploration.
remember now.
But see, that's what Globers were arguing, because they were like, "You're stupid. You can just go if you want." But they were saying it as, not to say that you're not going to get in trouble, but you can do whatever you want. And then we would argue with them like, "Okay, yeah, I get it. Like, you can rent a plane or you can rent a boat, and you can go down there if you want. Like, you're going to get in trouble. There's consequences." But they're like, "Well, you're saying you can't go though." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, are you that serious right now? Like, you know what we mean? We're
They're just
just saying
headline
you
readers.
can't." Yeah,
They don't actually watch any flat earthers videos. They watch anti-flat earthers, and they'll never actually sit through an entire flat Earth video.
yeah. I
And
remember I actually called up one of the travel agents while in Discord, and I was like, "Hi, I just have some questions," and I was asking them like on speakerphone, and like they're like, "Yeah, you can't. No, you need to get a permit if you're going to go down there." I'm like, "Are you sure? Like, I can't just go down?" "No, you cannot. You have to go through." And she's like, "We're not the only travel agency. There's multiple ones." And she's like, "Named them." She's like, "But you just can't go down there. You need a permit, and you need to get permission, and you have to be with one of us, because then we already have the permits for you as well as the insurance. Otherwise, it will cost," she said, "hundreds of thousands of dollars if you want to do your own safety crew. You have to do your own thing. Like, it's a whole breakdown." So we never said like you can't go down there, because you can if you want to be an idiot and get in trouble. But we were more on the side of like, no, it's just, you just can't go all willy nilly. Like, if you're going to go to Jack in the down the street, that was the problem.
There was a guy who got
yeah,
arrested a couple of times, didn't he? Attempting to go without a permit. Some Norwegian sailor.
Not that I know. That sounds funny.
yeah, I remember something about that. I don't know. But yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Endless, about that video. That's right. He did, making it more clear. I guess I'm remembering more the thumbnail than the actual
Mm.
contents of the video. So thanks
Yeah.
for fixing us up.
I think
But that just
it's
goes to
like
an example how we can miss it, right? I missed it there. That's an example of me missing it. But go on, Endless.
it's like a 25-minute video, and like it gets into the Arctic Treaty, and he kind of runs through all the legal requirements and how basically any member of the treaty can just deny someone going for any reason. So like there are major hurdles in your way.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, basically they have a system in place where if they do want to deny you, it's very easy for them to deny you. Um, but yeah,
Yeah, I will say this: after seeing them go down there, I think I want to plan a family trip for me and all my kids to go down there next year. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. For some reason, all of a
What's
sudden,
all this
Antarctica seems
down there
very appealing.
nonsense?
Not down under,
Down,
Neil. Down
down,
there, not
down.
down under.
How about we
I
just
can
say I
say it
plan
down
on
there because
going
it's like
to
down on the map,
Antarctica?
We
To
can just say it like
Antarctica.
that. Say that again. I cut you off, Neil.
Why don't people just say I want to go to Antarctica, or I want to go to Florida? Always down and up. Holy shoot!
Well, that's
No,
well. I don't
we
want
got
to.
like
I don't want to come down there to where you are, Neil.
Do you ever go
Yeah,
Don't
uptown
make
or
me.
downtown?
yeah, we always say down all the time. Like, I'm gonna go down to San Diego, like like, or I'm gonna go up to Oregon. Like we always, it's self same thing.
Yeah, it's part of our vocabulary. It's pretty mainstream.
Yeah,
Everybody
I
uses
know.
it.
It's okay to say. It's okay to say. What's the word you use again? Righteous
Atmosphere.
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 Oh
Ah, yes.
yeah,
I love atmosphere.
brilliant.
I'm gonna go down the street. I'll go up the street. Same thing.
I didn't say let's go down the atmosphere though.
Wow,
I'm just breaking your
that's
chops.
stretching it. That's stretching it.
But yeah, saying down there is good. Just don't say down under. And then that
Yeah,
implies
then you're
definite
talking like a
antipodal.
yeah. Then you're a
Yeah.
globe talk down under.
Yeah.
I'm coming down under.
Isn't that a movie? What was that movie?
The crocodile one, or that ain't a knife. This is a knife.
It
That
was
one.
like no, it was
Crocodile
like
Hunter.
it was like a
Gun
Disney
meat.
movie where this kid rides this bird. What was it called?
I have no idea.
I don't know. It was like a sequel to another. Was it a Disney movie? I'm not even sure if it was Disney now.
The Rescuers.
Yeah, The Rescuers. Did it have Down Under in the title or something?
Oh, you know what? You're right.
The second one was
Yeah,
set
you're
in
right.
Australia. Yeah.
Hey, dang! I totally forgot
What
that. Saw that as a
Yeah,
child.
what was it called? What's the full
There
title
were
of
the
the second
rescuers
Rescuers?
and the rescuers down under.
Yeah,
Wow.
there you go, Adam. Adam, he's the movie last show buff guy.
Yeah, that's pretty good, man. You need to go on a game show because that would have been a final question right there.
Yeah. But
was
that's
a
an
good
example of like the programming in the media to get you to think antipodal, right? By having titles like Down Under.
Right, pushing the globe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Antarctica, Jeranism, McToon, Witsit. I didn't know that other guy, Critical Think. He seems new on the scene. We've covered the other guy, the guy with the camera. What's his name? McKeegan. I was thinking of triangles, and all of a sudden the name came to me. Triangles McKeegan. Yeah, McKeegan.
The usual
Yeah.
cast of characters.
Yeah. I never really observed or watched McToon this much, and like ever. I don't follow any of these guys, but
Yeah, I don't care.
but I've watched lately because actually McToon had the most coverage of like showing what's up or what's going on around there. So as a result, I ended up watching a lot because he gave a lot of information. He gave information on like the jackets they were wearing. He was actually that shown the light on the horizon even after the sun was set down. So there was like a lot of information on his channel. He went live more often than Jaren. Witsit didn't go live at all. It seems like
He
missed
said he's gonna
opportunity for
stream.
Witsit.
He said he's gonna stream later today.
Oh,
Or
okay.
like today.
Yeah, but it seems like he could have, missed opportunity for his channel to go live a few times.
I
You know?
assume
Yeah.
getting data is not cheap.
They
Well,
didn't.
they're using the Starlink down there. Will took a Starlink, so they're using that his receiver to get internet, and that's why yesterday when Mctoon was he was live streaming like around 3 or 4 morning their time, and Candace Owens had her 24-hour sun set up by her director, and so on her Rumble she had a feed. It was like just showing the sun, live streaming it. And then boom, it went out. The internet went out. And then Liz Beth, she said earlier, she said, yeah, it went out because the the Starlink just decided to update out of nowhere, so it cut off their internet. That's why they didn't film the 24-hour sun on live stream, but they said they did capture it on the cameras. They have like 10 cameras set.
Right. Well, they're there a couple of days. What is it? 4 days, 5 days, something like that.
Yeah, they have 4 more days.
Yeah. Right.
All right.
Well.
I'm going to have to go to bed, guys. Good talk.
But
See you later.
no, endless. You can't. You got to stick around and talk more.
Your name is endless. How do you
Like-
say you gotta go? I'm kidding.
It's
Guess
2 in the
not.
morning.
Guess you're not endless. Nah, just kidding.
Yeah, he's from down there, right? So it's a bit later, right?
Um,
It was
Good night,
originally a
everyone.
reference to Endless War, actually. But Endless Plains, maybe. All right. Good night.
man.
I won't be
good
far
night.
behind, bro. Have a good night.
Yep.
Who was the other guy that spoke up?
Ray Nimrod.
Ray Nimrod. Well, he sounds like a pleasant chap. What do you got to say?
We've spoken
We've-
before.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you make of all this? What's your thoughts?
To be honest, I've been out of the scene for probably about a month or two, so I didn't even realize that the quote unquote final experiment had even begun. So now that I've realized it's happening, I've sort of jumped back in and I'm trying to catch up with what's happening. So I don't really know what's happened and who's there. Is it the people that we thought were going to be there, like Jaren and Mattoon and was it Dave McKeegan? Did he go?
Yep.
Yeah.
All those guys are there. Yep.
And what's happened? Like I've literally missed it. If they've done anything.
Well, they got internet for one, and for two, it's daylight all the time, and they say the sun's out all the time. I don't know if it went behind a mountain or not, but if it did, they said they're going to try to go elsewhere around the mountain so they can capture it all the time being above the horizon. If it did go behind the mountain, I still got to catch up with some of the stuff too. I just got up.
They confirmed it stayed high up in the sky the entire time, and they didn't live stream it. Luckily, they moved though, because they said that if they would have stayed where they were originally supposed to stay, that they wouldn't have been able to see it because it would have gone behind the mountain. But they went to like a different place. Like I guess the ALE allowed them, and they like took all their like sleeping bags and stuff, and they kind of like moved to a different position, even though their tents were over there closer to the mountain. But ALE knew what they were doing, so allowed them to like, yeah, you guys could go, over there, and they even like transported them like on this huge like vehicle, with the snow tracks, and they were able to set up their cameras and capture the 24 sun. Someone said it earlier though, and I agree. Like it's just weird that 10 years later, and these will actually be like for sure definitive capturing of the sun. Like you would think someone would have done it, and then why were they cutting out the video? Like back when they could have been showing it, were they stopping the recording?
It's probably just probably because it would have been easier to do. Just like McDonald's, it's easier to composite footages of burgers than actually record the burgers, right? So it's just easier to do things in a computer these days than actually go on site, right? It could have been one of those things, or it could have been a trap. It could have been a trap to get us to go, aha, see, it's fake, and then kind of fool us. Go on, what were you gonna say?
I was just going to say, so like, have they actually? So they haven't actually filmed or captured the sun above the horizon for 24 hours, as such.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Okay. So they've proven that Antarctica the sun's visible from Antarctica 24 hours.
Yeah, and even if it did dip below the horizon.
Yeah.
Even if it did dip and below the horizon for a couple of seconds and it came back up again, it still would mean like the same thing. What were you gonna say?
I was just going to say, so that they've successfully proved that there's a 24-hour sun. Like, is that it?
Yeah, seems like it. I mean, I don't see anything to suspect so far. A foul play. It seems totally legit thus far.
Green screen.
I'm just interested to know what point it's supposed to prove that the Earth's not flat.
Well, it's not gonna do that, but it's gonna.
Oh no,
Go on.
Is it if it's the final experiment? So I just assumed.
Well, we knew it was
that
flat from the outset. That's why we talked about it a lot. You know, we made it clear from the beginning. Hey, this wouldn't prove one or the other, so to say, right?
Correct. It just proves the thing they're trying to prove, which is that the sun will be visible for 24 hours. Like, congratulations.
Correct. Yeah, but you know what? I like that. I really wanted to know this, have this confirmed for a long time. So, and it will also get us to look at, you know, our information more like clearly. I thought it was Endless that said that, you know, just get some of the errors that got introduced into FE and just kind of sort that out. And it's better sooner than later.
Hmm.
But yeah. So now it's like
Righteous.
Oh, go on.
Good morning, bro. Sorry to interrupt. Good morning, everybody. Can you show me this footage that you're talking about that they proved 24?
Well, there's.
What am I not seeing? Where is it?
Oh, they have to upload it. They're gonna put it together and they have to upload it. But they had 10 cameras set up capturing it. And then this morning, Lizbeth, she said that they did capture it, and she's like, I can confirm it did stay up. She stayed awake the whole time. I think she said she was awake for like 28 hours or something like that. Like she's asleep right now, but
Elizabeth
she said
said
she was
this,
awake.
and we all believe there's 24-hour sun down there.
Sorry, what was that?
So Elizabeth said it, and everybody believes it.
Well, she confirmed it.
There was a bunch of people that said it.
And they have 10 cameras that captured it, and they're gonna put that video to get, you know, and then upload it and stuff.
And this is proof that there's 24-hour sun down there.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So you all believe it. All right. Want to see your standards. Where's the video, Reggie?
Yeah.
Great standards, guys.
Well,
Elizabeth said it. A whole bunch of people saw it. Oh, shit, man. Must be real.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I mean, I was watching him stream, live stream, and the sun was clearly in the south. And I guess if it just stuck around for another 12 hours, it looped around, I guess. But yeah, I didn't have to see it any more further than that. The fact that it was in the south of him, that was enough. I think that's why that's okay, yeah, proves it. They even did like a video for it. Again, though, seeing something in the sky doesn't mean that it explains the ground you're standing on. So I don't know what you're getting at, but
You've seen enough to say that there's 24-hour sun, right? You've seen enough footage and enough evidence for your own intellect to conclude that there's 24-hour sun. Fair enough, bro.
Yeah.
Good standard.
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine. And that's your exactly. It's your prerogative. You could do what you want to do. That's the freedom of being alive, and that's good. I'm proud of you.
Just like there's a southern point of rotation called endless plane. Fair enough, guys. Good standards. Keep believing. Righteous, if you can show me which video that.
Oh, there's a. What was it? I'll tell you my journey. How's that, Mighty?
Your journey about what? I know you believe it, dude. I just heard you. You believe it too. Like, but I want to see what did you see that convinced your intellect to believe it? I don't believe it. I never will. I don't care what. But I'm gonna put it through my own senses. Can you just show me the footage, video?
I'll
I don't want
tell
to
you.
hear Elizabeth said it or 10 people said it.
You want to hear where at least 10 people said it?
Where 10 people said, I don't give a shit. 100 people said it, dude. What is it? Is that your standard, bro? For real? That's your standard for?
Oh, no, there's
24-hour sun down there.
I'll tell you my standard if you want to hear it.
I don't want to see the.
All right. Well, if you don't want it, then I'll just button it up.
Hold on. What's the problem, Mush?
Did you hear what I said? I just want to, bro. I want to see the video that convinced your intellect. I don't want to hear your words right now. They're telling me 10 people.
You'll see it when they upload it.
So what did you guys see? You just heard somebody say it?
All right,
I was
look at.
gonna tell you what I seen.
Hold on, real quick. Look, I don't know why you're angry right now. You gotta calm it down and like lower it a couple levels, bro. Because
Bro,
you
I'm not
sound
angry.
angry,
First
bro.
of all, you calm it down, dude. Like, don't like. What are you talking about, bro?
Okay, you
I just
sound
left.
like
Why would
you're
I?
hostile. You sound angry, bro.
Relax.
Like
No,
you're
Just
you
give him
sound
what he
coming.
angry, bro. Because
wants.
I say I don't believe your bullshit, bro. What are you talking about?
You're coming foul, dude. Just calm down. Good.
What?
We're good. Calm
What? Because
down.
I told you your standards are low, dude. About believing this shit.
Okay,
You
so
calm
look
down.
at. Okay, so look. So when you're watching somebody talk live to you, and you ask them questions, and they answer you, and there's
No, you
a
didn't hear what
place.
I asked. I
All
asked
right, all
for a
right.
video. I didn't ask for your opinion
And
or
then I
righteousness.
told you,
Just want to see the video. What?
told you, they're all gonna upload it. Give it a few days, right? They're working on some weak bandwidth down there. They're barely able to live stream.
Okay, and
So
I heard you say that, and I said, okay, that's
they're
enough.
gonna
I heard
upload.
you that you heard from 10
Good.
people and you believe it, and I told you about your standards. I don't need to hear
And
from you
then I
anymore.
told you I saw the south of his position of where he was standing, right?
Mhm.
And they all agreed that south.
They all
So he was
agreed.
like,
Oh my
if
gosh,
the
they all
sun
agreed,
comes,
bro.
so they all said, if the sun comes behind that
They
mountain,
all
then
said
that's
it.
south of us. Look,
Okay,
bro.
they all agreed and they all said it.
Yeah, bro.
Wow.
You sound hurt, bro. I don't know who hurt you, but
Apocryphon, you can't talk
maybe
like
not.
that. Come on. Right.
All right, buddy. Sound hurt? You heard it from 10 different people, and they were pointing to south, and I believe there's 24-hour sun. I'm hurt. All right, buddy. That's all you got to say?
What is it? Even if they do, so what?
Bro, there is no 24-hour sun. I just don't believe it. It's as simple as that. I'm questioning these guys' reasons for believing. So it's 10 people saw it. They pointed to the south. That's bullshit, bro. Just like the other guy the other day, like sudden point of rotation. Flat Earth? Really? And it's somebody saying it's highly plausible? Really? Come on, guys. You're falling for this stupid shit, man.
It might,
Look,
even if it
because
were true, that doesn't negate all of our long distance observations.
Doesn't make it anything.
Who cares about any observation? It's measured flat, dude. There is no
Yeah, and
24-hour
that's the
sun.
point.
It's all bullshit. And people said it. And people agreed. Really? You butthurt. Really? Because pointing that out, that you believe something that 10 people said it and agreed? Really, dude? I'm butthurt because of that? Take.
What does Neil think? Is Neil pretty persuaded?
I think Mush is losing his mind a little bit. So what? You can't just outright say, I don't believe it because I didn't see it myself. Well, then go get it. Go down there next time
Why?
and see the
Yo,
24-hour
Neil, why
sun.
can't I say I don't believe it?
You got me
Why can't I
saying
say
go
I don't
down
believe
too.
it?
Come on down.
What did you say, Neil?
There's a lot of noise right now. Hold on.
Yeah, I had some noise too. I had to.
Bush. The position we take is the winning position, which I don't give a crap what they say in the sky. Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
That's it. So let them run off and do whatever they're going to do. We know
That's what I said. Anybody
that
can
it's
believe whatever
measured
they want to
flat.
believe. I simply don't believe it.
You don't
Because
believe there's...
10 people said something and they agreed on it.
So, fair enough. I mean, you could still say it's too early to call it because they haven't actually filmed a full rotation of the sun in Antarctica yet, Bush. But you're saying even if they do, you won't believe it.
Again, I want to see the video. I want to put it through my own senses, and then I'll give a final my opinion. Don't believe it. Don't believe in sudden point of rotation.
Okay, fair enough.
That's it. That's it, man.
It is looking likely that it will be the case, Mush. You know that, right?
What's that? Gonna see 24 sun?
I think so, yeah.
What will it take to convince you though? 24-hour sun tracker that you're gonna watch for 24 hours, or you're gonna take some cut off videos, or other 10 people agreeing or saying it?
Okay, I mean, I got it. You're saying no matter what it sounds like, no matter what you see, you won't be convinced, correct?
Yeah. If they show it, there's gonna be some type of deception that they're using.
Why?
Unless you show me a 24-hour video of a 24-hour sun tracker
Yeah, but if they
tracking
do,
the sun. But even then,
what will it prove or disprove if they did? So let's just say, for the sake of argument, that they
absolutely
did.
nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because that's since the beginning we've been saying that it's nothing but a logical fallacy.
So why be too concerned about it being anything then?
I'm not. I'm saying I don't believe it, but for myself, I know that it's not possible. It's not gonna. Because if it did, it would be shown in. It's 2024, man. You telling me that 10 idiots need to go down there and to prove this thing that nobody ever proved or saw before? Now we're gonna believe it because 10 dudes went and they all agreed and they pointed a camera to the south, and I'm supposed to say, "Oh gosh, 24%. What do we do now?" What it changes nothing and it does nothing to me. I don't believe it. It's not possible.
Why ain't it possible?
What did you say, Neil? Why is it impossible?
Why ain't it possible? Tell me why it's not possible to see a 24-hour sun.
Oh, I'll just leave it with I don't believe it, dude. It's bullshit. I don't even want to go. It's not possible. Fair enough. Show me the footage. Show me. I want to see everything they get from down there. I want to put it through my own senses. Then I'll have my final opinion. Right now, I simply don't believe.
You don't believe Whitson and Jaron?
Read.
You don't believe
What's
Whitson and
that?
Jaron?
No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. Nor McToon, nor Will Duffy, or none of these. Because they go down. You guys don't understand. They went down there to prove no one ever proved before. Up until 2024. 10 YouTubers are going down there right now to prove something that no one ever experienced before. That's going to prove the
Take a
globe?
breath.
Come on, man.
Take a
I
breath.
cannot believe
It
this
does.
shit.
Take a breath. It does seem a little weird. I'll agree with that.
See, my view is once you, if you don't take the position that whatever they're observing in the sky has any relevance whatsoever to the shape and nature of where we live, like you can remove any investment you have in it because it's not consequential at all.
Well, that is the stand we take. I don't care what they show me.
No,
Earth is
yeah,
measured
100%.
flat.
No, I'm with you guys. Yeah, it's like
And
we
did you
use
guys?
the sun to take elevation angle measurements and things like that, but its position in the sky, I don't think we've ever said that its position in the sky at any given time is some sort of form of proof or standard that we've ever used to determine that where we live is flat and level. So whether it's possible or impossible, or whether you've got a thought about it, shouldn't even matter.
And what's this guy's name? Robert Shortman? Are we going to call him a liar right now? Because these two dudes went down there, 10 of them. They said
They
there is
tried.
24 hours.
They
So now all
tried
the people
earlier.
that went down there, they actually spent time down there on their expeditions and all that, who know there isn't, now we're going to call them all liars? Because Aaron and Whitson and these guys pointed to the south, and 10 people agreed. Come on, guys. Flat earthers, man. 10 people agreed. Better believe it. Don't be butthurt like me. Come on.
But agree what? That they see a 24-hour sun. That's all it's going to show. That there's a 24-hour sun, Mush. That's it. If there is, that's what it shows.
No. 10 people said it, and 10 other people agreed. You guys fell for it. You believe it. They didn't show that, because if they did, I want to see it, Nathan. Show me the 24-hour sun tracker.
Too early.
All right. Then how many people here believe it then? Because Whitsitt and all these 10 people said it? And they all agreed? Come on, don't be butthurt like me. Say you agree with it. Whitsitt said it. 10 other people agreed.
No, I'm saying it's inconsequential either way, but what it's looking like is that that's what they're going to demonstrate. Doesn't change our rhetoric at all, though, does it, Mush? As you've already identified.
Apocryphon, like this, Apocryphon is telling me, here's a solution. Get a ticket and go yourself. Don't come here mad. Oh, killing the vibe. Oh my God. Am I killing your Antarctica vibe, bro? Apocryphon. Don't kill the vibe. Because you don't believe. Hold on. Stop. I want to read this. I want to read this, bro. I want to read your text message to me. Here's a solution.
Hold on, APOC. Hold on.
Okay, believe it.
Hold on. APOC, just let Mush air his grievance. Go ahead, Mush.
Yeah. Okay. Apocryphon is telling me, here's a solution. Get a ticket and go yourself. Don't come here mad and killing the vibe just because you don't believe what is being reported. Because you believe, right? Thank you for letting me know that. Good for you if you want to have a standard that is more than what's available. Really? So this is your standard. 10 people said it and 10 people agreed. And that's your standard? And you telling me to go somewhere to Antarctica to find out for myself? That's your standard, bro? Of discussion? Good luck with that? Really? It's like, go to space and find out for yourself. The Earth is a globe. That's your standard, bro? So sad, man. Keep believing, bro. I don't give a shit, man. 10 people said it, 10 people agreed. Keep believing. Why you want me to believe? Am I killing your vibe for questioning this? Oh. Keep believing, dude. I don't give a shit.
Are you done? Did you get it all out? Feel better?
That's all you got, dude? That's all you got?
I
Fucking
wanted to make
pathetic,
sure,
man.
so that way I could speak and you won't come me off as you are right now. Okay, you're not done. Go ahead.
Better?
Go ahead.
Am I feeling better? That's what you start with? You're pathetic, dude. Keep believing.
Get it all out. Go ahead. Are you done? All right. So the reason why I said that is because you came out the gate.
Dude, he's deafened himself, which I think that's a pretty poor move.
Well, I'll tell you what. I gave him the respect. I let him get it out, and if he wants to mute himself, hey, he's his own man. He could do what he wants. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, let's change the subject. Maybe we could get the vibe back again. We don't have to deal with some angry man.
Hey, listen, hold on. You got to respect Mush's position. And you know what? I'm starting to agree with him. It is true. We're just taking people's word for it because they pointed something and said, look, I mean, what is going on here? Thank you, Mush.
I think the key point is still, it doesn't matter whether we choose to believe or disbelieve it. It is inconsequential and has no relevance to what we're talking about. That's
absolutely. It doesn't prove a globe.
I don't care if they go and all 10 of them say they saw a Yeti or a unicorn. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm not going to believe or disbelieve it.
We
either
know
way,
that.
but it's not relevant.
Yeah. The point of what they were going down there for was to see that globers are saying, if we see 24-hour sun, then it's a globe. Then it matches our model and our predictions. Globers are saying that. The flat earthers are saying, okay, you see something in the sky, doesn't explain the ground.
That's not Mush's point, though. Listen to what he's saying. He said, we're just taking the untrustworthy people's word for it. Woke me up a little bit. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a slumber. I slept in. Yeah. Let me see that sucker 24 hours hanging in the sky. That's what I want to see. Right, Mush?
Don't kill the vibe, bro. Please, Neil. Come on. Don't be so mad, bro, and butthurt.
happy you
Don't
woke
kill
me
the
up.
vibe. Gotta go there yourself, man. Don't kill the vibe, please. Everybody's believing here has such a cool vibe of believers. Don't kill it, please.
Yeah, look, you proved who you are as a man.
Hey,
I'll just let
Apocryphon.
you mumble all you want. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rex.
Come on, Apocryphon. Let's relax a little bit.
For sure.
Oh, is he
For
getting
sure, guys.
upset? Is he getting mad and butthurt a little bit? Killing
I
the
got you,
vibe?
Rex. No worries.
Well, let's. We all can share what we think on the matter. Okay, and we can all respect what everybody else got to share on the matter too. We can just leave it like that.
I agree.
There we go.
I'm glad we sorted that out.
Oh, do you understand? What's the cast of characters that went down there again? Does anybody know them offhand? Can you rattle them off?
Jaren, Whitsit, Lizbeth, Mark, Jonathan, Will, McToon, and Critical Thinker. And then there's this random 10th guy.
I was
But
gonna
only
rattle off
10.
something
Now
funny.
look at the lot. Look at the lot of that crew. I'm gonna stand with Mush on this one.
I was gonna rattle off Rudolph, Dasher, Basher, but I couldn't think of
Fifi,
all the other
Dopey.
names. I didn't mean that in the derogatory term, but just something to be funny, I guess.
Actually, when they put up again on Rumble, Candace Owen, you could probably go watch it if you stay up for 24 hours. They're going to capture it for 24 hours as a stream. They were doing it, but the Starlink get updated at 4 in the morning and it just cut off the internet for them. That's what they said. But
Okay,
they
this is
still
what
recorded
Brian
it.
said. Brian's been saying for the longest time. He said, I think they already know that there's a 24-hour sun, and that's why they're planning this little thing, because some flat earthers are going to be, torn apart if there is one. So they know what they went down there to see. And that's where Brian's stance is.
Right. Yep. So I guess Jonathan's going to reset it up to stream it again to capture it 24 hours again. So that's the word. Not sure. We'll see it when they do it. Have a watch party.
I think what should have been done was not one flat earther should have gone on that little expedition they went there. Well, technically, no flat earthers are gone there. I don't consider those guys flat earthers.
You there, Eli?
Hey, Nathan, that's AI just posted this. He said to share it with you on Skype. Here's the first.
You put it in Skype, you say?
Yes, master.
Okay, I'll have a look.
Is not just the 24-hour sun, whether or not it exists in the south, in Antarctica during the southern summer. No, the final experiment is way bigger than that. In case you missed it, the final experiment has already begun.
Okay, what's the relevance?
I'm not sure. I think you played the second one. Did you skip the? I don't know. He just posted this. He shared to share it with.
We can hear your game, Nathan.
You probably should have started like him at the pulpit, and then the second video, and then the third video. I think that was the order that he was trying to play it for you.
So in the first video, Will Duffy is saying every single flat Earth shill. That's the conspiracy even greater. You should watch it. 1 minute long.
I usually make a joke because what else do you do but laugh in the midst of such insanity? So here goes. Everyone, listen up. You thought Flat Earth was the greatest conspiracy of all time. A conspiracy so big, it took multiple generations and multiple countries working together to hide the truth.
I didn't think that. There's me thinking it was just measured flat.
Well, I've discovered an even bigger conspiracy. Yes, the true greatest conspiracy of all time. You ready for this one? Every flat earther is a shill. Yes, every single flat earther is secretly a shill. The greatest conspiracy of all time is happening right now before our very eyes. There is not a single real flat earther in the world. So when I'm speechless, as I am right now, I usually make a joke.
He means he is a joke.
Yeah, but because he started it like that, he could just say, I said that in jest.
The video before that, he goes on to say that in all of his searching the scriptures, that he's found that lying and being deceitful is not immoral, or immoral. So I guess he could just lie and be deceitful. Okay with it. According to the scriptures, according to him. Even though it isn't the commandment like thou shalt not lie, but whatever. I mean, who am I? Doesn't it say God hates, literally hates? I don't know.
Well, what else is there to chat about?
So wait, he was saying that all we're all conspiracy theory. He was saying that as a joke because I missed some of that.
Well, he started the video by saying he likes to make a joke, so you gotta keep that in there.
He said there isn't a single real flat Earth. Everyone is a shill.
Right,
Yeah,
but
was
he could
that the
also,
joke?
That word. How would
but because he started it by like I like to make a joke, he could just say that's his joke.
yeah, it's a bad joke. Every
I
single
didn't.
person who was ever born and walked the Earth is a flat Earther default.
Correct. That is a correct
What is the
statement.
definition of the word shill? What does shill mean? Can anybody correctly define it?
I don't know. Every time I hear the word shill, to me that implies like you're getting money for something.
Right. Or deceiving somebody in some way, right?
Yeah, but I thought
To
to be a
lure,
shill there had to be some kind of financial gain.
one definition is to lure a person into a swindle.
Yeah, the swindle's usually like money.
Well, it doesn't have to be because there's a lot of flat earthers who actually aren't making money. Anyway, this dude is an idiot. Complete idiot.
I know I ain't. I hope Nathan is.
Again, Neil, we know that every single person who ever lived and walked the earth is a flat earther by default. The end of including Will Duffy and every globe believer. Objective reality. Anyway, what it is.
Let me ask you this.
Let me let you, Neil. Let me let you.
Say QE, Nathan, the Adam Meakin, Brian, and myself were there, and we took the video of it. What would you say then?
We'd call you a shill now.
If you took a video, I would like if you just observed it for 24 hours. It's not possible.
Would you trust us? Is what I'm saying.
Even if I think it's not possible, it's like asking me, like, yo, if I show you that I can walk on water, would you believe that I'm walking on water? That type of.
No.
to me.
I'm saying if we stood there, we got the observation that you're looking for. 24 hours, that sun was in the sky. It was me, QE, the Adam Meakin, Brian, and Nathan. You would not accept that.
I guess maybe I think I would, but it would make me very confused.
Okay. Because I don't
But I
trust the
think
people that are
I think I
involved
would.
either.
But there are people I do trust, you know.
That banjo, Japanese flat Earth banjo guy is already posting videos where he thinks they're using a green screen or something. 'Cause there was like
They're
weird
gonna be
glitches
using
going
something,
on.
man. They're gonna be using something, guys. Yeah, I know you guys are not sure, but 100% sure there's no 24 sun. So whatever they do is gonna be some type of a deception. See who'll fall for it. Why Will Duffy said, man, experiments started a long time ago. Not just right now when they're down there. Down there.
But why can't there be? That makes sense because there
It's a
is. Hold on.
social experiment.
Hold on. I was watching a hockey game not too long ago. I forgot where it was up in Canada, but it was nighttime and it was daylight out there. I mean, you're seeing the sun and everything.
Yeah, that happens in Canada in the summertime.
Yeah, everybody knows that 24 north. Tons of people experienced it, documented it, everything. Now we
Okay, so why
2024
can't
and
it
we're
be
gonna
the
wait
other
for 10
way?
idiots to go. Neil, it's 2024. How come it hasn't been done already? And how come all the people that were down there are saying there is no 24? So now we're gonna wait for these 10 dudes to go down there to tell us, there is, and we're gonna be like, okay, we believe you. Longitude line is it longitude, right? In my reality, they keep diverging. In these people's realities, like Endless and these other guys, like they think that after the equator, they start converging again. That's what they're trying to imply, dude. That's the only way you can have 24 hours. Earth is flat. This is just hypothetical. It's gonna be spreading out past the equator. Longitude lines diverging.
Oh, I posted the green screen video in the chat if anyone's interested. I mean,
No, you didn't. Where'd you post it?
the main text chat.
Oh, no, you did it in a bulb.
Oh, oops, my bad. Hold on. Oh, it's there. Let's see.
Green screen. So what is this, Leo? Can you tell?
Oh, it looks like the guy's got something on his pocket. Like his pocket, it's like a black square, and it's like glitching. And then, I didn't think it was anything worth, but just the fact that people are already finding weird stuff. So who knows? I just happened to see it like 10 minutes ago. Like, oh, it's funny.
Yeah, like why would they have to fake something that like or edit all these previous videos that they had from down there? You know, if it's real, dude, why can't you just show it on the track? Happens in
Yeah,
the north.
don't you just shoot it straight up, just live video? I mean, who cares about the edit quality? You're supposedly in Antarctica. No one's doing live videos. Winston hasn't done any. Jaron hasn't done any. Everyone's just posting videos that are pre-recorded.
Wait, there's nothing live?
From what I've seen, no one's like just like going on YouTube and hitting the live button and doing a live video. It's all like 15, 20-minute videos that have been recorded and then they're posting them like a couple hours later.
What do you
Yeah, I
mean?
did see that.
Jaron was streaming and he was reading out super chats. Well, not super
Yeah,
chats. He was
Jared.
reading out the comments. He had one super chat.
Oh, okay. I
Jared,
mean, it's fair enough. I could be mistaken. I just haven't seen any.
And somebody else was going to comment. Who was that?
yeah, that was me. I was just going to confirm that Jared, well, from what I've seen, he was live streaming for about 30 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, it was about 30 minutes. And McToon, I just checked out this morning. His video ended up being like over 2 hours of live streaming.
That's what I get for assuming.
You
I haven't
mean
checked that video out to
McCuff?
see what's up with that one yet. But I did see the Jaron video, that like roughly 30-minute video of him there. And yeah, it was all live. He was walking around. He basically showed a pretty good view of everything around him. He was walking, talking, reading our chat. So yeah, he was live. What do you think about all this, Billy
I
Philly?
feel genuinely nervous to.
We'll go
I
ahead and
mean,
come in
I,
here
I,
and
I don't know. I mean,
partake in
I've
this.
I've watched Jared and Austin, enough in the past where, I mean, I've felt like they were flat earthers, other than the double speak and all the conjecture that they bring along with whatever they post. But I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, it doesn't
They're
kill flat Earth.
believers.
I know that,
They're
but it
believers.
definitely raises
Believers and
questions.
knowers are two different things.
Yeah, I know that.
So we'll go ahead and come in here and partake in this experiment.
So what I have here is, this is my primary scale, which is the one that is most accurate. So, oops, I've leveled the scale here already, and it's pretty hard to find something very level here, but there we go. It's level, and we weigh our 1 kilogram mass.
Experiment.
And we weigh our 1 kilogram mass. I've leveled the scale here already.
Earth frauds, assuming their destination is antipodal, and then stating that flat Earth measurements are experiments.
Should I put the Jaren video in YouTube? Give it to you with a timestamp?
Was that a question?
Yeah. Let me give it to you.
Is it something you want me to play?
Gotta look up in my. Well, give me a sec. I want to give you a video, and then you can pop it in. You can play at least for a few seconds. I got one that has a timestamp. All right. Let me go to Skype and paste. Yeah, I played that for a couple of seconds. That was one of the main moments in the video.
But we asked so far. We asked these employees. We're like, so what time's the sunset? They're like, what? What time's the sunset? They're like, the sun just goes around, bro. The sun just circles you. We're like, yeah, well, what time does it set over there? They're like, no, it doesn't do that. So, and they want to have a meeting with us to talk to us about it because they can't believe that anybody would ever believe that the sun sets. Here's your Antarctic ice. Can you read that? So it says Antarctic ice. Oh, wait, can I flip this camera? Sweet. That's even better. So there we go. Antarctic ice marathon. We're going to do something, though, as soon as we get permission, which maybe we won't even need permission. We're going to say Antarctic ice. We're going to turn that M upside down, keep the A, turn that into an L, move that T over, turn it upside down, move it into an L, and throw the rest of the ice away. So it says Antarctic Ice Wall 2024. Naughty.
But yeah, that seems like a stream you put on relatively quick after they got there. And that was the live stream. That was also where he was reading chat and everything.
So just Jaren talking, no time lapse, video footage.
Well, they just got there. He was just giving the preliminary. What's he seeing so far? Giving everybody an update.
Time lapse.
they got like another 4 days of doing videos and putting things together. So let's give it some time.
As long as they're measuring.
Like I said, if it was the 5 that I said, I would take it into consideration and have to accept what they were telling me because I trust them. But these cats, I know some people have sentimental connections to them that they can't let go.
Now you got to know who not to look at, but at the same time, you need to look at the people first. You got to be exposed to them to know not to look at them.
Yeah, no problem with that. Listen, I used to watch them until they went off the rails. I used to be the one saying, Michelson-Morley experiment. My son still throws that in my face. Well, you used to think it was an experiment. Now you're changing your mind? So, yeah, you're exposed to them, but then when you come to a real understanding by people that know what they're talking about and can break things down where you can comprehend them, I mean, you let those other guys go. Let them talk whatever they're going to talk. You're not buying it anymore. You know what's real and what's not.
Let them go down there.
All right, guys. Well, I gotta go. It's Sunday. I gotta be somewhere. Mighty, you're around, right? You're gonna be around for the rest of Nathan's show.
What do you mean? It's exciting. You got to be here the whole day, right? Just you said it yourself. This exciting stuff. They're seeing the 24-hour sun. Kieran's there.
Yeah.
When I saw you guys this morning, I thought it was Monday. I'm like, I had to double check myself. What is it, Monday or Sunday?
Yeah, Neil, it is exciting, but I gotta go to church. That's more exciting. So I'll talk to you later, okay, Neil?
You go do your thing, dude. Make up.
All right, you guys have a good one. Bye bye.
I'll be around. Yep.
You go do you.
Oh yeah, I thought I was gonna say you're around.
Be good, righteous.
But yeah, I'll see you guys later. You guys enjoy and enjoy the Sunday stream. All right, bye bye.
Good to see you, righteous.
Good to see you too, Billy.
Well, I'll hang around as long as the conversation continues because it's too noisy here for me to talk.
Well, I appreciate you having a show today, Nathan. Thank you. You don't have to answer. Because what I'm thinking is these ballers are going to say, look, they all went silent. The great Nathan Oakley didn't even have a show. So good that we got one today.
Yeah, maybe double check the calendar when I saw everybody in here. So wait a second. Is it Monday?
Trying to get Brian back in here. I don't know if he's going to come back, but I'm working on him.
Why do you say that, Neil? Is it because of the fallout AI?
I'm going to tell you.
AI said a swear to him like a month ago, and people are still crying.
Why don't you shut up? You don't know what you're talking about. Has nothing to do with AI anymore.
Yeah, well, dude, what do you mean I have nothing? I've been listening to every show every day for like 4 years.
Are you trying to tell me
He's saying it's
why
something else
I'm
right now.
telling you why he's not coming back has nothing to do with AI anymore.
Fair enough, bro. So, like, why, Neil?
He's
Is there
disappointed.
different health reasons?
Disappointed in certain people.
Well, listen to this, dude. I had this idea for a while, and I don't know how come I never brought it up. He should have his own show. Brian should have his own room on this Discord server. I'll help him set it up if he wants to. And he should
Brian
try doing his own
cannot
show.
stand mush. He cannot stand Discord. He's not going to go on Discord. Hi, Adam. How are you? The Adam Meekin is here.
Afternoon, guys.
Good morning, Adam. Good morning. Yeah, I don't know then, because I think he's a super intelligent dude that deserves his own platform at least on a Discord server. Have his own show. He can start once or twice a month, see how it goes. Think he should do
Mush,
it.
you could talk to him about it and see. He does put out videos, though.
I know, but dude, like, yeah, Brian likes to talk, man. He likes to be involved in live situations, quote unquote debates, whatever you want to call them. So he can do a similar thing that Nathan and QE do. Or maybe not so often, but like start once a month, see what happens. Prepare about things that you're gonna talk about. You know, we'll help set up the room. He can have in on the panel whoever he wants. Doesn't have anybody that he doesn't like and stuff like that. You know. He's got a lot to say.
Brian
He can talk.
reviewing Brian would be awesome.
Yeah, man. I think he should have his own show. I had this idea for a while, but for some reason, like
Oh, you
whenever we were
talk,
around, like I never get to
Mush, talk to him about it. But what I'm going to say is, if we catch Whitsitt saying that light doesn't travel, then we hear him agreeing to the travel of light. We're on him, right? Rightly so. So when somebody else is caught saying something, and then later on, maybe 10 minutes down the road, saying something else or backtracking, walking it back, it's an outright lie, and we don't hold the standard there. That is the problem. End the story.
Fair enough, dude, but you're not gonna talk about Wits at every show. Like we don't have to talk about Wits at time. You know what I mean? There's other topics.
No, I'm making a
than
comparison.
Wits being wrong.
I'm making a comparison and trying to make people understand why this has transpired. And everybody seems to think Brian has the issue, or Brian this, and Brian does not have the issue. That's the problem. Everybody's pointing, oh, Brian this and Brian. No, the issue is with AI against Brian. He's the one that
not go there
admitted
right
it.
now.
I just don't like
I
him
get
and
it.
gave 5 different reasons why.
I get it, bro. I don't think. I get what you're saying, dude, and yeah, let's talk to Brian and see if he's open to the idea. Just like it again, I personally think super dude deserves at least he can be engaged with people.
Yeah, there's got to be a little meeting, probably. I don't know if Adam would put it together. Maybe try that. Get a Skype call,
We gotta see if Brian is interested first, like you said. If he despises Discord, it might be, you know what I mean? Like, it might be a simple no. See what he
Well,
says.
it might, hold on. It might be he despises the whole Discord setup when you go in there, how people act. But if he had his own thing, then it'd be a different story. So, see how it
Yeah,
goes
like,
that way.
pretty much like
I'm not
Nathan.
ruling it out.
Yeah, like I said, you can whoever you want in your live stream. There's people who join and you don't want them there, like you're the host of the show, you can block them or what.
Is much
Yeah, let's not
chopping
shoot the
for
shit before
everybody
we
but
talk to
me?
Brian. What, Neil?
You're chopping a little bit. Is everybody hearing your chop, or is it just on my end?
Yeah, sounds good.
I thought Wood was a little choppy a few minutes ago, but I was outside, so I wasn't sure if it was my Wi-Fi being outside or if it was Butch. He sounds fine
It
now.
chop in, it chop out.
Well, look, what you're saying,
coffee
if Brian doesn't come back, you're losing a key component to our panel. That's what I'm talking about. And then you
Agree
could
with
just
that
pretty
100.
much start folding it in then.
Well, I don't know about that either, but yeah, we can't. Yeah, I don't want to lose. He's a legend, favorite people of all time. For information, we're not gonna lose. His skin is. But yeah, this bullshit needs to stop. One way or another, figure it out. It wasn't the first time that it happened. Without picking sides or you know. What the solution is, don't know it. I'm gonna go make my right. You guys.
Did anyone say hello to Adam?
Yes, I welcomed Adam to the show. Yes, I did.
Yeah, I'm just it's interesting, isn't it? Solution is make your opinion, yeah, and that's it. End of, and then don't bring it
I have.
to the show anymore. What
Yeah,
we're
but what do you
in
do with
at the
opinions?
moment is somebody struggling to recognise the rules that have been laid down for them. Thinks now just carry on and I'll be ignored if I suited it. Yeah. Now that is particularly frustrating for some people. Yeah. Some of us are a bit more savant, like myself and Brian, for certain ways that we would not ever dream of behaving. And when they're put in front of people and they're highlighted by this person and they continue in this egregious, it's we're more aghast, some of us, that nobody else can see it. That the thing we've warned you about is happening. And yet still there's apologetics because of previous performance. That's one reason. And then there's the other reason, which is when you're upset with your mates. And for the latter reason, give it a bit of time because you're your mates. And the reason you take a bit of time with your mates is because you know your mouth, certainly from personal experience, you know your mouth is quite a powerful tool that can get people wound up and also get yourself in trouble. And sometimes when you let your mouth be run by your heart and your heart's a little bit upset, the best thing you can do is take yourself away from the situation. Yeah. And that's the credit I'd give Brian. Yeah. Sometimes when you are emotional, the best player you can be is not on the pitch.
I think it's probably
that's fine, but not to come back at all, I think would be a great mistake.
given this 24-hour sun thing. Who can blame him?
Yeah, I think that's over the top and not necessarily, and certainly not my understanding of where the situation is. So I wouldn't paint the situation like that. Same token, I wouldn't suggest he needs to come back tomorrow. Look at me, I had a week, felt a lot better. Yeah, rest is better than a change sometimes. And maybe that's all that's needed. Separate issues for separate problems. Yeah.
For me, Brian's a champion, and I hope he comes back.
Well, here's the thing. I listened to something yesterday and it really disturbed me. And nobody's picking up on the fact that somebody's walking in our house and acting the way they want to. And when we go to their house, politics, supposedly he's a big shot there. He brings it up with his wise ass super chats. And then when answered, and when Brian comes in to answer it, we're getting threatened to be kicked out. So what's going on here?
Neil, all you can have is what you can't do is go to somebody else's house and moan about their rules, their house, right? You want to go in there, got to stick to them. Whether that's take your shoes off, your socks off, or put your wellies on. It doesn't really matter. Right? The only point of contention would be if they come to your house and you've politely pointed out the rules of your house a number of times and they continue to ignore them. That's where contention. We can't be salty having laid down rules for our house if people have rules in their house. Expect it. Let's let that be. All I'm pointing contention is just respect the rules then in my house.
Doesn't help the matter that QE laughs it up with him in the after show, egging them on. That don't help either, Adam.
Well, everybody's entitled to deal with this as they see fit. As far as I can see, yeah, QE supports me in my stance. Does he feel the need to make it additionally? No.
And we got to get off
Will
what's
there be
his
a
back.
point where maybe the warnings that aren't heeded get to the point that it annoys QE? Maybe. Is it there yet? No. Does that mean we need to indict QE? No.
Well, the bottom line is, I said it right from the beginning. The issue here is there's two camps. Now, that's like me going over to 24/7 and somebody telling me something about you, Adam. I would find that hard to reconcile. But if I heard it, I would call it out. That's what's going on here.
All we can do is call bullshit when we hear it.
Thank you.
What we got on screen then?
Bit Paula, but I'm just trying to figure out how to share it in Discord. What do I press to share in Discord?
At the bottom.
Ah, show. I might just have to press play because I can't figure out how to share it in Discord.
Looking at the Earth spinning, this is the motion we're going to see. Okay, the Earth is spinning like that because that's why this, to us, the sun is going east to west, so the Earth must be spinning this way, since the sun, as far as its path along the sky, is not spinning as far as we can tell. When there are no spots in the sun, you can't tell it's spinning in any direction. But what I'm saying is, if you're looking at the sun, or the sun is looking at the Earth and looking at you standing there, it's going to see you do this. Okay? Doesn't matter whether you're on the equator, north of it, or south of it. It's still going to have that motion because it's tilted like this toward the sun and spinning this direction. So no matter where you are, you could draw any number of lines. They would all arc the same way. But what did we see on our observations before? We saw this. They don't arc the same way, depending on whether you're north or south of the equator. How can that be? They should all arc the same way. Here's another angle, before we move on, of the sun's path, no matter where you are. Say right now, say you're facing south. The sun rises over here, and it sets over here in the west. But as it moves, depending on your latitude, it's going to be at an angle like that. It isn't just moving straight overhead, unless you're at the equator or within the tropics at certain times of year. And by the way, what a tropic is it's from a Greek word that means to turn around and go back. And that is why they are called the tropics, is because that's the farthest point the sun will go 90 degrees overhead. That's what a tropic is. That's the limit of where you can be away from the equator, north or south, and the sun will, at some point in the year, go directly overhead. That's why they're the tropics, okay? If you're not in the tropics zone, then you will see the sun go at some kind of an angle, and that angle will change slightly from day to day as you move through the seasons. But, for example, where I live, it will never go much more than 70 degrees overhead, and this is probably true of the mirror image latitude south of the equator. So, the question is, if we're holding a camera watching the sun, as it follows the sun east to west, should the camera, in order to watch it properly, stay parallel to the yellow arc? That is to say, I would angle my camera at whatever changing angle this is so that by the time it's solar noon, it's basically horizontal, and then I start angling back to follow this arc. Is this my horizontal plane as far as the camera is concerned? Should I angle it? Or should it stay parallel to the green surface of the Earth here? As I'm watching the sun, should I keep my camera horizontal the whole time? Which should I do? And if the camera is causing the appearance of sun rotation, that clockwise rotation, which is what we observed, which direction should the camera be causing? Counterclockwise or clockwise? knowing that I'm moving like this, knowing that the sun sees me moving like that, should I keep horizontal to the plane I'm standing on or the plane that's at an angle where the sun is arcing? So those are questions we need to ask ourselves about how we can explain, how we can model what's going on.
Neither. You got to align yourself to the ecliptic plane, haven't you? Yeah. You're going to align your point of reference to that. Then you'll track that, won't you? I'm not sure what the point is here. I'm confused.
Because the laws of physics being what we can observe and repeat on Earth, that's hard physics, not theoretical physics. Not hard as in difficult, but concrete, physical. That's why it's physics.
Pause. Pause. This is not physics. This is optics. This is the transit across a flat plane as we interpret it as an arc. There's a change in elevation angle, a change in height. We don't. It's just that height is distance. I am a bit confused. Do you know what Paul is saying here? I'm not attacking Paul. I'm 6 years ago. Thank you. Well, there you go. That says it all. Yeah.
By those rules, there should be some way to explain this. Okay? So let me, a video I think I want to show next instead. And this is where I did an experiment about camera angles. So I'm going to play that next, and then we'll get back to our still shots.
Okay, I'm going to try to do this without getting too many doggy distractions and things. This is the sun, okay? And got some spots and everything, and it's pointing north the way I showed in the diagram. And what we want to do is simulate the motion of, like I said in the diagram about the smiley face, where it is going to start a little elevated and then move down and move back up, but we're staying horizontal to the ground. And so what I need to do then is to take my camera as if it's, and move it in a way that makes it look like that arc, like that yellow arc. So what I would do is say I'm looking east and fairly level to the ground, but as we move through the day, I'm moving down and keeping my camera parallel to the sun. Okay, I scoot my chair over and the sun's going across the sky and then it goes back down again. Okay, sorry, it's a little too far there. But what did the sun do? Which way did it turn? Did it turn clockwise or counterclockwise? No, it turned left to right and a little bit vertically. Like if you look, if you're looking across at it, and then it's going up in your sky, so you're kind of down here. The vertical movement is going to make the sun appear to be as if it was rolling toward you and away from you. Sorry if I'm making you seasick here, but I'm trying to simulate.
See the problem? We're trying to model something with 3D things. So we're trying to explain what's going off, and we're actually moving our height and the sun's height. We're going to model this. The first part of any model, which is to fill in our understanding, the thing that we can't comprehend, the reason doing it, is to make the model representative of what the best understanding we have. If we're going to change height of things, it's not very good modeling, because the things we do know with regard, and thanks for the 6 years ago, but because of celestial navigation, what we have learned, if we're going to model that, we've got to keep these things at the same height. The only thing we can do is alter their elevation angle due to distance, not due to height. The height stays the same. What is this for?
Yeah, that's true. The only thing you can do is interpret the optical information. But there's an error going on in the past that this idea that physics are necessarily the same in all available free space is an assumption. It cannot be proven in principle. The Globers rely on it through a uniformitarian philosophy. They also apply that retroactively into the past. That's something that can't be proven. It's entirely an assumption. Now, it may be a reasonable assumption, some people think, but it's an assumption. For example, it's entirely possible that the physics of the Earth are the physics of the Earth, and the physics of the heavens are entirely different.
Our motion of keeping my camera horizontal on the ground. So the elevation, keeping it horizontal, can account for a rolling toward you, away from you motion, okay? And following it east to west, like here I'm looking at it from the east, I moved over here, and then I move across, the sun moves across the sky to me, and I'm going like this. Which motion is that? That's a left to right motion. Neither of those are clockwise motions, okay? Now that's keeping the camera horizontal, as I've been doing in all my sunspot videos. Now, what if I want to do it as if I was going to follow the sun at its arc along that yellow line? Well, I would start out with the sun in the east, and I would tilt my camera like this. See, I've got it, I know it looks the opposite the way you're seeing it, but what I'm doing is I'm tilting my camera to follow the sun's path, its arc. So as it goes through the sky, my camera's going to tilt like till the midday, solar noon. Hey, look at that hotspot. It's going to be straight up and down. And then by the end of the day, I'm doing the opposite angle. So I'm following that yellow line, that arc. So again, now which way is the sun turning? This time it's doing a clock motion, but which way? Let's start again. See, I'm starting here. I'm looking.
Just pause. You're such a nerd like me. Hey, look at that. Look at that hotspot. And now my mind's on it all the way now.
East of the sun, I'm following the arc is going to go to my right. Now as I go through the day, which way are the sunspots going? Which way are all the lines going? They're going counterclockwise. And I'm following the arc as if I were on an equatorial mound. So, because I've been thinking about I should try to do this experiment with the actual sun, but I wanted to show even if I do that, I don't know if I'll bother now, because I know what result I'll get. I just proved it. The sunspot should move counterclockwise. One more time. If I'm starting at this angle, and through the day I'm doing this, the camera is going clockwise, but the spots are going counterclockwise. Now, since it's observed that the spots go clockwise, either the Earth is spinning the opposite way we're told, which it can't be because the sun rises in the east, or that sun is rotating in a clockwise motion, and it can't be explained by us looking at it either its north or south pole. So there you go.
Back to our still shots, and I showed you this briefly before. What's going on here is I started drawing these things when I was making sundials last summer, because you have to understand what's going on to make a sundial work. I mean, people have pre-calculated these things, but I like to understand why they do what they do. And in the lower right corner, you can see how you would make a sundial, how you would calculate it for your area on Earth. The point that makes the shadow is called the gnomon, or however you pronounce that. You would put your sundial on this surface of a triangular shape, and you can calculate the angles and distances using trigonometry, and you can find whatever, you can do some searching online to find what works for you best. You can have flat sundials, but then, lay it horizontal on the ground, but then you have to change the angles. If you have a sundial that's up at this angle, then every hour of the sundial for 12 hours is exactly 15 degrees. And I verified this. I made both kinds of sundials. The flat one takes a lot of calculation. There are, thankfully, people who have done that. You plug in your longitude and latitude, and it will calculate each angle. And then you have to measure out those angles on something flat, and then set it outside and put some stick here to make the shadow. And it works. If you line both of these up with 12 or noon, or the gnomon here with noon at the bottom here, pointing at Polaris, then it will work. Both of them will work. They've kept time. I've got pictures of them keeping time together throughout a day, and they work. Okay, so these aren't just mathematical trickery. This is actual working, verifiable, repeatable experiment. So we can see that whatever the sun's doing is predictable and consistent.
I just want to shout out to moon dials. I want to shout out to moon dials. What Paula said here is pretty good, but don't forget there's a thing called moon dials. A lot of people forget about the moon. And supposedly, the moon dial works the same as the sundial. Now, how could that be possible if they're 400 times removed from each other? It can't.
Yeah, I think I heard what you said. Yes.
Right, a lunar Vaval. That's bad moon shadow. Exactly. It's the same principle.
Bad moon, yeah. Yep.
What I've
That's going to come up. Oh, sorry, apologies. That's going to come up with Duffy in the near future. He's going to try to make claims about the alleged 24-hour moon, and he's going to try to, sweep under the rug all the anomalies and hope that he catches the people who aren't paying attention.
Observed is that the clock rotation as we go throughout the day, and I lined it up with the, tried to give you some perspective here on where we are throughout the day. The sun will rise fairly quickly, slow down at the middle of the day as far as its altitude change, and then speed up again as it sets. That's the speed across the sky. But what about the rotation, the clockwise rotation? It also changes speed. Okay? You can see it doesn't, the small numbers here, but you can see it doesn't seem to change as rapidly. It's really hard to tell. I'm sorry I can't show that better, but I could try to, let me see if I can magnify that a little bit and move up there. That'll help some. I'm hoping I'm recording this. So watch the 12 here, moves a little. Then all of a sudden it starts to jump. And then you get back, 12 is pointing this way. And the angles are mirror images, okay? But as it slows its angle of elevation, its altitude, as it gets toward the middle of the day, the rotation speed also changes. It seems to be inversely related. It's not very well done here. I tried, but the point is that this is the angle of the degree, the speed of rotation, of clockwise rotation, changes throughout the day and mirror images from solar noon. And solar noon is rarely going to match exactly noon by the clock, because the clock is not tied to the sun as much as it's tied to the rest of the world, so there can be consistent flight times, for example. It's the speed of travel that made that necessary. You're not trying to fool anybody, because you can put a sundial out and know exactly when solar noon is where you live. And this is, again, calculable. You can take your longitude and latitude and the time, the day of the year and so forth, the day of the season, and figure out when solar noon will be. And I've matched it up to time and date. It works for my location is all I know. So once again, let me look over here to this part of the picture. I should have blown this up before. The altitude is going to change throughout the season. This is, for example, roughly where I live in the northern area above the equator. In the summer, it's going to be higher overhead. That's around 70-some degrees. But as it went toward the equinox, it went to this red line. And in the winter solstice, it went to the blue line. So it was it's farther. It starts, you can see the starting point and ending point are moving south from solar from the summer solstice to the winter solstice, and then it'll start moving back. Okay, as it's doing now, it's starting to move back. But that's the east-west location. So here you can see this is about, see if east is 90 degrees, this is a little short of 90 degrees. So say this is about 80 degrees or so. And if you add 180 to that, then you'll get, you'll be about like 280 degrees or whatever it is on the other side. But by the equinox, it was rising at 90 degrees due east. And then by the winter solstice, it was moving or rising at another 10 degrees on the other side, which would be 100 degrees azimuth, okay? So the angle of the sun as far as its path as it goes east to west, its azimuth is moving south and then north, and it does that all season, all year. It's just how far overhead, which way you tilt this arc is going to be within a certain range, just like the tropics are within a certain range. Every latitude is going to have this variation from season to season. And you could just spin this dial around and have the same thing. If this were north and this were south, this is east and this is west. If you're in the south of the equator, you're going to see the sun rise over here and do the same things through the season. So again, we have that pinch toward the equator. Okay, and I should have been looking at my numbers down here. It was 73.6 here is where it rose in the east at the June solstice, and it was a tilt angle of 23.4 degrees, which is very close to the 25.5. It's just going to vary your angle that the sun is the Earth is allegedly tilted toward the sun is reflected in these numbers. But don't jump to too many hasty conclusions just yet. So again, we have this 3 dimensions that I mentioned earlier that I wanted to show you, is that the sun is doing something like this. And, regardless of what, we're not talking about Earth shape here or anything, we're talking about observation. The sun appears to be following this kind of an oval, and and we're standing on this oval or circle. So we have an x-axis, a y-axis. This is our horizontal plane that lines up with this green circle. And then we have the z-axis, which is vertical, okay? So the sun is doing at least 3 motions. It's moving east to west. It's moving north to south and back again. And it's moving up and down. So the sun has 3 ways that it's moving, but it has a 4th way.
I think that's my contention again. No, it's not, is it? That Z axial movement is distance and perspective. It's not a change. Now, the east to west, north to south relocation, I think that is commensurate with a real movement. But when we measure on that Z axis, certainly with regards to celestial navigation, we make the assumption that there is no change in altitude, just a change in distance, which we read as an altitude angle. We don't interpret that as a change in altitude, we interpret that as a change in distance.
That rotation is also happening at the same time. So the sun has 4 motions, okay? East to west, north to south, up and down, and clockwise. As it's going through the day, it's spinning like a clock. I mean, it's not spinning that fast, but throughout the day, it's going to at least go around close to, I would say, 180 degrees. So if there's a spot on the left side of the sun as you watch it, by the end of the day, it's going to be toward the center at least, or farther. Most of the time I observed it went no more than 180 degrees, but at least close to that. It went a significant distance. So it was enough to measure, as I showed in the 12, the clocks through every hour of the day. If you start with a spot on due east, by the end of the day, it's going to be due west or something close to that. So the sun has 4 motions. And this is what it's doing. And like I said, unless you're at the equator, this circle at an angle would be straight up and down, okay, within the tropics at certain times, but at the equator especially, it's going to be straight up and down. But every other latitude, north or south, is going to have an angle like that. Okay? So those are the four motions. So how can we account for all this stuff? This just doesn't make physical sense when you think about it. And you might want to go over the video again on the first part where we showed various models and observations. So let me propose a possible model. First of all, there has to be some kind of lensing effect going on. It's physically impossible for the sun to be doing what it's doing with those hourly arcs if you go along time zones and any location on Earth. It's physically impossible. So there must be some kind of distortion, which I'm calling lensing. And it doesn't have to be just water in the atmosphere or something like that. It could be magnetic. The Earth is surrounded by a magnetic field. Everybody agrees about that. And it's a variable magnetic field. But the thing is that here's a shape that we know, if we study the physics of light, that is called a diverging lens. It is a double concave lens. Concave means it sinks in, it goes in like a cave. And a double concave means that both sides are sinking in. So they pinch toward the middle. This is the principal axis where there's very little to no distortion, right? If you're looking straight through the center. But the parallel rays of light hitting this thing at different thicknesses, and that's what makes light refract or bounce in a different direction, is a change of density. Okay, you have to have a change of density. If you look at something underwater, for example, you can pretty well line it up. But if you're looking at something, you're underwater and you're looking at something above, or vice versa, it's going to be at a different angle than you expect. You'll reach out for it and you won't be able to touch it. Okay, so that's the distortion that water can cause, at least. And water is acting like a lens because you have a change of density between the water and the air. That's where the problem is. So in this double concave lens, and they've done physical experiments, they've gotten double concave pieces of glass and
you got to pause, mate.
Light beams through it.
You're not having a problem with that, Nathan?
Yes and no. It's like 7 years old, so in a way, yes.
That's where I'm at. But it's 7 years old. But it is really old. Yeah.
Have you had enough of this?
Not enough. It's actually it's interesting, isn't it, to listen to how educated Paula is. Yeah, if nothing else. But with all that education, how much we've put this education into context now. No, I'm enjoying it, mate. It's a nice trip down memory lane.
Different beams, actually, and they did diverge like this, okay? So what that will do is the farther you are away from the equator, so to speak, the more distortion you will have, and the farther away this, whatever is the light's coming from, will seem to be from where it actually is. So it's distorting the light's location. If you have a light bulb over here,
pause.
It's going to, if you're...
Except on that principal axis, if we were going to assume that we had Snell's law applicable here, but you've still got that principal axis. Look at it. It's troublesome for a ball of that. Now, you may want to explain it, isn't it? It's just as troublesome for you if you're going to invoke this as to why the sun does what it does, why it doesn't obey physics or whatever you want to say, why it doesn't suit your convention. It's troublesome to invoke this, particularly with regards to the atmo, which we know isn't a boundary layer. We've not got different mediums with boundary layers, which is what we're using to describe here.
If you're standing here on the other side of the lens, it will look exactly where it is. But if you're over here, if you're far away from the center, you're going to misjudge where that light is. And I think something like that might explain are observations of the sun and its arcing north-south. The tilt of the Earth cannot account for that. Let me go back to that for just a second. This tilt, you see these lines? That's the equator. These are other latitudes. Those black lines are not north-south lines. Those are east-west lines. Those are latitude lines. Okay? The Earth is spinning like this, allegedly. And so these movements, you might think, well, if I were looking at it from the sun, I would see always this arcing, that this accounts for the north-south, but that's not a north-south line. That's an east-west line. This rotation is causing the sun to move east and west, not north and south. So we still have to account for that motion. And the clockwise motions, which we're observing, but can't be true since we're not looking at the sun's north pole. So back to this lens, I think something like this must be between the sun and the Earth. How might that be possible? We don't observe the lens itself. Well, we don't observe a lot of things that are in the atmosphere. We wouldn't be able to see if we could observe everything.
Right. She didn't let you down, Paula. No, I know what. Yeah. So a firmament, an edge. Is that what we're saying? Because she's recognised we can't invoke Snell's law with just the air. So there has to be something, a boundary. These are the things, and it's not an indictment of Paula. These are the things we moved away from, or we recognise trying to explain things that we can't validate is a fool's errand. Something I think we all did. Go back 6 years, I'll be doing the same sort of thing, trying to figure shit out, thinking if I just apply my intellect to it, I'll figure out what God did.
And I would trust your intellect.
But it's when it keeps failing, and that's what I'm saying. Look at where we are today, because this is genuine, isn't it? You're trying to figure it out, but actually, you can in 2024 you can see the futility in it, aren't you?
Yeah, it's already written down for us, by the way, in the supposedly first book ever written in the Bible, Job, where God asked Job, "Hey Job, why don't you tell me about how I created creation, sucker? Tell me." Job couldn't answer,
sucker,
and I don't think any of us can either.
Yeah, but that's the sentiment, isn't it?
Yeah. So
in all, and that's the sentiment.
Yep.
That's the at the end of the cup of science, God's waiting for you at the end. That's the reality. Like I say, you can apply your intellect, and when you do come to the conclusion with all of your knowledge, all of your logic, all of your science, you come to the conclusion, like Paula's doing here. It doesn't fit physics. Whatever it's doing, yeah, stop trying to figure out, yeah, the stuff that you're not even able to get to. God put this there for reasons. He tells you in the Bible why he put it there. He didn't put it there for you to figure out what it's made of and how it works. Yeah. So just sometimes that remembrance of your role in these things and what you will be allowed to know. That's why I like quantum physics, because it sticks to you in the eye, because it just reminds you, no, as much as you think you know and the conventions you've invented, I'm God, and I'll just completely wreck everything just when you think you've got a good grasp on things.
Just for the audience, that's Job chapter 38.
But that is the sentiment, you understand? Don't try and think you could understand his majesty of how he even built things. That's our ego as man. That's also our beauty, isn't it? To the angels.
Yeah, he actually says, "Where were you when I measured?" Let me find it exactly so I can read it. Job 40. Quote.
But here's a proposed model. And again, I'm not talking about Earth shape. I'm just using this blue rectangle to represent the surface of the Earth. That's all I'm doing at a particular spot. If you look on the left here, I know it looks like a poached egg or something. This is the sun with some kind of density around it. And this is the Earth with some kind of density around it. I'm only showing half of it because we don't see the underside. What that does is create the double concave shape. If you have two bubbles near each other, the shape between them is double concave. Because these are both convex. You put two convex surfaces.
That is so clever. Yeah. That's what I say, right? This is the best. This is a really sharp mind. That is fucking genius what Paul has done. I've never seen that before. Yeah. But that's who's guys trying to figure it out. What we can't do anymore. But as clever as that is, do you get me? But
yeah.
So clever that is. Look, I pulled out the other day when I've got next to me Antonio Subarat's Book of the Sun. It's the same sort of stuff, yeah? Thinking you can figure out through normal physics how God did shit. That's where I concede I've lost. I can't. Because that's better than anything I could have ever come up with, what Paul has got up on there. But I recognize it for what it is now, which is something we didn't do 6-7 years ago, part of this journey. This was part of the figuring out, realizing how dumb we are when it comes to creation.
Concave, then what's between them, different in density, will act like a double concave lens. And here's the light source, and here's how it spreads out as you get away from the center. So if you're at the equator here, you're not going to see much distortion. The sun moves straight overhead. It rises straight in the east, 90 degrees. It sets 270 in the west. But not so at any latitude very far beyond the equator on either side. And this is where you get that pinch toward the middle. I'm not saying this is an actual model. It's just a scenario, a possibility. Over on the right here, we have the actual position of the sun in the light yellow, and the darker reddish orange is the apparent, what it appears to be, what we observe. That's our observation, okay? We're in a different density looking through distortion, okay? So if this is noon in the middle of this long double concave lens, which is what the sun would be doing, the sun is actually above that lens, moving east to west, okay? Here's the equator through the middle. Here's noon. And we're looking north-south here. This is the equator line, is the east-west line. Doesn't matter which hemisphere you're in, whether you're north or south of the equator. The sun is moving across either this way or that way, depending whether you're in the south or the north. Doesn't matter. The sun is moving straight across the middle of this lens, okay? That's the actual position. The sun is moving nice and straight. That's easily compatible with the laws of physics. It's in motion. It's moving. There's nothing affecting its movement. It's very consistent and predictable. And it's not doing impossible motions at the same time, moving, rising and setting at the same time, basically. But because of the lens, it appears to be making a north-south movement. Okay, for wherever you are, and I'm in the north, so I'm going to be starting over here. If you were in the south, you would start over here. This is, to me, east. I'm in the north looking south over this line. This is my east-west, so this is east. This is where the sun appears to be, north of where it actually is. As it moves through the day, it gets closer to its actual position because that's the least amount of distortion. I'm not looking through this angle of the double concave lens. If I had an actual lens like this long, and that double concave shape, I could do an experiment to prove or disprove this idea. This is just a theory, because I don't have a physical model that I can do. But it would be very interesting to see whether this holds true or not. I don't know if it does. It's just something I tried to come up with to explain how the sun could be physically doing one thing and apparently doing another. You have to have some kind of distortion from our viewpoint. And we're on this blue box here, the blue rectangle rather, and looking through a lot of distortion at
that phrase you just said is key to the entire paradigm that was evolved out of heliocentrism, is the miscommunication between something can appear to be doing one thing visually, but physically doing something else. And isn't the conflation of that where the entire idea about the cosmos came from the inception? Even the guys like back in the day, like Ptolemy, Tycho Brahe, Galileo, Copernicus, all of those guys, when they were internally critiquing each other, part of the running theme of that critique was, hey, you've got this quote unquote model of what you see, but that doesn't necessarily mean this is what is actually physically happening in three-dimensional free space. Now, they understood those principles. But then out of that came like this consensus reification that they tried to force on everyone and say, hey, yes, we have an interpretive model of visual information. We're going to make 3D geometric claims about it. And then we're going to tell all of you, this is the reality you actually live in, which is a fallacy. That's it.
I found their verses if you want me to read them. There's only 6 of them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Then the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind and said, who is this that darkens counsel by words without knowledge? Gird up now your loins like a man, for I will demand of you, and you will answer me. Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if you have understanding. Who has laid the measure thereof, if you know? Or who has stretched a line upon it? Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened? Or who laid the cornerstone thereof? That's it.
You have to have some kind of distortion from our viewpoint. And we're on this blue box here, the blue rectangle rather, and looking through a lot of distortion at the extremities, at east and west, at sunrise and sunset. We're looking through a lot of distortion, so the sun is going to appear someplace where it isn't actually in reality. Okay? That's all I can come up with to explain the impossible motion of the sun. Now, it doesn't have anything to do with its rotation clockwise in this particular scene, but that's not a problem, really, because the sun can spin in more than one axis. Even if, the fact of the sunspots motion doing this throughout the day and coming back the next day could be that the sun just basically kind of rolls as it moves along, as from our perspective. And it rolls consistently, as I showed you in this picture. I tracked sunspots over a week, and over the course of the week, they moved in a line like that. Okay? But every day, they were moving like this. So basically, if you could watch it 24/7, it would be going in a spiral and moving across. But this is what I think might be happening physically. There has to be a double concave or diverging lens of some sort, whether it's water droplets or other aspects of the atmosphere, or whether it's the Earth's magnetic field, I don't know. All of those things can distort light. So we're working with an apparent position of the sun when we talk about how it rises and sets and at one angle, and by solar noon it's at another, so it's doing this pinch arc. If I were to draw the apparent sun on the other side, it would be starting out at that far corner, going about to here, and then back to that far corner. So you have this pinch toward the equator. And the only way I can think of that there would be a physical model that we could actually test, so this is a scientific theory because it can be tested, it can be falsified. To falsify this theory, all you would have to do is get a lens that's kind of long, that is double concave, and put a camera under here, right about in the middle, as you roll a ball across the top here. That would be how I would conduct the experiment. So it is a scientific theory in the standard classical definition. It is testable. It's falsifiable.
Ouch.
This model is...
You say how?
I said ouch. We don't necessarily weather well. You don't have to. Look, I'll say you can go back 6 years ago. You'll see me say similar things. It's where you are today. I wouldn't hold. There's a number of times the word model's been used. Yeah, as if it adds validation to reality. It doesn't. What I'm amazed at is the level of intellect and working out. That is superb. Yeah. To have to stick to mainstream physics to come up with a what is actually a very plausible and reasonable conclusion using certain assumptions, which is physics applies. It all sticks to it, and that's all I've got.
Very educated, Paula, huh?
It shows you where we all were back then. We were trying to figure it out. We actually had this. I did, this belief that, look, with enough effort, we could figure it all out. Yeah. Some of us continued and invented new shit like ether after coming to the conclusion that no, I'm not as smart as God. I'm probably not going to figure this out. Yeah.
Well, we always declare the heavens majestic, and they are.
Yeah.
Get the last little bit?
Yeah.
It's not. People say we go to space. I highly doubt that. All we have are cartoons and drawings and CGI and doctored photographs. But this model doesn't work in reality. This spinning of the Earth cannot explain a lot of the sun's four motions. It can't explain it. This I showed in the video. You can't explain it that way. I have maybe another time I'll do a video on the eclipse we had also in summer of 2017, and how the motion of the moon's alleged shadow going west to east is also impossible in the standard model. But that's another video for another time. So if anybody has a nifty double concave long lens like this, I would dearly love to do an experiment on it, or have them do one. Just stick a camera under here and roll a ball across the top and follow where the sun appears to be, as opposed to the fact that maybe have another camera watching this actual ball and the camera under here pivoting as it watches this ball, watches the ball going across, and see if it appears to do this arc or not. If it doesn't, then this model is crap and it doesn't work. But if it does, I think it's a better model than the one we've been given in school. And that's all I have to say today on this topic. Thanks for watching.
Very good.
I'd agree with her there at the end. Certainly better than the model I was given at school, whether I agree with it or not.
Well, there's a few things that don't seem to tally. I mean, if she's saying through this double concave lens that you've got an accurate GP position when you're below it, i.e. the sun's at your zenith, but not from anywhere else because of the distortion through this double concave lens, then you wouldn't be able to acquire an accurate GP position from anywhere, would you?
You would think that the relationship because of that wouldn't be linear, which is what we've got with regards to elevation angle and nautical miles. So you would assume that relationship would change, wouldn't you, based on where you are in relation to, like as you said there in the central lens, there's no distortion. As you move away, then the rate of divergence should change.
Yeah.
But that isn't the case. Is it? A nautical mile is a nautical mile, and it's 1/60th of a degree.
Likewise, if you raised an elevation, right, I'd expect to see a change if it's being distorted by a lens, and it doesn't. I mean, I'm not knocking, like you say, this is quite impressive considering how long ago it was and how far outside the box Paul has got to think to come up with this stuff. But by the same token, 7 years down the line, you go, no.
There's nothing egregious in there other than like use of words like model that, like I say, all you've got there is, I think, a much more eloquent person kind of describing where I think a lot of us were 6 years ago. So that'd be what, 2018? Yeah, I think that's reasonable. We actually had the arrogance to think we'd figure it out, and hadn't got the realization we'd have to learn a lot ourselves. And you're putting together, and I say that's what Paul has already got to construct that is, to me, what's impressive. I didn't learn quantum physics out of joy. I didn't know it before I came to this bloody field. I learned it because of this field. Same with Coriolis and a lot of the physics stuff, a lot of the optics, not my specialty. I learned it because of Flat Earth. She's got it already 6 years ago. I say to me, that's what's impressive. The library she's got in her head. Like some conjuring, you know, to come up with that. She recognizes, I mean, she doesn't deal with it. She kind of goes, oh, I know, I realize I've not got a boundary layer, but this is my boundary. And she's not said it's a firmament, but it's what she's implying. It's good imagineering based on knowledge. And I'd say 6 years down the line, you realize that that's a folly and only opens yourself up for you to make a claim. Which isn't necessary.
Exactly. So earlier someone was talking about hologrammatic sun, and I'm like, why do this? Why speculate? Just state what you know and nothing more when it comes to this subject. Otherwise you'll end up looking stupid, making claims that you can't back. This is different. This is so long ago that it stops being egregious, as you put. Even then, there's not that much to object with. A couple of bad uses of words like model and experiment, theory.
There was one there she used it. I could experiment on this. You could experiment on the optical effect. So the last one she used, I didn't disagree with. Actually, yes, you could science that. It's just what relevance would science in that bit of optic and lens behavior do with regards to how it would be applicable to the sun. That's the point, isn't it? You become a bit cynical, sadly, but it's because you realise you can do what you want and science the crap out of a lens that's biconvex. Go up there and show me the biconvex lens first before you actually do some science to something to demonstrate that that's what it is. Show me your biconvex lens. That's the...
What, in nature?
No. Well, in the firmament. What, you're saying this is the cause of an effect, yeah, at this point. This is the claim. Well, first show me the biconvex lens then, before you go and science the behavior of a biconvex lens, which is perfectly permissible to me, yeah? But show me why you would need to science that where it's applicable in the natural world. It's not to say biconvex lenses don't exist or do. You can look at an eye, you know what I mean? But and a cataract or something. But so you can have it, but is it applicable to the thing we're talking about, i.e., why the sun's behavior is that? You're going to strap it onto that, you'd have to show me the biconvex lens that you're claiming is the cause of the effect of the strange sun behavior. Oh, man.
Wait, but isn't the sun inside the firmament? Was she saying that the sun's going through the firmament? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but don't worry too much.
Well, I don't think she was making a claim like that, Neil, to be perfectly honest.
Yes, but I did pick up on that.
It's inside. According to scripture, it's inside the firmament.
Yes.
Now, was it fastened to it or meaning just inside of it? I don't know.
If you take the scripture at its face value, it's saying inside, and what she's describing is it being external to a lens. Take that as you will. I picked up on it too, Neil. Hey, John.
But look, it keeps you up till 3 a.m.
Can't even say hello.
No.
What's going on, guys? What's up?
Son.
This is Sunday, right? There's football today. What are you guys doing?
I've got football on on the other screen. I came back from an all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet to see Neil saying that Nathan's doing a show, so I've just jumped in and watched a bit of old school Paula. It's been quite nice. Nice Sunday afternoon, pleasant, relaxing watch.
It looks like there's going to be...
Still didn't answer my question. What's going on, man?
It looks like they'll be demonstrating a 24-hour sun. They arrived in Antarctica and the sun's up. So from that, I'm like, okay, far enough. Like I said yesterday on your show, they'll know from the moment they arrive if the sun's up and it's relatively high in the sky. I'll be prepared to say, okay, they're going to show this. And that's the situation currently. So although they haven't got any time lapses of the full 24-hour duration yet, I'd say it's early enough to... It's late enough in the day to call but they will show a 24-hour sun.
Okay, and
there's no and. That's it.
No, there is an end. It gets people like Mighty Mush upset that everybody's just taking these people's word for it.
Dave White is fucked, isn't he? How's his app going to work now? Hey?
Oh, sorry, there's a load of kids around.
I'm so sorry. Dave Weiss is fudged.
Did my yearning and pining come true? That's the question.
Well, the only comment Jaron's made so far is that he got there and asked one of the organiser, what time does the sun go down? And the organiser said to him, it doesn't do that at this time of year. It just goes round and round, mate. Sorry. And that was his declaration.
He's a glober now?
He hasn't said.
People in chat have said that he has stated that it doesn't make a difference.
But he's also previously said it won't work on a flat Earth, hasn't he?
Correct, Nathan.
I'm going to sting then.
So they'll just be weasels. Oh, it means that map doesn't work. That's what they'll do.
It means the app doesn't work, though, doesn't it?
I'm sad. I was hoping for a grand exodus from flat Earth.
What do you mean a grand exodus?
Well, the people that come to the conclusion that, well, if we see a 24-hour sun, then the Earth can't be flat. Let's hope for that grand exodus.
If I'm hoping for a grand exodus, I would hope people find their way to us to discover how Earth's measured.
No, I don't mean that. I mean the people that pretend to clowns. Well, actually, they're not flat earthers, so there will be no exodus. I agree.
But whether or not we get a relinquishment of the notion of measurements of Earth, which haven't been accepted by these people anyway, Kiwi. Just going to be a weaselly, oh, well, then that map fails. That's all it means, honestly.
Well, we knew that going in. Wasn't the AE map debunked back in like 2015?
Yes.
So they've confirmed the AE map, a globe projection, is debunked. Really? Is that what all that money did?
Yes, that's what it seems like. Well, no. Obviously, the Glurfs are singing from a different hymn sheet.
Oh. I don't know. It's early. I'm not too quick on the uptake just yet. I slept in.
So, well, there is an alternative view you can take if you wish, which is to say, Will Duffy accidentally left his green screen button on OBS, therefore the sun isn't really there at all. It's all fake.
Green screen.
Did you see? I caught that as I came in. And when I'm watching it, I'm thinking, well, the only bit of green screen's on his jacket. Yeah. Look in the because I'm looking at the reflection in the sunglasses. So either it's the best bit of editing and they missed out the huge bit, or they've just, as you said, left on the green screen on the jacket. But the reflective lenses of the guys that are talking, is that's Awake Souls, I think, wasn't it? That's just that's how you look pathetic, innit? That's a proof that.
Can somebody give me like a rundown, like a summary or something? Because it seems like it's in bits and pieces and stuff. I don't work like that.
I gave it you.
You got green screen. Somebody just brought up green screen. Green screens. What are you talking about?
Let me break it down for you. So on OBS, you can turn on a little button that allows you to put a green screen background and then edit what's in it behind it. Anything that's green will appear with what you put on that piece of software. Now, for Will Duffy, he's got his TFE background. Yeah?
Yep.
That normally appears behind him. Well, when anything appears on screen that's green and he's filming, OBS just turns that into his background. So there's a couple of instances. I lifted a different section. So I lifted a section where they're talking about the ETFOS effect. Here you go. Adam's about to show you.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
But there's Will here. Well, I'll just play. Look at his lenses.
Okay.
Invite Jonathan Morandi to come on. He's been filming everything. He's been working double time.
Okay, so there's that bit. I don't know. What have we got whirly wheel for? What's going off?
The Antarctic effect.
Must be. Suddenly, he didn't do that. So that's Will anyway. And then we get to this other guy coming. I mean, it's not. You don't see anything here. And there we go. And then look. And then here.
Oh, I should take this off. I can hear myself. This is an amazing experience.
Look at the black patch. His north face, whatever it is. So it's obviously picked up by the green screen, and the background look is being overlaid onto that black patch. It's not. The only odd thing I noticed as I was looking is down in this corner here, look, you see bottom left, there's a green flare. And what is wrong with my computer? What's going off? Oh, I know what it is.
It doesn't mean anything. This it's a complete nothing burger, this green screen thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, I egged it up earlier this morning just for the fun of it. And said there was no sun. Because we kind of called that already, that people would just deny if it didn't comport with what they were hoping to see.
This is what's weird, though, isn't it? What's holding it? What's got everybody? Oh, the bloke that's down there, he said, yeah, that's what the sun does. Well, it's always done that then. So nobody needed to go. They just needed to ask that bloke in the local shop, what does the sun do? This is what's interesting. These aren't facts that should be new in 2024. Shouldn't require a load of numpties to get on a boat to resolve this. Just ask the bloke in the local shop.
All right. Well, what happened to the video?
Because I got the football on, that's why. So it was.
Oh, brother.
That's not football you got on anyway. What QE's got on is football. What I got on is football.
I don't got anything on yet. Games haven't started for till another hour. So
don't tell me you don't watch the pre-show.
I don't watch the pre-show crap.
Okay.
I watch Red Zone. Adam, get that damn video back up, for God's sake.
Okay. I'll have to shut this down. Give me a second.
So when you watch the red zone, do you get the 4 pictures or you just stay with the red zone?
No, just the Red Zone. That's it. That's all I want.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
Now, they piss me off all the time, but it's better than shelling out $350 for NFL Sunday tickets. So just get the Red Zone.
Yeah, and no commercials. That's the key thing.
Yeah, no commercial. Exactly. You got
7 hours of commercial-free football starts now. I love it.
Okay. What's the green down there in the left-hand corner that you were talking about? That's strange, isn't it?
Yeah, I like I say that when you look at stuff, that's what you analyze. That's what caught my eye, even though they're pointing at his jacket. That's odd. But then that could just be. So what you got to ask is, what's the color identifier on this guy's jacket? Because it's cut it out now. Might be green, be an odd color to have on your jacket, and you've got the green there. So I generally don't know. But look, if you look at it, there's no issues outside of his what is going off. There's no issues outside of his jacket. If you look at it, like I say, look at his glasses. Both people, they're reflecting. It's not like he's in the studio. And like I said, the CGI to make his glasses do that is a million times more hard work than some professional missing that in his studio. Do you know what I mean? It just looks like what it is. A nothing burger, I think, is the phrase.
A nothing burger. Adam, do me a favor. Send this video, to me. Put it in Master B or something, you friggin' guy.
It's got to be driving him crazy right now.
Show me a video. All I'm getting is whirly whirl.
Oh, mate. I might need to give your cable guy a ring.
That would drive me nuts right now. I'd be smashing it.
I watched it fine like 4 or 5 hours ago. Fine. You know what I mean? Oh, stop it.
I think I got it. Oh, hold on a second. It didn't do it. You sorry bastard.
It's back now. It's back now. It's been an arse.
Is it?
Yeah, it's just been an arse.
All right, then share it again. Okay. What about the arrow saying green screen busted? This got to be another video. This is another
that was
video.
there. That was there live. That was really there.
That was really there.
Arrow was really there. Ah, look, you see the cursor's now moved to the other side, so that must be a cursor he's got. Green screenshot, he's... Right, let's give it OJ. Just watch that. Watch that little green dot bottom left.
Yeah, yeah, I'm watching it.
Oh, to the middle. That's a cursor.
That's a cursor.
Yeah, so that's irrelevant.
Yep.
Green sheet screenshot at East Coast Australia 8. I don't know what that means.
Changing
I mean,
the time.
oh, wait.
I think they're saying that it's like 3 o'clock in the morning.
All right.
This is the video.
That's
Can you
bloody
pull up the
football.
actual? Do they have an original video? Something that's not fucked with?
That's what we won't do this morning. That's all I'd seen is like I say, awake souls just being contentious.
Well, does anyone have the original video?
No, but someone was saying that Jaron was live streaming, so I can go look and see if he's got anything.
Yeah, that's taken from Will Duffy's channel. That's his live stream.
So Will Duffy had a live stream. So get the live stream from Will Duffy. Don't go to Jaron.
To see what that it is just that he's just left his green screen on, and there's a colour on the guy's jacket that activates the green screen. As for the rest of it, there isn't.
Okay, we've dealt with that. The green screen thing's a nothing burger.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like a nothing burger. Yeah.
Well,
I'm not an expert in graphics and green screen, so I can't speak to it, and I wouldn't. So
Sure,
I
but-
just want to see the original video.
Okay.
Parts of it.
Just so we're all clear, though, the green screen thing is just there to make flat earthers deny that the footage is real. That's all it's for.
Oh, I got you.
And they've already started doing it, which I thought was hilarious. First thing I woke up to, screen.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so what, the sun isn't really there then?
All right, where's this video? Is somebody going to snatch it? I'll play it if you want me to. Or am I going to have? Or am I going to have to track this thing down?
You get it, Annie, the way. So yeah, I'm going to nip to the loo.
And nip to the loo. Nip to the loo, my darling.
Yes, exactly that.
Let me see if I can't track this thing down. Is it on? Should be on the final experiment, idiot. I think I got it.
If you want to see the sun up, it's about 17 minutes. If you want to hear him talking about leveling instrumentation, it's about 22 minutes.
Let me turn this off. Midnight in Antarctica, is that the one? Should got 39,000 views already. All right, hold on a second. Let's listen to some of this.
I was told over the last year, and the first one I think was that we would not actually go to Antarctica, and here we are in Antarctica. Some people tried to say that whatever we were going to do in December was already filmed somewhere else in the world, and this will just be a recording. So I will go ahead and interact with your comments. I'm going to do my best with these glasses on. I can't remove them. The snow blindness is very, very real. It is very, very white out here. M2M.
What's the temperature?
How hot or cold things are.
But that didn't answer my question. What's the temperature there right now?
I don't know.
Did he get the temperature?
No, not that I can recall. Said it was very cold.
Doesn't look that cold. His breath's not.
That's what I caught. That's what I'm talking about, Adam. That's exactly why I wanted to know what the temperature was.
Right, but people are talking about how dry it is in Antarctica. But the thing is, the inside of your mouth is humid. So, but it's not as cold as people think. It's like I looked at the weather at one point. It said it was going to be like the mid-30s Fahrenheit. So it's not,
okay. If it's the mid 30s, then okay. No, not a problem.
I got upper 40s.
Upper 40s?
yeah,
Okay.
it's warmer than people think.
That's a non-issue. I thought somebody was telling me it was like below zero when they got there, because I haven't been tracking it, right? You follow what I'm saying? If it's below zero or anywhere below freezing, you know what would happen, right?
Got to see smoke coming out of his mouth.
How about smoke? But yeah.
It's not smoke, but
It looks like smoke, steam, whatever. I get high technical on me.
Fair enough. If it's in the 30s, I'm surprised they didn't say what the temperature was. Isn't that strange? That's the first thing I would say. Hi, the king of the universe out here, and it's 20 degrees, 30 degrees, 40 degrees, sun's out. You know what I'm saying? Give a little weather update, but I guess that's not important.
Daylight, just saw your comment. Thanks for all your support this last year on X.
Who gives a shit?
Utilizing Starlink satellite internet to can't and you won't. And we're just, coming through and making this happen. I was also told that if we somehow did make it here, that NASA would make fake clouds to cover the sky. So that we couldn't see the sun by about 2 to 2.5 hours. And there's going to be another.
So that looks like the sun right there. What's this? Is that Mr. Ping Pong golf ball right here?
That's what I was thinking. I heard they didn't look too happy, him and Jaron.
All right. Did they do anything else?
Their live stream from here at Solar Midnight around 2 a.m. So in a couple of hours on MC Tune Live. And
MC Booger Eater Live.
And then had a very quick
What the hell is
turnaround in about a
this?
half a day.
Cord.
What the hell is this?
What the? Why am I getting a whirly whirl?
Oh, God.
This, you put ads in this bitch already? My God.
Hopefully for 24 hours. And also...
Is that McBugger Eater?
You gotta run a comedy show, man. You kill me.
What the hell's going on here? Adam, you back yet? What the hell is this?
It's the fly.
Yeah. It's just the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Snow.
Yeah, how could I give him a hard time for bringing me down here? $35,000 trip. It's been incredible.
Yeah, to shill your way with your $35,000 trip. It's been incredible. Thank you.
Incredible. It will continue to be incredible.
It'll continue to be incredible. How do you know? Is that a prediction?
$35,000. Was it not 15?
He said 35, didn't he? Let's go back.
That is it. That's a change in. So when we first looked this up, when it was first announced, they were the online prices quoted that I just pulled off the website. And then when we went to it, we read them out. It's notable since that you can go to them now, and it's the price almost matches this year what Pastor Will was saying. I don't know. Like I said, there's that discrepancy. We went there live, did it on the show, and it was the 12:30 and whatever it was. Yeah, which is why one of the initial accusations. But if you go there now, it is the 30 odd.
Let's get the actual price.
Flying in was the best thing I've ever seen. So, looking around, best thing I've ever seen. So,
Right, pause. I'm not attacking Jaron now.
I am.
I'm asking for clarity. I said it, like, I'm guessing when you were flying in, it was snow that you were seeing. Is there something else that made it the best thing? Because seeing snow ain't that. I mean, we all love a bit of snow. You think, oh, igloo building, yeah. But in terms of vistas, views, just a white expanse, is that the best? Why was it the best?
Do a little igloo building. Is that what you said?
130 people
This
watching
stinks.
right now. That's amazing.
This stinks.
Let me go back. All right, here we go.
but no, it's amazing. I can't even tell you. Flying in was the.
I thought you couldn't tell us.
Where's the budget?
Best thing I've ever seen.
Can I not just see the sun for a minute? Because that's why we went there, didn't we? Not to see.
Yeah, this is daylight. Where's the sun?
I just
Shut
want-
up.
Why wouldn't that be your back? Right. So even if whether I was ball or flat, as the videographer here, Nathan, wouldn't you make sure that the thing in the background will be the thing everyone's gone to see or not see?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if they got washed out, I would have the sun in the background.
Yep.
So,
It would help.
looking around, best
Jaron's tears, wouldn't it? Just that clear.
thing I've ever seen. So, how could I give him a hard time for bringing me down here? $35,000 trip.
Down
35,
here.
35.
Down here. Did you say?
Yeah, he said down there. Yep.
So
No.
just a shill then. Just buying their antipodal assumption. So you're on the bottom of a ball down there, are you, Antarctica boy? No, you're not. It's not antipodal.
It's been incredible. It will continue to be incredible. We
already went over that.
Got some tracking mounts swinging around, seeing the sun.
Got tracking mounts swinging around, do you?
What does it mean? You have to figure it out.
What does it mean? We'll have to figure it out.
You haven't seen it yet.
Exactly, Nathan.
Why is he being so defeatist? It's all right, all well and good for me, saying miles away from being defeatist. I'd say, yeah, I'll accept it based on what they've seen already. Seems reasonable. But you'd want to actually conclusively demonstrate it before you made anything, any statements.
His countenance is definitely dropped.
To me, it means that the AE map no longer works. But
It's only been 10 years since we tracked the sun. Jaron was there, by the way, when we tracked the sun live on a flat Earth. Jaron was there.
Give him a J. Give me a J.
You want a J?
I've earned a J, and this is a free J because this is. You know what? I'm going to agree with you, Jaron.
There's your J. I can't believe you just said that. What? Is he that retarded? He's either that retarded or he's a stone cold liar.
No, that's legal mitigation in my book. That statement is no indictment on him. That's why I laughed and gawked. Yeah, it's a bit like when you remember when Will was getting Brian on board and he said, well, I'll talk to you. I'll watch your video if you accept the false dichotomy. Well, that is the false dichotomy. And we said to him, just say yes to him, Brian. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I do agree that if I see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, the AE map is debunked, right? Which is what Jaron's just said. Very clever, because there's no indictment there in my book. Yeah. Now, who is mugging off? I don't know, but I'm awake enough to hear that isn't an admission. Yeah. It's actually, if you listen to it, something we've known for 10 years.
So the debunked AE
point out every day.
Let me get this straight. So the debunked AE map is debunked, is what he just said.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah. But that's Pastor Will's rhetoric. Is
That's
that
not Pastor Will.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's the rhetoric that he asked Brian to repeat. Yes, if I go here, then the AE map will be debunked. It's very interesting that the rhetoric that Brian was asked to ascribe to for future engagement is the admission that Jaren gives. Given that, me, you, Nathan, Neil, laugh at that statement, knowing that it's not actually an admission of defeat from a flat earther. It's something we've been saying for the past.
Then why would he say it?
Yeah. Well, the AE map is debunked. Yeah. The AE map that we don't ascribe to and has to be debunked because it's derived from a ball, something we oppose. Yes. Yeah. Any flat earther would make that statement. Dodgy.
Yeah, but why would he make it's a contradictory statement?
It was a request of Will Duffy. Is that what this is? This is your ticket paid for. Come online and go, this debunks the AE map. Something that we've got no problem with, because AE map's a global projection. We're not interested in debunking a global projection. Yeah.
But it was already debunked. And it's a global projection, so that's 2 strikes against it. It was already debunked. Nathan just said that he was with them.
That's what Jaren's just given Will. That's his apology, almost his apologetics, isn't it? Give it a Jaren. Let's listen to it. What
do quick call to action.
Debunked.
Yeah, we'll get a J, but we'll just do a quick call to action. So there's 140 people watching. Woohoo! Please share the show if you have not done so already. There's just 2 clicks between you and sticking it on your favourite social media platform. That'd be Bebo or MySpace or whatever it is that you currently use. So please smash the share button if you've not done so already. As there's more live viewers than we typically have. We normally have about 100, so 40 people more than typical. Subscribe if you've not done so already. And smash the super chat if you'd like to support this channel. There's also PayPal links and all the rest of that good stuff in the info box below the video. If you're watching after the fact, please smash the thanks button. That's it. I'm done.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that.
Crazy.
Shut up, Neil.
Shut up, Neil.
I'm 18 minutes past. I'm missing football. But red zone is 18 minutes in, and I'm doing this. You better be doing something out there, because this is sacrifice.
For bringing me down here, $35,000 trip. It's been incredible. It will continue to be incredible. We've got some tracking mounts swinging around, seeing the sun. What does it mean? You have to figure it out. To me, it means that the AE map no longer works. But
he said so. That meant it worked at some point. About 10 years ago, when you were with Nathan, was it working then?
No, that's what we showed. It didn't work. Didn't match the sun.
It's a non-apology for anybody that's been around this long. Yeah, if I made that, my tongue is so firmly placed in my cheek as I say it, and I give Jaren credit enough to know that that's a non-apology when I hear it. Yeah?
In other news, very exciting stuff. Sorry, just news just in. News, very exciting. Phlogiston, nothing to do with burning.
But yeah, so if exactly, isn't it? Yeah, I will concede. Yeah, that phlogiston is incorrect. Yeah? So it's a non-consequent statement. More important.
You said that before. I don't want to hear your take on it anymore, Adam. I want to hear Nathan's take.
Okay, good.
Very subtle.
Yeah, it is. That's one of my character traits. What's your take on this?
Me?
Yeah.
Earth's measured flat regardless. We've said the same thing. Nothing changes in our rhetoric, does it? Nothing. Literally nothing changes.
I just wanted you to say it again. He knows that the AE map was bunk, okay? What did he just say? That it no longer works? But it no longer worked 10 years ago, according to him. What's going on here?
I'm gonna reread the definition of the word shill. And like I said, I'm also going to reiterate the point of being that Brian was asked to proceed with this guy. Yeah, shill. An accomplice of a confidence trickster or swindler who possesses a genuine customer to entice or encourage others. What Brian was being asked to become, a shill, to ascribe to this rhetoric that if we go to the Antarctica and see a 24-hour sun, the AE map is disproven. This is shillery. This is confidence trickery, yeah? Because truthfully, what's being proven, we would agree with, yeah? The AE map is a load of bunkum. Now, we wouldn't disprove it by that nonsense, but actually with that, you can only agree with it. Has that got anything to do with flat Earth? No. But you've now got prominent flat earthers cooking for their £35,000 flight and apologising and making an admission that he could have made before he left, that the AE map is a load of cockamamie and we disavow it. Yeah, we do. It's a globe projection.
People are asking for a refund from Dave's map.
Oh, what, Dave's AE map that Jaron's just said didn't work, even though lots of people, including ourselves, were telling him that for years and years and years, and saying, why are you using that when we know it doesn't work?
They want a refund.
Well, Jaron and Dave Weiss are in cahoots, as far as I'm concerned. They both promote the same things, don't they? Well, Dave Weiss has been punting this app to you for $5, and it's bullshit. Just a scam.
That is what Jones just said, though. Yeah, he's just shot his mate's app in the foot. It's wrong. The app that Flat Earth Dave, Big Ball Dave, yeah, Big Club Dave, has all been pimping to you, Flat Earthers. I admit that this ball projection map that he's been pimping to all you Flat Earthers is now incorrect. See where we are, guys? Because you all got on board with Big Ball Dave's ball projection map to represent us Flat Earthers. Now another one of his mates is now online with all the ballers admitting the Big Ball Dave's AE projection Flat Earth map is nonsense.
That's lovely, and it's Big Globe Dave. Get the names right. So okay, let's
it's
move
the
on.
alliteration. I'm sorry, Big BG Dave.
That doesn't mean that I'm right. It means that it could work. You'll have to figure out how.
It could work. What could work? We'll have to figure out how. What? The AE map to work? What are you talking about?
Because I've tried and I struggle with it. I
just struggle with what?
The other thing is a 24-hour moon. If that
oh, the 24-hour moon. What about that?
happens, you got another thing we got to worry about. So
we have another thing that we have to worry about. Really? Why? What the hell are you talking about, Jaron? My God, he's a retard. That's the final answer.
It seems like the moon does circle here.
It seems like the moon does circle here. You've been hanging around with McBooger Eater a little bit too much. That's just plain stupid, son.
As well. So you start
thinking
about that as well.
Two as well. Okay. Let's start thinking about it.
Doesn't mean that AE map is over, flat Earth is over.
It doesn't mean the AE map is over. You just said it was debunked.
Stop. Let me
He said flat Earth is over too.
If anybody's still subscribed to Jaron, why? In the same breath, he's told you, yeah, this basically means this map doesn't work, it's wrong. But it doesn't mean it's wrong. It doesn't mean it's over for the map. What the bloody hell is he doing?
He doesn't know. There's nothing in here, dude. There's nothing inside here. Nothing. He's like Whitson. He contradicts himself within the same breath. What the hell is going on here? You tell me. I don't know.
It looks like they took his toy away, like when you take a kid's toy away. Look at his face.
I'm not concerned about that, Neil. That's superficial crap. I only do that with McBooger Eater. I'm concerned with what he just said. I don't know. Pretender clown flat earthers. Get ready to bend over.
Maybe somebody's got the answer. I don't have that answer.
I got the answer. You're a clown. You're retarded. And the shill. And the grifter. Those are all demonstrated. And you just contradicted yourself, but you're unaware of it. You know why? Because you're too stupid to realize it. My word.
Right now. So just want to say thanks again.
Oh, thanks again. You're welcome. Get your dumb ass out of here.
Shit. Thanks, bro. Yep.
Yep.
He
Shake his hand.
listened to you. Wait, didn't you kick them out anyway a long time ago?
I did. They didn't leave, though.
So what next, Jaron? You gonna have a word with Dave? Tell him he's basically been conning people with the map that we all objected to for ages. What are you gonna do? You gonna tell Dave to take that shit down? Stop conning people now? What about you in the audience? What are you gonna do? Just keep that app on your phone because you paid for it, even though it's obviously wrong? Is that what you're going to do in the audience? Keep your app? Because, well, we might get the AIM app to work. Jaron said it doesn't, but he also said it might work. We might figure it out. So what do we do now? You're going to keep Dave's app? The con man liar grifter that's scammed you out of a few quid to sell you a map that definitely don't work, that he didn't verify in any way, shape or form? Just con the money out of you anyway. In the face of the people who knew better. Us. Telling him. What did we get for telling him, by the way? Were we called scammers and grifters? No, Dave Weiss is a scammer. He doesn't even know it's flat. Yet he's selling you a flat earth broken model that's been debunked officially now by his own mate. These people are grifters, they're con men. Dave Weiss is a con man. Jaron's a con man. You're about to hear from Witsit. Do we need to mention what a massive grifter, scumbag, liar Witsit is? I'm pretty sure we've conclusively demonstrated that over and over again. These people are all con men. If you've put your faith in these people, more fool you.
Damn.
So Jaron has been so amazing to have.
I'm sure. He's just so amazing.
With us. He is.
Can we get a couple more amazing contradictions from him?
So fun in person. So
I bet he is. We better never meet. I'll tell you that much.
I'm really glad we had the opportunity to be together on this trip. So
I'm sure you were together on this trip. Did he spoon?
Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh. All right, who's up? Lise. All right, Lisbeth is up next.
Lisbeth. What you got, girl? Oh, commercials.
People keep sending me information about Will and his dodgy dealings in business. I mean, I'm grateful, but it isn't really that relevant. No offense. I mean, I get that they all attack us personally, but the fact that Will seemingly has conned a load of people out of their pensions by suggesting investments that were completely incorrect has no real relevance on whether or not we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, whether or not the azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe is a flat Earth map. These things aren't relevant. Thank you to the people who keep sending me the information, though, about Will being a con man.
Nicely done.
I'd agree with that. I don't think it's relevant that he's got standing charges against him of him being demonstrated as a con man.
You're gonna layer this on some more.
No, I'm agreeing with Nathan that wow, yeah, and we do thank people for noticing out there that the pastor Will Duffy has got basically fraud allegations against him.
Exactly.
We appreciate that. We're aware of it, but we don't think it's relevant whether or not we'll see the sun or not, as to whether the pastor Will Duffy has got outstanding fraud charges against him. Has outstanding fraud charges. He does. We all know that.
Right. And we should just pass it on to the people who've already written numerous articles about Will Duffy. And I'll just, read out one of the articles from Clay Matonskis, I think it's called. It says, speak to an attorney about your losses with broker Will Duffy. If you suffered losses with broker William Duffy or have concerns regarding your investment portfolio at WD Health Strategies, Duffy Financial, Emerson Equity, and or Innovation Partners, contact Clayman Toskins at 888-997-9956 or fill out the free form for free and confidential consultation to discuss your recovery options. That's recovering the money that Will lost a load of people. The people he fucked over royally and has now got a load of lawyers trying to recover the
No
losses
swearing.
that he caused people. But you can contact that number if you were fucked over royally by Will and he lost you a load of your money. You can do that. You can just contact
No
those
swearing.
lawyers if you need to.
Does anyone else agree with Nathan before we continue?
I agree 100%. No swearing.
Nobody else? Okay.
Hey guys, it's Lee.
Hey guys, hey, yeah, hey, how are you?
It's really bright standing right here.
It's bright. It's bright. It's certainly bright now. Hasn't been bright all day. What she got? She got 100-mile-an-hour tape strapped to her arm.
I was going to ask the same question. That was my first thing. Other than don't complain, the idiot photographer has decided that the best position is for you to look directly at the sun. The reason we've gone there to look at and ignore, to make sure it's completely behind him, out of shot.
Exactly. What's this? What was this whole thing? A 24-hour sun, correct? Can I have at least one shot of it?
No, it's not really there. It's green. I keep telling you guys. It's not really there.
Does she have a ring on her middle finger over a glove? What?
It's actually the ring of power. She's Gollum.
She's Gollum.
Just women in it.
But we're here
She's
in
thought the
Antarctica.
outfit through.
Like Will said, we are in an off-site camp of Union Glacier. They have been heavily accommodating, even from the point that we were in Punta Arenas. Shout
out. What?
I'd expect my
Is this
balls
like-
nuts. I'd expect my nuts fondled for 45 grand.
Oh.
What's going on here? What is this, like thank you letters and stuff? What?
It
Huh?
looked like they were
Put out
put up in sheltered housing.
The problem is,
frankly.
right, Will Duffy has a PR issue, right, a public relations issue. So what he needs is a load of people to come along and tell an audience how wonderful Will Duffy is, and that will hopefully mask the investigations and legal endeavours that people are struggling to get the money back that Will lost. So this makes him look a bit better.
Does it?
In Will's mind.
Why are these people? Why am I going getting this much? What? Step belly up to the damn camera so we can see you.
We can see the sun now.
to all of our
Oh, it's gone. It's moved
Oh,
already.
you seen the sun reflecting in her glasses? Okay, fair enough.
liaisons that were there, helping us out through everything, being able to answer questions.
So you had liaisons there, and you were able to answer questions. Anything else?
150 people watching. Please share the show if you've not done so already. Smash that share button.
What color was Will's socks?
Green.
Yesterday.
Questions. I am the only Spanish speaker on the trip, so
That's important.
it's been a pleasure.
Did somebody say hola?
It's Dora the Explorer.
I was thinking the same thing.
I heard somebody in the background say hola.
That was Nathan.
You wisecrackers, you.
Actually being able to translate for everybody and
Translate?
Muy
Translate what?
bien.
Yeah. Did you not know? Penguins speak Spanish.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Most of them.
Apparently, they're sunbathing at midnight, Adam.
There's a couple of them that have held on to the indigenous Indian penguin language, but most of them speak Spanish.
They're rebellious.
Yeah.
having those lost in translation moments. And I think aside from just like the beautiful views, like this is
beautiful.
Yeah, what are you looking at, love? Looks pretty desolate and empty to me.
You see what I mean? Why does everybody get off on snow all of a sudden? What's going on?
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Looks like
Shut
a
up,
freaking
Neil.
sheet of paper, Neil. It's boring.
is absolutely breathtaking. Like it really is.
This is breathtaking?
Yeah. It's fucking freezing, mate. You can't breathe.
No swearing. Only I can do that.
Nothing else like it. If there was ever any
Yeah, there's something else like it. I've been in places like this. Interesting.
Any doubt, not that I ever have, but if there was any doubt about a creator, I mean, this would put it to rest.
Why are we talking about the creator? Huh?
The creator likes snow, right? If ever there was a doubt, no, given the knowledge that the creator likes snow, look at all this snow. Got to be a creator.
Shout out to Unitox Femi for hitting the super chat. It says, "Is the sun in opposite position of the camera?" Yes, Unitox Femu. Surprisingly, given that's the entire purpose of the trip, Will has opted to put the camera in the face of the people talking rather than on camera. Yes, that's correct.
I don't mind talking about the creator, but do you transition much?
QA, I'm going to go to globeterminator.com. Proof of the creator. Scrolling down. Don't see a little bullet point called entitled snow. Quantity of snow. Proof of the creator. No. I've got no problem with that. The majesty of nature is fantastic. Yeah, that I'm being mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yes.
It doesn't demonstrate the creator.
Earlier in this show, literally, we were talking about inability to square the circle of how the stars behave in a very unnatural, if you will, way compared to terrestrial observations of anything ever. The stars and the sun and the moon, they don't behave in the same way as typically would be expected of anything we normally encounter physically. And as a result, we ascribe the stars the title of having the majesty of the heavens, right? That's something you can ascribe to the creator, because how else can you possibly explain something that doesn't behave in a way that comports with the reality that we experience in a physical, tangible way? You can't. So therefore, and I wouldn't necessarily do this on the fly in her scenario, if we chose to recognize the glory of the creator, that could be an example of that. But what's this non sequitur? You're in a snowy environment with nothing to look at, and apparently this is proof of the creator? Why?
Maybe she said crater.
Crater, as in a big depression?
Yes.
Oh boy.
There's no way that we're not in a created place. I don't care what anybody says. Say it in the comments. I won't read them anyway.
Say it in the comments, but you won't read them anyway. That's huh? What?
Got a few people in the chat seeking a bit of cope. Somebody in the chat saying, where was it? I keep losing these comments when I want to read them out. Somebody alluding to the idea that it's fake and filmed in advance in Australia. No, I don't think so.
I think irrelevant. Yeah. And a little bit butthurty. Just accept it for what it is. Yeah. What does it mean? Tell me what it means. Look at these guys. They're respectfully, they've obviously got to pay for the ticket and they've got to make a comment, and they're blown away by the majesty of the nature that's outlaid in front of them, and that's it. But none of the flat earthers are going, oh no. Well, maybe without Jaren. Jaren's probably more upset that he's what he said. I've got to lose the AE map that he should have lost many a moon ago. Whether that's a 24-hour moon in Antarctica or not. Yeah. But there's nothing here. The saddest thing we can do is be butthurt and go, ooh, it's definitely fake, like Awake Souls is doing. Yeah. Always a bit. Now, that's not to say these guys aren't nefarious, but I wouldn't invoke that they're on the beach in Brisbane. Yeah, they can't be, because look, the scales way different, don't they? So they're definitely there.
But yeah, no. Thanks to Will. Obviously,
If we
as you
see
guys know, I'm the golden
kangaroos-
ticket winner. It was a bumpy ride in
Hey, excuse me. I'm playing the video.
Goat's got a good point. If a kangaroo goes round the back of Elise there, yeah, then maybe there's a point.
Not Elise. Lease. Not Elise. Lease.
the beginning, but he really pulled through. And between all of this, I've been able to grow a beautiful friendship with Austin and with Jaron. And
Oh, that's good.
No
Neil.
liars and scammers.
Oh, that's not. Isn't that
That's
nice?
sad.
No, Neil, it's nice. There's nothing bad about friendship. That's lovely. Don't give a shit. Move on, Doc. Come on.
you know, even with the globe side, like it's been awesome. You know, Dave's been teaching me more about the optics and the camera.
What?
You know, critical think's been really cool.
It's been really cool.
So you teach you how to measure?
The fly has been really cool.
Even Tune, you know, and him and I, as you know.
It's the third person. I wouldn't have commented. The first guy, I think he was the organizer, was like basically saying, yeah, Tune's difficult, but after a while he's kind of all right. And this girl said, even Tune. It's like, obviously everybody finds this Michael guy really objectionable to the point where, yeah, even Tune. You're like, well, that's very complimentary of McToon. Yeah, we know he seems genuinely.
Oh, had some beef, but
he seems objectionable. Yes,
but you know, we were able to put it to rest because I think
you were able to put what to rest. That he's a booger eating schmuck.
Hyper specific individuals. These lot.
Yeah.
I think what matters the most is putting our egos aside. I've seen a.
Why are we talking about egos?
No idea. She didn't clarify what it was. It has been put to rest, so now it has been put to rest. We can put our egos to one side also, apparently.
Nope, our egos were in front before we put it to rest.
What's it? What is it?
What matters the most?
Cousin in the Addams family.
Good hair.
A lot of vitriol, a lot of crashing out on both sides, and it's just like
crashing out. Vitriol and crashing. What?
I think she got rohypnoled.
like, are we here for truth or are we here to hold on to a narrative?
Are we here for truth?
Ah, she's speaking to the true earthers.
Oh, can you define truth? I don't think I've ever thought, you know, I've been to a lot of places in my life and I never arrived somewhere and I said, well, I'm here for truth.
Hey,
I don't think that once ever crossed my mind.
Right, in all of that, that's a good point, true earthers. Do you think that, you know, that thing that they've took millions and millions of measurements with that demonstrates the rotation of the ether? Do you think they took that there?
Hold it. Somebody saying she said that her and Toon had beef on this trip. Thank you, Stephen, for letting us know from the chat. Yeah, shocking.
It's in Argentina. You're going to have beef in Argentina.
As in, they'd had a row, argued. Like Tuna's argued
have a
with
beef with a
everybody.
woman?
He's seemingly rubbed at least 2 or 3 people up the wrong way. Not that it matters particularly.
That's McToon.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no surprise then that he's pissed people off when you imagine. Basically, what was it? You were shocked that actually, if you met McToon in real life, he pisses you off as much in real life as he does online. Yeah, I don't think that'd be a shock to me. Judgment.
She could be a good woman. Then again, she could be the Antichrist.
Into ego. Now, with all that being said, that's not saying like a 24-hour sun proves a globe model. There's still definitely
proves a globe model? What the hell are you talking about?
She doesn't know how to debunk it. It doesn't mean to say that a 24-hour sun proves a globe model. In your statement, you've made the antipodal assumption that is required fallaciously to assert this does. So that means you don't know how to debunk it.
Why would it debunk something that doesn't exist anyway? Why would it have any impact? Something in reality versus a globe model.
Oh, because Will Duffy. Let me answer. Because Will Duffy contractually obliged her to say that in the event of certain circumstances.
Isn't it a complete category error?
Yes.
To look at something in reality and then say how it affects anything within somebody's imagination?
Yes, complete category error.
That's love. You have some issues.
Things that are in question, like the lack of sphericity of the earth and so many other things. But hey, we're here, we're working together, and I think the most important
Oh, working what?
Lack of sphericity means she pays attention to the rest of the crap arguments out there, like see too far. See too far equals lack of sphericity in her vernacular. Adam, just to answer you. Somebody asked me on the show in politics how I would measure the lack of drop.
Boy.
I said, that's a stupid question. How am I supposed to measure the lack of something? How many apples am I lacking? Give me it in decimal.
See, why are they there? Why are they there with like faces like a cow's slapped arse?
Because it's beautiful and the majesty of the Lord himself has been revealed to them. That's why they've all got faces like slapped arses, Adam, obviously.
Well, no, they're there because they went and they didn't articulate that it was a false dichotomy. And they're now in the situation that they've got to cook. See, if it was me, right, if I was there, I'm running round the back going, woohoo! I've got a piece of paper in my hand. I'm running up to the screen going, look, 30-1, Chinook Sun, baby! Oh, high five, Will! Woohoo! Quit then, yeah? Now deal with that, Will. Because what have you proven? Muppets. These guys staked something. Yeah? They were put in a position and they were sadly induced, weren't they, to compromise their own standards, to agree what was put to Brian, which he wouldn't agree, which was it will destroy the azimuth for equidistant projection. Now, some of
I'd do if I were there. I just thought, what would I actually do if I'd gone? I'd run around naked. That's what I'd do. I'll just say that's what I'd do. That's generally what I'd do in a new place. I'm going to run around naked.
Don't judge me. It's really cold. Woohoo!
You'd have Nicktoon chasing you.
I wouldn't do it for anybody else's, viewing pleasure. It'd be for my own pleasure.
Yeah, the Nicktoon would love you. Love you a long time.
Art is just this human experience altogether. So I give
the human experience. Well, this has some deeper philosophical meaning. You waxing philosophical on us.
big shout out to just like everybody here. The guys have been
big shout out to just everyone here. What?
Super awesome.
Just super, not only awesome, it's super awesome.
And yeah, shout out to ALE and,
another shout out to ALE.
Oh, shout out to God's creation.
Shout out to God's creation. Let's see if they shout you out back. What in the world is going on here?
We're looking for shout outs.
For allowing us to be here and experience this.
So God's creation allows you to be here for this experience.
Back at you, camel toe.
What?
Harsh. Technically, that is correct. It's just cockwaffle and not relevant to what's going off.
Now, that statement, do you want to write that down and then say it to yourself? Here, let's do it again.
Yeah, let's do it.
Write this down.
Shout out to ALE and, shout out to God's creation.
Shout out to God's creation. Write that down, Adam.
I ain't got a pen, but shout out to God's creation.
For allowing us to be here and experience.
To allow us to be here to experience
this. Love you all.
Experience this. She gives us a mwah. Love you all. I want you to write that down. I want you to send it to me.
Why?
I'm going to send it to a mental health professional.
Okay. That's perfectly reasonable.
That made no damn sense. How did God's creation allow her to be there?
Doesn't matter. Shout out to him.
This is what I said. Technically true. If God hadn't created all of this, then she wouldn't be able to go there and be confused.
No, not God. Shout out to God's creation. You have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
You little scrote. I was going to let that slide. That's hard.
You know better than to pull that shit with me, Adam.
All right, which bit? Is it the Shilajit bit of God's creation that you're shouting out?
Yeah. The vulvic acid. Well, she skipped it out there quick, didn't she? Let's go back.
Is that Eli piping
What
up?
is this the walk of shame? What that's going off? Yeah.
Somebody
What's
was
going
trying to get a
on?
word in. Guys, QE and Adams. Was someone trying to get a word in? I just swore I heard Eli. Maybe not.
I
there
don't think so.
It's Sasha.
No, it's
Sasha,
not in here.
hold on just one sec, Adam. Did you want to add something, Sasha? Go ahead.
Yeah, I forget it now. Leave it. Fuck it.
No swearing.
Oh, that sounds like you lie.
Sorry.
All right, watch how fast she boots Scoot out of screen. Watch this.
And for allowing us to be here and experience this. Love you all.
She run it?
She accelerated.
That's what I was asking. Just pause. What is this? Is this, when John Cena had to go on stage at the Grammys with his balls out as he's part of his public humiliation for
Excuse
the
me?
accepted? Is this what is going off here? Right. What was their point of this? Not one of them has addressed the sun. They've all just come up with other issues. What is this? This is really weird.
They can't make a conclusion yet. They can infer that it's all over but for the crying because they've arrived in the middle of the night and the sun's up. So therefore, what's to say? There's the sun. It's 3 a.m.
Adam, this is the best two shows that yesterday and this one in the last 6 years, and you are asking what is this? Keep going, man. This is, I don't know. I want part 3, part 4. This is so good.
This is stage 5 Klinger puke worthy. It's not. It's just a facade. It's like, what? Huh? What the hell's going on here? Is this a carnival tent? What?
It's very
A clown
revealing.
show.
I'm assuming we're going to get Witsit in a minute. Come on, son.
Is Witsit coming?
It must do. This is the
Yeah, I
walk
think
of
Witsit's
shame.
next. Witsit's after this. I think he's introducing Witsit now.
Okay.
Awesome. So yeah, Lisa's been great. She's right.
Lisa's been great, of course. Obviously,
We're really bonding out here. There's just
bonding. What type of bonds?
magic when you get people together.
What type of bonds?
Magical bond
with them.
He got rumpus, Adam.
Magical bond.
You're not Adam.
I think it'd be the sort of bond that Pastor Will Duffy's wife would have been fearful of, which is what he voiced to us all, that when he picked, what's her name, Lisbeth, when she was first picked. That's the reality. What?
This is going down a trail that I didn't want to go. I'm sorry I asked. Here we go.
In person, face to face, get to really have meaningful conversations, look each other in the eye.
Where you want Adam go on moot?
Because the criteria for selection weren't to have meaningful. It was to have a flat earth to go and validate this stuff.
He said they're going to look each other in the eye while they're both wearing reflective shades.
Yeah.
Look us right in the eye and tell me I love you.
Shut up, Neil.
Guys, it's just great. So we just hit over 4,000 people.
That seems like the most important thing. Focus. Can we see that damn sun or what?
Watching live. And with that, I'll turn it over to Austin Witsit, who...
Oh, Mr. Ping Pong Golf Balls.
Ping pong golf ball. It should be
All right.
interesting.
Is he going to lie again? Let's see.
You all know, runs the channel Wits It Gets It.
What's up? So
What's up? The sky? And your lion sorattery?
Nothing on a globe can't have up.
They're holding guns on the other side of this camera.
Oh, they are. That's pretty funny.
This is all a stage.
Really? Interesting.
No,
No. What's
So you
going
lied.
on? What? You interrupted there. I'm lost now. Can I have a J? That was weird. So can I just get a J?
No, it's not that weird. I want to brush this off. Right. Given the circumstances, he's suggesting that in order for him to say this is occurring, he'd have to be held at gunpoint. It's just a joke. Let's not labour this.
Fine. That's what I was trying to recognise. I know that's a joke. If you're a little bit more savvy, you would ask why. Would you make that joke, Nathan?
Yes, probably.
Why? Why would you make that joke?
To make people like me, to be funny.
You wouldn't need to. You're not that ginger.
I would do it, but I would also be naked.
Yeah, you would.
actually, they're holding guns on the other side of this camera. This is all a stage. No, yeah. So I mean,
No, yeah. Starting off good.
I was one of the people that said,
Pause. That means I feel like I've been compromised. He's in a, yeah. That's really genuinely right. As a confident person in yourself, if you've got, that's really weird. This is your moment for humanity, and that's how you come in. I'm going to pretend it's an Al Qaeda video.
An Al Qaeda. Oh, Adam. Sometimes some of the things you say are absolutely priceless.
Let's see if he redeems himself. Like you say, this is his moment. Let's hear it. Let's see what it's got to
All
say.
right. Okay, I'll let it go.
yeah. So I mean, I was one of the people that said I definitely didn't think that there was a 24-hour sun. We obviously haven't actually seen the sun for 24 hours, but
Oh, you just contradicted. He just contradicted Jaron.
No. Again, because we've dissected it already, I can just do this quickly. Right.
Okay.
Yes, I appreciate that. Like me, I kind of made up my mind that if they arrive and the sun's up, I'll kind of semi-concede. Maybe have a bit of fun with it, which I did. I started pretending the sun didn't exist. Things like that. Right. That's why I'm agreeing or disagreeing with Adam, if you will, when I say, yeah, I probably would have a little joke about it in defeat. Right? But in terms of Whitsit's demeanour and his bullshittery, this is his moment. I really want him to do well, like always. But I doubt it.
Okay. So let me put it this way then. If I'd have forgotten to taken my bookie slip where I had my Chinook son bet on, right, and I went there as an independent person, which is what he should have been doing, I'd still have been stepping up going, wow, fellow flat earthers, there's a sun over there. Let me just show you, because like this idiot won't, yeah? But there's a sun over there. I don't know what it means, but as we've always said all along, yeah, from the first critique we ever had with Eratosthenes, what the sun does has got nothing to do with the nature of what we're standing upon. But come and look at this majesty, yeah? They all seem apologetic, scared, coward, like they've got something to apologize for. You don't need to unless you went there and say with the bet slip.
Sure, but what I'm saying is he's resigned himself to being wrong and disclaimed that he hasn't actually gone through the full duration of the 24 hours and seen it the entire time yet. So again, credit where credit's due. I'm glad he said it because I'm saying it to the audience. Obviously, we're on the outside. We're not there to give true clarity, but we're saying, no, based on what we understand thus far, they are yet to observe the 24-hour sun, end quote. That is what they're there to see. And he's just making it clear. As yet, we haven't actually seen that yet, but I'm pretty resigned to the fact that I think it will definitely happen given the time we arrived and things like that. And now I'm expanding on his behalf. But so far, so good. Nothing wrong with what's happened so far. Even that I'm being held by Al-Qaeda at gunpoint, therefore I've got to... No, just joking. I'm just here and the sun's up. Isn't really what he said, but that's what he's doing. I've got no issues so far, surprisingly.
Surprise.
Jesus.
So,
I think I like Adam's take a little bit more. Adam seems to be in tune with this. That it was so articulate and so lucid. Maybe we should have treatments in the morning.
Anyway, moving on.
I need an all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet to get this lucid.
Let's just get to where it does get egregious. It's going to quickly. It's it.
Have you already watched this?
No. What I did was I scanned through the first 20, 25 minutes till I found something that I thought was juicy. So, like I say, what I picked out was the guy leveling his scales. Now, you guys spent approximately 1/10 of half a second covering that and spent about 10 years on the green screen that covered the presumably backlit by a little blue bulb scales, which...
110 years, 160 watching. Woohoo!
Well, I just thought that was a little sus. I mean...
Let's not go over it again! Breathe,
jab
Nathan,
me in the eye with a fork. I just thought it was sus because it was weird. I'm not a conspiratard or anything. I just thought it was strange.
And I thought you'd need a flat Earth for gravity, down, perpendicular, weighing stuff. But I mean, we think things that are definitely true, and often green screens take precedent. It's just the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, it does, because we already put that. That's already been bygone since 2016. Why should I deal with that?
Because proving flat Earth is kind of a priority for me, given I make a living from it. So when someone refers to a prerequisite flat Earth need when leveling a tool, I'm going to say you need a flat Earth for that. Now, I get it. We've already done it. We know that. But I do have an audience, and it is nice to point it out.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But
Shut
it
up,
is
Neil.
doing what they said it would do.
So the sun is doing what they said it would do?
Oh, it did the same immediately after I said it would get egregious. It does. So he did the same bloody thing Jaren does. You disclaim that you haven't seen what it's going to do because it's future tense, and then agree that it's doing what they said. You haven't seen it yet.
Can I ask you a question?
No, we need a J.
No, we got
We need
lucid
the whole
Adam.
thing.
We got lucid Adam. Shut the hell up, Neil. Lucid Adam has something to say.
So part of the reading I did was what we're being presented with right now is on the website. This is called the Midnight Sun, which is, I think, what they're experiencing. What Nathan's alluding to is a 24-hour sun. Something I couldn't see on the website, wasn't sold but the Midnight Sun is. Okay. The issue I've had all along is I don't know how long they've been there, but they've now been told the local time is midnight. Do you understand? That's a very different thing to being able to validate over a day or so that this is midnight. If I've got on a plane and flew to New York, I can only conclude that it is actually 8 o'clock here. Yeah, it's a bit. Now, if I flew somewhere and I didn't know where it was and I weren't, how would I know what time it was? Now, the reason I know it's 8 o'clock in New York is because everybody else has got their watch set to 8. Doesn't mean it is, as we talked about some of this stuff with Brian and Time Bandits. That doesn't have to be sun time. Yeah, that can be a political designation. That could be the same thing here. Now, and this is just to bring it back to what Nathan said. At the moment, we've got a full tick on the brochure, Midnight Sun, as described, right? But people are making disclaimers before a witnessing of a 24-hour sun, I think, is kind of where we're at.
It's kind of weird, don't you think?
It is a little bit weird.
Forward?
Yeah, it's a bit weird. It's like you're going down there to witness a 24-hour sun. So until you've witnessed 24 hours of sun, surely you don't say anything. Because you arrive,
Right.
okay, sun's up. What's that? You say it's midnight. It matters not what the time is if it's alleged the sun is above the horizon the entire time, because then you've got no frame of reference for that method of using that convention. That would be time.
Yeah.
Time becomes inconsequential. I couldn't give a toss what they say local time is. Show me the sun above the horizon for 24 hours. That's what I've got to be saying before I start saying they were right.
That's what Mighty Mush was saying. That's why he was so irate.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Nathan.
I still
Did we
stand
just
by. I
step
think they
off
will
into
see it.
Bizarro? I'm sorry. Did we just step off into Bizarro world? Because that's what I thought this was. To view the sun for 24 hours above the horizon. Where did I miss something?
No, they haven't done that yet. So when Whitsitt and Jerem both make the same blunder as to say, no, we haven't actually seen 24 hours of sun yet, but it is doing what they're doing. All you've done is arrived and see the sun's there. Now, it's at that, again, the reason I would do it from afar is to say, okay, it seems reasonable based on their itinerary that when arriving what seems like about 3 a.m., if the sun's well and truly up and there's full-on blue skies, at that point, I'll be like, ain't looking good for you AE map boys that have failed to recognise the false dichotomy or affirming the consequent antipodal assumption fallacies. If you haven't done that, you'd be panicking now. Ha ha, chuckle, chuckle. That's what I thought when I woke up and saw exactly that, knowing what time they're there. Now, again, straight away, there was people pointing out the ambiguity, going, no. I don't reckon it's 12 midnight there. If they are there at all, of course, these are sceptical people. But when they're like, it's not midnight, it's like the time becomes irrelevant. We need to see the sun above the horizon for a full 24 hours. Now, based on the time, I'd say it's reasonable to extract that from it, but not if you're one of the people participating for 40k. You know, hold your tongue.
Yeah,
Nathan.
Somebody's trying to get your attention, Nathan.
This is really, I don't care who's trying to get our attention. This is a very important point. This is very strange behavior.
It is, but somebody's trying to get our attention. I'm really sorry. We've said that before. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you very much. What I heard, Nathan, is in that area they use New Zealand time, which is like 13 hours ahead. So yes, they would have sun at what they think is midnight because it isn't.
Yeah, we need to see it for 24 hours. So we need constant live streams.
100%.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
But their time, they are apparently, because it's the base that they're at, they use local time for New Zealand, apparently. And that is like over 12 hours difference to where it should be, as they just went dead south from South America.
Right, I didn't know that.
New
Thank you for
Zealand's on
informing
the
us.
Yeah, well, look into it. That's what I heard. The base uses New Zealand time.
But still, it's good to know, and thank you for that. But it's still irrelevant.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, I agree with you. 100%, John. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Brian, my point of content or discontent here isn't so much that. I recognise that. I think in what I was saying, a time zone is going to be assigned to this, which is what we're talking about. It isn't that. So I'll just try and reiterate my point at this point is that the flat earthers are here providing apologetics for observing the thing that's demonstrated on the webpage. And let me elucidate. So if you go to the webpage, you will see that part of the description, because there's not a lot to do other than look at penguins, but one of the things they do say is some of the people that are out there, those ELA people, at this time of year, they bake cookies at midnight. Okay. So, and part of the trip is you can go and see the sun at midnight. Now, we've got the apologetics of what midnight that is, because it's not a real time zone down there. Particularly if you're on a ball, it's certainly not a real time zone. You can manipulate it how you want. It's nowhere. Yeah. You can assign whatever you want. The people won't know. But that seems to be what's occurred up until this point. Now, if I was informed, and again, if it was me that was going, the only point of admission, maybe, which is what we're seeing here, that I would give is, yep, it exactly says it as it said in the brochure, Will. Midnight sun in Antarctica at midnight. At midnight, I'll see the sun, right? Where's my cookie? And let's have a chat in 24 hours. Yeah? Do you want to?
No.
This point,
What kicks in now for me, right? Do you remember when we did Tracking the Sun on the Flat Earth live? What I was very conscious of is, will I be able to keep alert and run my channel effectively without something terrible happening and me not noticing quick enough if I'm awake for 24 hours? In other words, I need to stay frosty. Yeah? Now, that would be my primary concern. You're not going to get another opportunity. So I want to keep my eyeballs, my own eyeballs, on that sun from this point for 24 hours. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to go inside and go, oh my God, I was cut up my eyes every 20 seconds. That's not what I mean. What I mean is I want to remain alert and awake for 26, 27 hours until we get back on the plane and collapse through exhaustion and then sleep till we arrive at the next airport. My point being that all that matters now for these people is, do you actually see it go around you? What does it actually do? On my show recently, doing it live now, I shouldn't really say it like it's not present tense. On the show, I've been telling people, pay attention to the sky. By a lot of the language of the people who are involved in this, it tells me, by the way they're talking about this stuff, they've never done any of it. They've never really looked at the sky. They've never done time lapses. They've never stared at any of these things and observe how they behave. Now, in this circumstance, if it was me, because I like looking at the sky, I'm a little bit obsessed with it. That's why I was a baller when I was a baller. It's why I'm a flatty now, right? It's interesting. They're talking about the glory of God. Yeah, I agree. The majesty of this stuff is second to none. But my priority, given I've only got one shot of this, is simply to stay awake for a day, for a full 24 hours, not fall asleep, so that I actually experience what it does do when I'm there and can describe it in detail, having viewed it with my own eyes. Now, a lot of people have asked, what did Robert Shortman do? Was he lying? Well, no, I believe his first-hand testimony. And what he said, given that he was down there for 18 months and had no worries about going to sleep when he got there, he just got up, watched what he did in his daytime and had a general idea about what the sun was doing, and then went to sleep each night. Now, given that that's not it's the case that he wasn't just there with his eyes with matchsticks pinned open going, I really must keep an eye on this for 24 hours because I might be quizzed on it at a later date. He's just like, well, no, I think if it went behind me, I'd have noticed. Now, that's how he answered. Now, that's not saying it does not. He's saying, to my experience, I don't recall it going around me in a full circle. Yeah, it stayed really light, even at night. Even when the sun had gone away and then disappeared, it was still really light in summer. This is me parroting Robert Shortman's testimony. So if I arrive off the plane like these guys and they're like, it's midnight, sun's out, I'm like, couldn't give a shit. Now the clock begins. What time is it on my watch? My way of referencing how long 24 hours will elapse in. I want to see it for that period of time and more. In case, what happens if in 27 hours it goes down? Well, I've no idea what that thing is anymore. So my level of scrutiny is going to be off the scale. If I'm there. These guys, oh, they're already right. What are you talking about? You've only just arrived. Pay attention to what it's doing now, then tell me your observations when you've made them. Not when you've just arrived.
Paula asks, can you ask Nathan if they observed the sun for 360 degrees? The degrees are more important than the time.
Exactly. Well, the
That's
first thing
from
that got
Paula.
props, the only person who's got props so far, Huey, you might not have caught this, you might have if you were in the live stream. Huey gave Dave McKeegan props. Subtle, went very quickly. No one acknowledged it. I noted it too. What did Dave McKeegan say that would get him props from QE? He said, right, I've set up my camera. I've got a platform that's going to rotate 360 degrees. You know, that's it. I'm set up and I'm ready to take in this information. I've got nothing against Dave McKeegan particularly. Good for you. First one to have actually said you're doing something that I'd find useful. So it might be the only one that actually comes back with anything bleeding useful is Dave McKeegan.
But that's the equivalent position. Right. Huey, am I missing the point here? My point here is Dave, props to Dave, because he's not jumping up and down going, woohoo, it's a ball, because he's recognized, now I came here to view it for 24 hours, not to see and bake cookies at midnight, which is advertised on the website, which is the point in time we're at. Now, Dave McKeegan's come on and not gone victory dance, but the flat earthers have come on and conceded defeat. The fact that there is a 24-hour sun, even though they've only got there and not witnessed it yet. It's not so much the facts of what's gone off, it's the behavior of the flat earthers. And as you give good kind of contrast to, the behavior of the flat earthers is of the ball earther isn't commensurate.
Hold on, you're being criticised.
Stop. And the ball earther isn't claiming victory.
Well,
He's
you're getting
doing what
criticised
we're
from the
asking.
chat, Adam. That's why I'm interrupting you. I'm so sorry. Jaren and Elizabeth both have 24-hour rotating cameras as well, says Bucksod from the chat. I don't dispute it. I'm sure they all have. Regardless, on camera now during this live stream, the flat earthers, as Adam's explaining while you type that, Bucksod, and anybody else listening for that matter, they've already verbally conceded. It's done what they've said it would do, they say. Both Jaren and Whitsit. And Elizabeth to a certain extent. Now, so far, what did Dave McKeegan talk about? I'll reiterate my point again. I'm sorry, Adam. I know I'm talking through you and you've got a point that you were making. He's the only one that's gone, clock starts now. I've set my equipment up and we'll see what, essentially, let's see what my equipment gets me. Is the tone of what Dave McKeegan said. Very different to what the flatties said. Feel free to continue, Adam. I just wanted to address that because it's obviously on the minds of the people in the chat.
It's exactly the same. It's the same point. As I said, if we were to assume the polar opposite of what I heard from the flat earthers, then Dave McKeegan should be doing a victory dance. Yeah, but he hasn't, and this is why he got kudos, because he said, "No, I've only just arrived. I've not observed it for 24 hours. That's why I've travelled all this to make this observation." He's not doing his victory dance yet. Yeah, because he recognises where we're at, and this was on point. It's not even though whether we see it or we don't. It's the fact that at this point, yeah, if you're on your trip to Niagara Falls, but you've not got to Niagara Falls yet, and you go and watch it then you look at the brochure. Well, there's nothing outside of the brochure yet, other than, yes, you will be able to bake cookies at midnight. It's midnight, apparently, in New Zealand. So let's call it midnight. Let's bake some cookies. Brilliant. There's the sun. Now, that's all that's been observed and experienced by the flat earthers and by Dave McKeegan. Dave goes, got me shit, setting it up. I'm going to watch this. Brilliant. Flat earthers go, oh, I concede. 24-hour sun. Why? Because you bake cookies at midnight. What's going off?
It took us that long to get to the point?
It did.
Oh, my God.
It did, but I'm going to do a super chat. For some reason, I can't bring it up on screen. It seems to have vanished off my ABS. I'm really sorry I can't put it on screen. Omnibus Rhombus. Get help, man. Here's $2 for medical expenses. Thank you very much for the super chat.
I think we could all do the same of baking cookies if we put our clocks back 12 hours.
Let's just see the 24-hour sun, okay? Along with their behavior, which is because they're numpty dipshits, the flat earthers. Can we please see? It's been 24 hours by now, right? Since they've been there. Can we see it? Is there a video that we can see 24-hour sun, please? Anyone?
I haven't seen one, no.
Wasn't that the whole point, that the sun stays above the horizon for 24 hours? Am I in bizarro world here? Anyone?
They won't be doing any filming until tonight. So because they moved camp, so it's tonight and tomorrow night that they're going to be doing the filming and the testing.
What? Huh? Yep, I guess I am in bizarro world. Okay, let's continue. Missing football for this. Just want you to know.
Say
very clearly, and it is still dancing around high in the sky.
The sun is dancing.
I'm watching football.
Shut up, Neil.
So obviously we're documenting it. Well, yeah.
What documenting what? I see it in the reflection. I see it there. About it.
Yeah, I said what I feel about this the whole time.
Go back to that picture. That's really intriguing. There's no, we're not being given any visual, any representation of their experience. The sun's nowhere, and the other people's glasses, it was hard to see. That is still close to the horizon. Look, that's what New Zealand's midnight. Yeah, it's very low down, is it? Look, yeah. Intriguing. Now, this is a question I asked about people from. I've got a lass that works in Ghana, or came from Ghana, works for me, and I was like, you get to this time of year, and the sun, the way it behaves off the surface, and the reason sometimes you have to wear glasses because the glare is so much. It's not because it's summer and the sun's at strongest in terms of the amount of light you're receiving.
Yep.
It's the angle that it's coming into the eye off the surface.
Yep.
And I would at this time of year here have the same effect. And I say strange ponderances, and I look at how low that sun is. That's the first glimpse I've got with this some kind of imagery of the background. It seems very low towards the horizon. And that would be a reason for glare. Certainly on a flat earth, on a ball, it would do. But that's the first image of the sun. I know we've been waiting. Look at that. Look at it.
That's amazing, Adam. Thanks for that.
That's the most interesting picture I've seen all bleeding day.
I could tell. I could tell that same sort of phenomena when I shoot in the summertime. I go out to my target out there. It's bright. It's totally different when I go out there. Like now, I have to have my hat down across my face to block the sunlight because I get too much glare.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah. Good point. Are we going to see the 24-hour sun anytime soon?
No.
I want to keep us all right on point. I need to see the 24-hour sun above the horizon for 24 hours, you 24-hour morons. Okay, that's it. And then you can confirm all your fallacies and then kill the AE map, the globe projection. But I just want to see 24 hours. Okay? That's all I want.
There's all the blue screen stuff. Look at that image now. Look at his jacket. That looks really blue screen. Green screen. Look at it. That looks ropey. That really genuine. What I've done while we've been talking, I've been analysing the background a little bit. The clouds are moving. So even if it is blue screen, it's not just a picture. I just want to kind of check the clouds a bit. There is reasonable motion.
Thanks, Adam.
I hate this blue screen. I started to hate it.
It is doing.
No, I didn't bring it up.
I started off the day with it because it amused me slightly. Now I'm kind of at the end of my day, or coming up on it, right towards the end of my day, and it's starting to irritate me. It seemed like a joke on the dumber flat earthers. No offense if you're one of those people who think they can deny this because of green screens, but it started off amusing. Now it's irritating. Would you agree?
Yeah,
it was irritating the first second it was raised, not because, because the reason it's an irritation to me is because, guys, you don't green screen. Who cares? Yeah, it's irrelevant to what's happening there. Yeah, green screen or not, it's not the point. If it is green screen, does that mean it's flat? No. Well, that's where we are, not validating Will Duffy.
Means the sun's fake.
I want to see 24 hours. I want to see the sun above the horizon for 24 hours. Simple as that.
You're not going to, unless you keep an eye on everybody's sunglasses, because the camera ain't going to look at it.
I bet the penguins are really kangaroos in suits.
Very clearly, and it is still dancing around high in the sky. So obviously we're documenting it. But yeah, I said what I feel about this the whole time. Truth doesn't fear investigation.
I don't want your philosophy. Your philosophy's a train wreck. Okay, Mr. Alternative Cosmology. Right? I don't care about how you feel.
I think that we're truly trying to figure out the truth. Obviously, some people
Truly trying to figure out the truth. Okay?
people think
You care what people think. You're a grifter. You definitely do.
that what we were told is the
wait,
truth.
wait.
I don't think that,
Two
but
things.
Oh my God, I heard truth again. Go ahead, Adam.
Just well, there's two things. There was that one, that nonsensical. We're truly trying to find the truth. Truth. I just like that. Which gets a lot of shit, but that is a beautifully groomed beard, sir. You must have
Oh my God, you told me to stop for
figure
that
out the
shit.
truth. Obviously, some people think
I'm back with the truth again.
that what we were
If anyone's pulled truth out of the hat, good luck tonight. You'll be throwing up all over yourself.
told is the truth. I don't think that.
Oh my God, he said it again. All right, you're friggin' lying. That's it. It's it. You're lying. You're a liar.
But I do think that this people need to be honest and humble
That this people need. That's a sentence fragment.
and be like, whoa, we
Whoa, that's deep.
were wrong. If
Who was
something
wrong?
doesn't just pop out of the blue and all of a sudden
Exactly.
the
Who
sun
was
sets
wrong?
or
Hold
something.
on, hold
Who
on.
was wrong
When we
here?
claim that there was no sun.
This fucking thing better fucking
Name names.
stop.
Name
son of a
names, Witsit. You mean Dave and his app and his azimuthal equidistant projection that he's ignored people telling him how wrong it is for years? You mean Dave, right?
My God.
Before we carry on, QE, will you just click the CC button? Because sometimes with this kind of rhetoric, it really helps, certainly for me. Yeah, thank you.
Truth doesn't fear investigation. I think that we're truly trying to figure out the truth. Obviously, some people think that what we were told is the truth. I don't think that, but
You writing them down how many times?
I do think that this people need to be honest and humble and be like, whoa, we were wrong. If something doesn't just pop out of the blue and all of a sudden
What?
the sun sets or something.
That's possible. You still got 23 hours left.
That's the point, isn't it? Yeah. If I lock you in a box, sent you to Argentina, stick you on another flight, and flew you to a place and said it's midnight and the sun was up, you go, fuck off, you idiot. Yeah. Why should I believe you? It's midnight. This is where we're at. This is the point of frustration. Yeah. That these guys have accepted it before evidence again.
Yep.
Yeah. When the evidence comes, then have this statement, this beautiful, humble statement. It's fantastic. But at least see the evidence first.
You think?
No, just
when we claimed that there
apologize
was no sun.
before seeing the evidence.
Holy shit. Won't shut up. Shut the hell up.
The sun sets or something.
Or something. Yeah. That's what it would be. Yeah. That's why you're down there. Hello, McFly.
When we claimed that there was no sun.
When we claimed that there was no sun.
Nobody claimed there was no sun. The false dichotomy is 24-hour rotating sun is debunking a flat Earth if you ascribe yourself to the azimuthal equidistant globe projection on the flat Earth side of the argument. Alternatively, if you assume antipodal positioning, that would be on a globe, then you'll observe 24-hour sun. Not no sun. I mean, I again, it's really irritating, but I did do that as humorous effect this morning when I'm like, this is green screen. There's no sun, right? But he's saying it like that's suddenly the dilution of the argument. Oh my God.
Right.
Who said there was no sun? What are you retarded or something? Do you even know why you went down there? Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball.
He's reduced it from a flat.
What's the statement here? What is this?
He's reduced it to a flat Earth perspective that isn't anything to do with conditional presuppositional argumentation about globe or flat. It's been reduced to, if I can get to Antarctica and see the sun, they win.
Oh my God. Can you see me coming in here from the side with a sidekick?
Yeah.
I can see it happening.
Please don't press play. What's on screen now is my main point of contention, our real issue. What Pastor Will Duffy fought hard for, what they didn't say before going, otherwise they'd have suffered a greater tirade of abuse. But which it's saying, which we all know means, for the sake of argument, I'll concede the point. When we claimed that there was no sun, that's the point. No, we never did. So for you to be there now, having been there a good couple of hours, not 24, to straw man us that our claim that there was no. So I'm hoping he corrects this and points out that wasn't our claim, but it feels like he's now down there providing apologetics for a claim that we never made. In fact,
unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm speechless.
Can we get a J? Can we get a J and just show up for a minute just to listen to that? Because genuinely, that's what that feels like, and that's egregious in the extreme.
We were wrong if something doesn't just pop out of the blue and all of a sudden the sun sets or something, when we claimed that there was no sun or 24-hour sun. So yeah, and
he changed it, or 24-hour sun. Which one?
It doesn't matter. That's the same thing. He clarified it as to the claim.
Yeah, fair enough.
The claim is just as egregious. No, we never did say that. If it's flat, there won't be a 24-hour sun. You might have. And I think you were careful not to make that claim. And that's why I'm finding this troublesome, because here he is now outlining Pastor Will's point of why he wanted to get flat earthers on board and what the conditions were.
Is he not contractually obliged to? I mean, let's get it straight. Well, Brian was, as you pointed out earlier, set in a position where he had to make a conditional acceptance just to get Will to even interact with him, with the materials that he'd presented for Will Duffy personally. No. Only if you accept this. You're like, okay. So do you think these guys have had 40k spent on them and not literally contractually obliged to concede defeat here? Seems so.
Oh my God.
I know a lot of people want to know what my take is in terms of how does it work and stuff. And
how does what work?
I will like a quick.
How does what work in the stuff seas? What is going on here?
He's right. I've seen a physical demonstration that could show this working, but I do think that some of
Pause.
What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what he's talking about. He's now providing apologetics as to how you could see a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth.
Preemptive. It's preemptive bullshittery.
Now that's Whitsit's signature.
Oh my God. This is. I'm feeling a retard, and this whole situation is so retarded. I want to turn it off. I'm missing football for this.
Man up and take your medicine. Press play.
The data we're going to have from this trip may help to clarify if that is actually what's happening. But
what is actually happening? If that is, what's happening? What?
Anyway, long story short, they kind of covered the trip. It's like incredible.
What is happening? What the thing that you've gone all the way across the world to experience, but you've only just got there and haven't experienced yet, but that you're apologizing for, and now giving a nonsensical description as to how you could see it on your AE projection. Is that where we're... Oh, Lord. And then people ask why you sigh and go, why? Please don't represent me. Please don't.
But I do think that some of the data we're going to have from this trip may help to clarify if that is actually what's happening. But anyway, long story short, they kind of...
What data do you need? Just stay up for 24 hours, like Nathan said, and just be there. And then watch the damn sun. What is so hard about this? Why are you a retard? Why are you retarded?
That's not a why question.
What the hell? Why am I here? What is this? Tell me. I don't know. So friggin' stupid. He's stupid. Jaren's stupid. Will's stupid. They're all stupid. I'm in a fucking carnival tent with abject morons. What do you want me to do with this? He doesn't even know why he's down there. What? You pissed me off so early in the friggin' morning.
Covered the trip. It's like incredible and beautiful.
Oh, it's incredible and beautiful, and the creator, right? We going down this. Do you have a script or something?
Beautiful. And when you fly into here, it's just like words can't even describe it.
Oh, pause. Yes.
Back to when we fly in here, Adam.
Yeah. See, the riots were mostly peaceful, but a little bit fiery. Yeah. When we flew in here, it was incredible and beautiful, and invoked the creator. Yeah. These are like, you know, when I was saying to you guys, when I was prepped by the guys to go and speak to the media on behalf of the MP, make sure you drop this line in, Adam. This is what I've heard from them all.
Yep.
And I say, initially mocked it off as obviously they're snow lovers. This is all white. It was incredible.
Well,
just look at
the only thing he hasn't dropped. The only thing he hasn't dropped yet is the creator. If he drops creation or creator in here, I'm going to go down there and kick his face in.
Yeah. Then all of their statements have been mostly peaceful and non-fiery. Yeah.
Is he going to do it? Let's find out.
It's crazy, crazy beautiful. Obviously, this, you know, for people to say that we can't go here and all these people are working here, we obviously never actually claimed that people.
Yeah, no one ever claimed that. Good.
People couldn't go here.
Why the hell did you say it then? Is he having the multiple personality problem where he invents somebody that doesn't exist, says they say something, and then tells you how the thing they've invented, someone that doesn't exist would say, is actually wrong? A straitjacket time.
Did Bob say that we couldn't go down there?
Yeah, this is the rhetoric that would be held at flat earthers. Yeah, this is what Pastor Will said. You said you can't go here. Well, we'll go here. It's odd that Whitsit's now making this false claim again on our behalf that our justification as flat earthers, as we claim that people wouldn't go here, we just say you can freely and yeah. No, we pointed out how difficult it was because for the sake of the penguins that don't want them eating crisp packets. That's what the UN told me, and we believe that. And we also believe that if you had thousands and thousands of pounds, this is back in 2016, that you could go. Now, you've spent the thousands and thousands of pounds. So there is, why are you attacking flat earthers and making us out straw manners with the retardia fallacy? Yeah? When actually, if you look historically, the point is contrary to what you're making. Why are you attacking this dude? Why are you providing bullshit apologetics for something you've still not seen yet?
Yep.
Really explore it. But I will say this, when we flow over it, I'd be like, you probably don't want to really do that, you know? So it looks extremely dangerous. It's beautiful, but scary at the same time. And so, you know, they say, look, if you want to go somewhere, we got to survey it and make sure you're not going to fall in and die. And I get it. So, yeah, obviously we did know you could go.
You did what? You're in one spot.
You know, when you fly over Iceland, you go, oh, don't land there. That looks a bit scary. Why? Because it's white. Yeah. You racist, Witsit. You racist.
No, there is a reason for this.
White doesn't mean it's scary.
Let me just justify it.
Retarded.
Hold on. So, Will Duffy at the beginning of this broadcast explains that upon organising the trip, the people in Antarctica arranging the logistics appreciated what was trying to be achieved and had explained to Will Duffy that the mountain would typically obscure the sun at some point. So they will rearrange the camp location specifically so that that doesn't happen. So they've gone out of their way to be somewhere out of the ordinary, according to Will Duffy at the beginning of this broadcast. Subsequently, when Whitsitt suggests that, well, they've got to check that we're not going to fall down a crevasse, again, it seems perfectly reasonable, given what's been explained, if you take it as read what Will Duffy has suggested at the beginning of this broadcast.
Thanks.
Go to approved places, but more so, the point of this trip is to see if there's a 24-hour sun. There clearly is. I won't go on like a big rant.
Well, see if there's a 24-hour sun. He said there clearly is.
What? So he and Jaron, isn't he the third? There was someone else that had conceded it before it had happened. Was it someone else? I forget. I lost track. So he's saying that it's already happened when it hasn't been observed yet?
Yes. Yep. Let's go back. Let's listen to it again.
Places, but more so.
Wait a second, Adam.
The point of this trip is to see if there's a 24-hour sun. There clearly is. I won't go on like a...
There clearly is what he said.
Clearly is. What, from standing there for a few minutes?
Yep.
Yeah, and they're the things, right, that set alarm bells in my head. Not just our blue screeny that really keeps looking to me. Yeah. It's the things that, as a genuine person, as just by your own butthurtness, you wouldn't concede yet. Yeah. But they've done so. It doesn't make sense. Why would you concede when you haven't seen it yet? Just because comes back to the initial point.
Probably because they're tired.
When you get there, somebody tells you it's midnight, and after 45 minutes, you go, well, it's 1:15. Still, sun's still up. I don't need the rest of the 24 hours. The reason I've gone there.
Let me try and explain. Because there's a couple of things that I think are playing in here. Number one, right, I've done horrendous journeys back and forth to different countries, connecting flights and all this crap. You're utterly exhausted. Furthermore, you've got this scenario where the people that you're mingling with are your enemy. You're having to be cordial. People are falling out, mostly with Toon by the sounds of things. Yeah? But there's hostility, a lot of exhaustion and travel, and then you arrive and they do the bait and switch. You know, what are they bait and switching? Well, the bait and switch is, we need to see a full rotation of the sun. Yeah? Me, I'm concerned about doing it from a hangout when I'm sat in my own home doing it with a internet basis, right? I'm worried about being able to prep for 24 hours to do that 10 years ago. These guys are trying to now do that after massive journey, lots of contentions, arguments falling out. So they're going to be susceptible to the bait and switch. The bait and switch is, we need to see a 24-hour sun, that's to say have eyeballs on the sun for 24 hours, versus you'll see a sun, singular, sun at midnight. Now, I think the hope is, what do you think they'll be feeling in about 12 to 14 hours from now? Forget about the time where you are. This video, bearing in mind that this is broadcast live, at the moment that Whitsitt's captured in this live broadcast, how do you think he will feel in 12 to 14 hours?
Dumber than he is right now?
I'll tell you how he'll feel. He'll feel absolutely exhausted. And do you know what he'll want to do?
Yes.
What will he want to do? Go to sleep.
Yes.
Right. So, what do? You tell them to all, when they get there, declare victory already. And then in the 2 to 3 hour window, potentially, as described by Robert Shortman, that the sun goes down, make sure that they've had a good old hearty meal and are well and truly asleep and not looking when that happens. You could time it beautifully.
You conspiratard some bitch, you.
It's just human physiology. You can't, after this amount of journeying, just stay up for 24 hours.
Yes, I could. How old is he?
I could too.
You could. Let me correct it. You could, if, like I'm describing now, I can't just communicate this to Whitsitt. Look, Whitsitt, right, now the clock starts, mate. Right, you've got to stay up for 24 hours, probably longer, and keep eyeballs on that sun. Now, don't get me wrong, you can run around, you can do the freaking marathon for all I care, but all that matters from this point now forward, son, is that you don't fall asleep. Yeah? That's what you got to do. Now, bearing in mind, he's going to be absolutely knackered and sick of it all and wanting to go to bed. right? So if you can organise it and orchestrate it so that they don't know that they need to be focused and they've already conceded defeat, he probably just wants to get it done and over with now because he's being told he's lost already and he's conceding it. So he's suffering the bait and switch. He just needs to take what he needs to see, which is an enduring task, 24 hours of sunlight, and turn that into what he's declaring. A sun at a certain time that they tell him is proof enough.
You missed your calling. You should have been a delusional, imaginary psychologist.
Get stuffed.
It's not
A big
that,
rant
is
about
it?
what I think that.
Go ahead, Adam.
Look, you've missed your football. I've missed mine. Okay. That's not that. We can make all of those excuses, and you're right. You know what he has got to do, and he should be knuckling down, is exactly what Nathan said. That isn't my point of what's going off here, alarm bell. It's the fact that before he's done it, he's already conceded defeat.
Yes.
All of the, not just one of them, not just one of them because they're a bit tired, because they're a bit shit travelers. Yeah. Yeah. All three of them in the same way with the same nonsense before. This is my point, right? Before they've observed what they've gone there to observe, they've turned up, they've baked cookies at midnight. Well, that's it then. Yeah. Well, no. Because that's not why you went. Because the website said you could bake cookies at midnight, which is what they're doing, right? Not there'll be a 20 website. Now, why, whether or not it's true or false, why would you concede defeat before you've witnessed the thing that you've gone there to witness? It's just doesn't make sense as a genuine person to me. These responses are nonsensical.
Yep.
To the level of effort.
Yep. Yep. They've had a good night's sleep. They just had a flight. According to what they said, 4 hours, 3 or 4 hour flight. McBugger Eater couldn't count that high. And they just arrived within the past 2 hours. I'm suspecting. Yes?
Yeah, clock started 2 hours ago, let's say.
Yep. And they're all conceding defeat.
What I'd be doing now I'm thinking about it because I haven't really literally given this any thought until this very moment. What would I be doing now? I'd be going, right, Jaron, let's work it out. We've got 24 hours minimum that we need to stay awake between us.
Yep.
Now, no fucking way I can do that.
Exactly.
So you are going to schedule sleep for about 2 to 3 hours, right? Let's say maybe 3 or 4,
That's
whatever
a Freudian
we decide.
slip.
Say again?
That's a Freudian slip.
Exactly. They're all sheep. Nah.
I was thinking about counting
That's
sheep,
what I went
actually.
going for. Shut up, Neil.
You'll
But you're
be
right,
counting
Nate.
sheep was what I was going to say, and then I decided no need for the metaphor, right? You'll be asleep, and it came out sheep. Anyway, you'll be sleeping for 2 to 3 hours, and when you are, I'll be keeping an eye on our camera that's whirling around on its little timer, and just keeping a general eye, maybe making a few video logs while you get some shut-eye. And then when you wake up, I'll go to sleep. Now, ideally, you need a third person to keep an eye on both of them. That would be ideal. But if it's just Witsit and Jaron, between the two of them, they could just, be a bit fastidious, have a little game plan, and just make sure they get what they need to get.
Yes.
No.
They got three.
Geez, Nathan, you could have just said
no.
set up shifts.
No. Okay. So I like that. I like that night watchman scenario. However, the point of a night watchman is to keep watch. If you've already conceded defeat, why bother watching it?
Yeah, I know. Geez, oh man, we know that, Adam. He's just putting something, Nathan's just putting something practical out there that you would do. You got 3 flat earthers there, right? You take shifts.
I don't
You have a
care.
plan.
Lovely. Is this a logistics show, or are we actually? Yeah, I agree on the logistics. It's fine. Yeah, and that's all you should do. Yeah, if you're such a pussy, right? That after doing sod all, you can't go there and stay up for 24 hours. You're so weak as an individual on the moment of your lifetime. But
First
if
of all,
you
he should be
can't,
able to sleep. He should be so excited. That's the way they've been acting.
Can we move on? from Nathan's delusional conspiracy psychological dissension?
Yes, but no. I just want to. The only reason I'm not poo-pooing it because it's perfectly valid. But my point of contention is, why have you quit? 2 hours in to your 24-hour proof. What's going off?
No, they forgot why they went there. They didn't quit. They forgot. That's what this is telling me. They forgot the point. It's bizarro world.
More so, the point of this trip is to see if there's a 24-hour sun. There clearly is.
Yeah, there clearly is. No, there is.
I won't go on like a big rant about what I think that means.
What you think? What means? It didn't happen yet.
Didn't happen yet.
I don't think it falsifies plain Earth. I don't think it proves a
what does? What don't you think falsifies it?
globe. I think it's a singular data point. I will make one more comment kind of as to like the meta here. I do think that people...
The meta here? What?
Data point. This is high level cockwaffle, ladies and gentlemen.
High level, he's retarded. Meta? What meta? What does meta mean? What the hell are you talking about, son?
But we have some strong personalities that
gives a shit. What the hell? What kind of Nancy fag are you? Let's see his fingernails. I'll bet you they're painted.
Get really intense on the camera. And it has been,
oh my God,
interesting to kind of be all around each other. I think it's
interesting to be all around each other and telling stories and singing Kumbaya. Did you bring your open-toed sandals, Lisbeth? How about you, Jaron? You forgot your toothbrush so we can all have really bad breath.
Been relatively chill. You know, I think it's been pretty cool. I think it's
chill.
It's a testament to the idea that we're all just humans, and
we're all
whether
just
you know it or not,
humans gonna wax Kumbaya, my lord, Kumbaya. We're all just humans, Adam.
Creator, and he made you. And
there you go. There you go. It took a while, but they've only got 10 minutes each. But yeah, he's pointed out that whilst there have been protests, riots, civil disruption, and shit's been burnt down, it was mostly peaceful.
Got to get a word in. Right, I'm
I know you can, but not in the middle of my sentence.
Simmer down. Right, the chat's reliably informing me, which means it's not reliable at all.
That was rude.
Oh my God, that the live stream is going to be blowing up or disappearing depending on how things work out, because apparently Witsit's about to go live and give us a little bit of an update. So I'm sure there's going to be people who are going to disappear to Witsit's live stream. If you do, please come back and tell us what the score is so we can react to it. If you have the inclination, or you're a moderator of mine, just let me do my call to action, Adam. We'll get updates we've got a whole 150 people minimum at the moment that can give us updates if I just ask them to without interruption from you constantly. Thank you.
I forgot I was unmuted. It was can't we actually go to that? Because this is a one-off.
Yeah, if I find where it is and they give us the stream and someone from my chat does my call to action, I can motivate 150 people to work for us.
Do it after I've
you're ruining it. You're ruining it, but for comedic effect, by you ruining it, I'm also doing the call to action in the humour of you ruining it by telling them they could be telling us this.
What a team we are.
Shut up, Adam.
Shut up, Neil. Yeah, please let us know. I'll just finish that call to action in sincerity. So, yeah, if you are going to toddle along, please let us know. Keep us updated, in other words. I'm happy to stay live. This is good fun, right? I didn't expect it to be as much fun as QE's feigning irritation. I know he's having fun. I'm having fun. They wouldn't be here if they weren't. There certainly wouldn't be 160-odd, 170-odd people watching if you weren't having fun. So I'm going to stay doing this just until Adam gets sick of it.
I'm not feigning shit. I am irritated because he just followed the script. Although it was later, the creator popped up. They have a script.
Where was the creator? I didn't catch that.
What?
I didn't catch him talking about the creator. Did you, Adam?
Yeah. What?
He's just
Here it comes.
done
I
it
think it's
a
been
second
pretty cool.
before.
I think
We've been waiting.
more.
Shut up, Adam.
It's a
Oh.
testament to the idea that we're all just humans, and whether you know it or not, there was a creator and he made you and all of us. And so that's like this basic
my
level that we should
God.
all understand. And when there's
Yeah.
not all this hoorah on the internet,
Yep.
Oh
Pop
my
the
God,
creator
they're all
in there.
running
We're
the
waiting
same.
for it.
They're all running the same script.
Exactly. I look. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, Nathan Oakley is in the room.
Now you're catching up.
Yep. Nathan caught up.
Don't be cheeky.
that
It's
kind of
only
becomes pretty
rule of
self-evident in person.
threes.
I think that's cool.
That's what I was summarised
So
when
yeah,
you
I think the trip's very
super chat. That this is what we've been waiting for. This is what we spotted earlier. The repetition in the script. Now, each orator's got their own style. That there are certain points. This is what I said about in the MP. There are certain bullet points you must get over. Can you get this phrase? I.e., mostly peaceful, but a little bit fiery with regards to a BLM protest, yeah? But get the word mostly peaceful in after describe it. This is what's weird. These all three of the flat earthers have got conceded the point and then mitigated with the same points. We've been waiting with Witsit for him to put the third, the creator, and he's just done it. Slightly different, but it's there. It's sad, isn't it? It's really disappointing.
Shout out to Tony Wickham. He says, I rewinded the stream and the clouds have not moved at all. Thank you for the
Yes, they
Thank you for the
have.
super chat.
Yes, they have. That's what I said to you earlier. Check those things. Go look at the original video. The clouds do move beautifully.
Way to go, Tony. Nicely done.
cool. I'm appreciative to Will. I didn't think it would really happen, so I kind of just sat back and waited. And here we are.
Sat back and waited, and what? Waited what? For how long? What are you waiting for?
All right, Jaren says it's still getting canceled. So who knows? Maybe.
Funny, a joke. That was hilarious.
Maybe it does, but yeah, sure enough, the sun is dancing up in the sky.
Didn't you already go over this? Sun's dancing up in the sky, huh? You on shrooms?
And they did. They fall.
Come on, you stuttering fool!
Through with their word.
Who followed through with their word? What?
Are in Antarctica. I can assure you.
We are in Antarctica. Now we're headed back to we figured you were in Antarctica at the beginning. Why tell us now? What?
We tracked it with multiple compasses. The entire.
You tracked you being in Antarctica with multiple compasses. Boy, I'd like to see that all drawn up on a storyboard.
What's going on,
That
guys?
made no damn sense, Chocolate.
What's going on, man?
I tell you what's going on. Nothing.
Chocolate's here.
Rent.
Have the festivities begun?
Yeah.
Down there for hours, and I'm missing football.
And they haven't even showed us the sun yet.
Really?
Way we were going south or just off of south for 4 consecutive hours from
There you
Punta
go.
Arenas.
Like I said, from Punta Uranus for 4 hours, they had a 4-hour flight. We have established that. Talked about that before.
I can guarantee you that's where we were.
You're right. It's got a point.
I can guarantee you that's where we were. Okay, thanks for the guarantee. We kind of figured that.
Well, so yeah, sure enough, we're here. The sun is doing that.
Oh, what?
I always listen to what people say.
So do I.
Yeah, and you. What do you feel that? Give me just a 5 seconds. I just want to
I'll
read
give
that
you a full
text.
J.
Yeah. Okay. Go.
South or just off of south for 4 consecutive hours from Punta Arenas. I can guarantee you that's where we were as well. So yeah, sure enough, we're here. The sun is doing that in the sky. So we'd have to.
The sun is doing what in the sky?
He said doing it.
What's it doing? Dancing?
Go back to the drawing board to try to address the preponderance of evidence.
You have to go. The preponderance of evidence. You have to go back to the drawing board.
Is that what he said?
Yep. Yes, he did.
But I'll stop there. I do appreciate the opportunity.
I thought you were going to stop there.
This is beautiful. I probably would have never come taking the risk of if we would see it or not. And
see what?
Yeah, it's something I'll remember forever. So there's that. Now, one more thing I'll say.
That's amazing. Oh, there's one more thing. I thought you were going to stop.
Everyone should just try and be nice to each other.
Oh my God.
Okay, because I'm not even going to read the comments because I was reading the chat earlier and people talking reckless.
So you're not going to read the comments.
That was also
but you
part of
read
the script. Sorry to interrupt. They all said that too, didn't they? They all said that.
Yeah, they all did. Yes. Yep. They all did. Lee Smith definitely said that. I'm not going to read the comments. Go ahead and say what you want in the comments, but I'm not going to read the comments.
Did Jaron.
That's what a script is.
Anybody want to give me the Cliff Notes version?
No.
What's
No.
going on
Go
here?
back and watch. No.
Yes.
So,
I
and that's
could-
on
yes.
both
Yes.
sides. I think
Pause.
we should just
Pause.
chill,
Thanks.
be like,
Pause.
Just fill chocolate in.
I've got a lot of banging from my own end, but yes, I'll attempt to because it's good for the people who come in the live stream. Chocolate's here for a reason. Yeah, Chocolate. What's happened thus far is Will Duffy's arrived in Antarctica with all of these guys, and they've just arrived, and the sun's up when they've arrived. Now, based on that, 3 flat earthers have conceded defeat with a script because they've all read basically the same script with the same pattern of things that they've ticked off a list. And Dave McKeegan said that he's going to get his equipment out, which apparently they've all got. So that's it so far. They've seen the sun when they've arrived in Antarctica. It was up when they got there. That's about it.
From my conspiratard mind chart, Dave McKeegan's arrived, as predicted, and as advertised on the website, there's a midnight sun. A sun at midnight in the local time that they call midnight. There's a sun, and they've got there, and they've witnessed that. Now, at this point, Dave McKeegan's gone, yeah, but I've come all this way, and I've got my equipment out, and we'll see where it goes. He's not done a victory dance. He's not claimed he's won. It's definitely a ball. But we've had all 3 flat earthers come on and concede defeat and then provide very similar apologetics like the mainstream media would do using keyword points they've all repeated. We've been waiting with Witsit for a little bit for him to bring up the final one, the creator. I can't remember the other 2, but it was notable, hence why we were waiting for Witsit to mention the third. That's kind of where we're at. Like I said, the point of note for me is that the flat earthers, after being there for only, let's call it 3 hours, have conceded defeat that there is a 24-hour sun there, yet Dave McKeegan's getting his equipment out.
What? I don't understand.
Yeah,
They conceded there's a 24-hour sun while being there for 3.
Yes. You're quick, Chocolate.
Yep, they've already conceded. So we've got it, everything. Here we go.
The opportunity is beautiful. I probably would have never come taking the risk of if we would see it or not. And yeah,
It's
something I'll
beautiful.
remember
That's in the
forever. So
script
there's
too.
that. Now, one more thing I'll say. Everyone should just try and be nice to each other.
Yep, just try and be nice to each other. Let me come by and just piss down your back and tell you it's raining, but just be nice, okay? No, I'm not. I'm going to turn around, and I catch you pissing down my back. I'm going to rip that pathetic little pecker off your torso, okay? Sunshine. Ass clown.
Okay, because I'm not
What if
even
it's Lisbeth?
I was reading the chat earlier, and people.
Just, you know what the antecedent of a neutral outcome is? Being nice. Being nice with each other.
Yeah, peace.
You won't come to a definitive conclusion. Yeah. If you're at what you were trying to achieve is a neutral outcome, which is what I'm smelling here, then what's important is you're all nice to each other. Because as long as you're nice, you'll never get to the nub of any argument.
Talking reckless. So, and that's on both sides. I think everyone should just chill. Be like, well, this is pretty like legendary stuff. Like no one's ever.
What's the legendary stuff?
Wow, legendary.
Yeah, that's the Ginger Shackleton there. That's what's legendary.
I see the sun.
There you go.
Where?
He's there in the glasses.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Neil. Stay on mute. We don't want to hear, the party in the background, all right?
It's the football game.
We've actually done this. We have multiple cameras. We have cameras documenting the camera. We have everything you could imagine. This has never been done. We're getting the sunspots. We're getting every different angle you can imagine. It's truly amazing. It's very cool.
Why?
How about the 24-hour sun?
Nah, that demonstrates a ball. Why?
We're doing a lot
After
of
you've
first.
conceded defeat, why would you look at sunspots?
I have no idea.
Wait. So you're saying they kind of just got there. So the plan is to be there for the next 24 hours, right? To confirm this? Am I missing? Like
they just
how
gave
long?
ghost.
If they
The
just
flat
got
earthers-
here, what? Like how long are they going to
The
be?
flat earthers just gave up the ghost. Chocolate, didn't they tell you that before? That it's already over.
But why would they do that though? Like I don't understand. This is ridiculous. Which flat? It's Witsit, Jaren, and who else?
Lisbeth.
Oh, that girl from Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
the golden shower ticket winner.
Okay.
All right, y'all caught up?
All right.
So, yeah, I think we should just kind of all acknowledge that, and then shout out to Will for making it happen because it's
Got to shout out Will.
It's pretty cool that he actually pulled it off. So, thank you.
What did you just dab? What in the hell? Thank you. Get your dumb ass out
All
of
right. So you got to hear from everybody, which is great. That's what I was hoping.
here. It's so great, and that's what you were hoping for. Yeah.
For speaking of sunspots, this is important.
Really? I thought the 24-hour sun was the mission, not sunspots.
No, because 3 hours of observation, the flat earthers have already conceded that there's a 24-hour sun. So now we're on to sunspots. You know what I think sunspots will prove? Ether.
We have a link on our website, which is thefinalexperiment.com with dash.
The final experiment, which is a fraud with dashes,
is the-final-experiment.com. We have
what final fraud fraudster fraud.
A link right on the homepage called observations. When you click that, you'll be able to
observations. What? I thought there was an experiment.
Put in your information and
why would we put our information in?
Submit pictures of the sun that you've taken.
So we're gonna take pictures of the sun where we're at, and we're gonna submit them to you for what? Is that another experiment?
Wherever you are.
It doesn't matter where you are. That seems relevant
in this world.
In this world,
so we are trying to collect as many pictures of sunspots as we can.
Why would you do that? What about collect as much information you can so we can see the 24-hour sun? That's why we're here. Okay.
To compare to the pictures of the sunspots we are taking here.
For what reason?
In
Stop for a sec.
Antarctica. And
got a super chat.
Shout out to Tony Wickham for the super chat. It says the clouds haven't moved for nearly 2 hours. I checked it out. Fact. Yeah, we've been pausing a video, Tony. Thank you for the super chat.
That's the
if you could do that,
oh, gotta have Adam. He's trying to trigger Adam, is what he's trying to do, and it seems to be succeeding.
Well, only a freaking retard, if you were going to blue screen, would just keep a static picture, wouldn't they? I mean, for all of the numpty dipshittery, yeah. We just, like I said, the first thing you check is go through to the original video and just watch the clouds. It's not hard. What's interesting is in all this time, the shadows on the peaks and stuff haven't changed a great deal.
Oh my God!
Just have a look at that, Tony. What do you think?
that'd be great. Now I know not everybody does solar photography.
I did. I was doing some yesterday.
But if you do and you're into that kind of thing, please do that. So start now. We're already taking.
I do it, and I'll tell you, the sun was looking particularly hot yesterday. She looked fine.
Pictures
What's he on
of
about?
the sun and keep that going for the next 3 days or so.
Take a picture of the sun. What with?
Leaving
Why?
sometime on the 18th. So any time between now and the 18th, please go ahead and take pictures of the sun.
Huey,
I'd like to.
do you think, right, because this is important, do you see, Will, I appreciate it now. Make sure that when people send you a picture of the sun on the 18th, they tell you the height they were taking the picture from. Be very relevant.
He's trying to get everyone to participate in the final experiment.
No, right. Well, I don't know
invite,
what's going
John-
off now, Huey, right? But what isn't going off is what should be going off, which is 2 or 3 hours in, right? Wow. First of all, look, apparently it's midnight, right? And I know we should be baking cookies, but apparently it's midnight. There's the sun. Let's get our shit together. I mean, kudos to Dave McKeegan. This guy, like, thanks to the flat earthers, we all know there's a 24-hour sun. Let's all focus on sunspots. Now, what I'm going to do from Antarctica is coordinate a global input of pictures of the sun from the globe in different locations from the globe. That's what he's doing now. He's just spent all this money and he's now invoking another project. This is distraction, I think is what I would call it.
So with the concession, did Jaren go to the globe side? Did he concede that
yeah.
Now that he's seen this sun, apparently the surface of Earth is a ball. Does that come?
Let's go back. So I'm at 4153. Remember that 4153 because chocolate. He's a late bloomer, late arriver. All right. So here's what Jaren said.
You all know Jaron Campanella of Jaronism, one of the most popular flat Earth YouTube channels.
Not for long. All right, guys. Sometimes.
You hear what he said?
Sometimes.
No. He said, here's Jaren from the popular Flat Earth YouTube channel. And he said, not for long. You hear that?
I didn't hear that.
No, I need a J on that.
Well, I need to shout out super chat. Shout out to Pablo. It says, this is a win for FED. Let's have fun and celebrate a little. Yeah, celebrate good times.
Here we go.
Jaron Campanella of Jaronism, one of the most popular flat Earth YouTube channels.
Not for long.
Not for long.
Oh, shoot.
Oh.
I heard that. And he looks like the Bigfoot footage.
That's
Oh, Jay.
interesting. I didn't catch that the last time, so that was a good one. Okay, here we go.
All right, guys. Sometimes you are wrong in life. And I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. But I respect Will Duffy for being a stand-up guy, at least in the way that he kept saying it was true. I kept saying.
Pause. This is it. Right, this is it, Chocolate. 2 hours in, having landed in the place where you're going to witness the 24-hour sun, here you are, admitting you're wrong 2 hours in. Not after the... Well, what's going off? Like I say, there might
this
be
is with no video evidence. This is just getting here. And what? They just got here, the sun's out, and so we're going to concede. Like, what?
Yes, sir. That's what that's fundamentally what they've done. Now, they all use strap lines that I'm struggling to remember. Maybe someone will help me, but they all use strap lines. And when you joined, we were waiting.
God's creation.
But waiting for Witsit to use the final one, which of creation. But either way, right? It all feels very scripted. And
wait, I'm confused, Adam. What does creation have? Like, what? Why are they talking about?
He's saying they all got these lines that they're all repeating, every one of them. God's creation. We got to be peaceful, be nice to one another. This guy's a stand-up guy. They're all basically reading from the same script.
I used the analogy
He said,
earlier.
"You want to go?"
Chalk. when the BLM protests were kicking off and petrol stations were burning, every media outlet, it didn't matter what they would describe it as peaceful protests with a little bit of fire. Yeah, did you get me? Yeah.
With the fire in the background, yes.
And that's what we've kind of picked up on, this strange media rhetoric, a point that they've want to make themselves or have been told they have to make. I can't speak to that motivation, but it was noticeable as we've watched it that that's what's had to happen. I say that's a like. And
oh my God!
Shut up, you football missing
long-winded scrote.
It's very useful for the new listeners that have been watching the football, got bored because it was a crap game that you've missed, and have then rejoined the show. Like Chocolate, he was obviously enjoying the football, realised it was crap, and joined us.
But the main thing, Adam, is they're all agreeing to a 24-hour sun, not even 3 hours in.
Yeah, thank you, Neil. That was my point. That's what's egregious. None of this is necessary yet. Yeah, this cookery, this telling what a great guy Will is. Yeah, none of it's necessary yet. But in all of this, they've cooked this thing. They're trying to work out new shit just to stay on a ball. Apparently, it's like scripted behavior of flat earthers losing their mind. It stinks.
Thanks.
Press play, will ya?
And brought me here, and it's a fact. The sun does circle you in the south. So what is
pause?
Well,
You see, Choc? He's been there 2 hours. It is a fact.
does that mean you guys are not?
You get it? You get it, Chocolate? I think you're pretty quick on the uptake.
Figure that out yourself. Don't listen to my beliefs or my opinion. It shouldn't matter to you.
Why would we listen to your beliefs or your opinions? You're down there watching the sun.
That's the biggest contradiction. He's just said it's a fact. Don't listen to my beliefs. No, just tell me the observation that you haven't made yet because you've only been there 2 hours. So it can't be a fact, can it? Through your... What is this cock-waff? What is going off? I say, Choc, go down there, spend all this time, and then you suddenly arrive, and that's what you say. What is going off?
But at least you should be able to accept that the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the...
Yeah.
Chocolate, if I took you to a place that I described as Antarctica, told you it was midnight,
what did you do then?
Showed you 2 hours of the sun, would you be able to make that statement that those guys that have done all this thing to you, told you all these things, that it's definitely a 24-hour sun?
If somehow I smoked crack at 24 hours was the same thing as 2-3 hours, then maybe
crack would help right now.
No, Chalk would say, hey, don't we have another 22 hours
That's
to go?
about it. I realize that I'll be called a shill for just saying that. And you know what? If you're a shill for being honest, so be it. I honestly believe there was no 24-hour sun. I honestly now believe there is. That's it. If you want to call me a shill, so be it.
After 2 hours.
We need to go back to the main thing at 41. Where we were, Chocolate, that's a pertinent point. Shill. In the world we've been at, we've bothered to even go and look at the word shill. Now, you don't need to give a description of what you think. Listen to the actual dictionary description, North American, and see whether or not what he's saying is applicable to. Because he just said he's not a shill after getting there and being there 2 hours and saying it's a fact that there's a 24-hour sun. Shill.
No, he said he believes there's a 24-hour sun. I would like to use the words I would know there's a 24-hour sun if you'd been there for that many times.
Neil, I've nearly finished, and I was addressing Chocolate. So whoever that is in Discord, we'll come back to you. It's because it's a good point. So if you've got a defense, that's cool. Chocolate, shill here. We actually went back and shill. So I will read it. Noun, an accomplice of a confidence trickster or swindler who poses as a genuine customer to entice or encourage others. Now, there's the internet thing. Wow, how applicable is the actual description that he's just denied he's not? Just preponderance of evidence.
Chill for being honest, so be it. I honestly believe there was no 24-hour sun. I honestly now believe there is. That's it.
I honestly him. So he said, I honestly now believe that there is. That's what he just said.
Chocolate, and then Discord needs.
Yes, there's someone in Discord that wants to get a word. And who was it? Was that Meta Trick? Yeah, go ahead.
Matrix. Yeah. He said he believes. Like, if you've witnessed something, you don't believe it anymore. You know it. So you just listen to the wording of this scripted crap that they're going on with. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he just literally just said, I didn't believe there was one, and now I do believe. But bro, you don't need belief. You're there.
Only 2 hours in.
You're at the 22 more hours, doesn't he, Chocolate? Not belief.
I mean, the party should just be getting started. How are concessions? I mean, stacks in the back, bro. Like,
I can understand if they were 15 hours in, maybe.
Bro, I could understand if you had hours and hours of footage, which I thought was the point of this whole thing, was to get this, because we've been fighting with edited footage for years and years. Now you're there. Just hang out. What are y'all pressed to come back home? I don't get it. What the hell is going on here?
We don't either, Chocolate.
This is insane.
If you want to call me a shill, so be it.
Yeah, you're a shill.
You're a shill. You're a shill.
Yep.
I'll live to see another day.
I
At least
think
I
we're
know
caught up now.
that I got.
You'll live to see another day. Oh my God!
There's other people that want to call him a shill. It's only reasonable they get their chance to be.
He's kind to me, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the trip. If you guys want to, my whole master plan worked for getting a free trip out here, and to. But no, it's amazing. I can't even tell you. Flying in was the best thing I've ever seen. So
that's part of the script too.
That's part of the script.
Flying to the bottom of a ball.
No, you're messing it. Flying in was part of the script for each of them. They all talked about how they flew in, how it was the most exciting and the most poignant moment in their lives. All three of them said it.
And they all said that it all leans towards. Hold on, QE.
How could I give him?
It's good that we give QE, give Chocolate this sort of update in that regard. So Witsit, Lise, and Jaren have all essentially rattled off the same points in regards to there being a god, the trip in and the flight specifically and the views therein were amazing and breathtaking and life-altering. And there was something else that they all said, oh yeah, obviously they've already conceded defeat. All three of them had essentially the same scripted points. The only one that was really sort of, this seems a bit rushed to get these points in, because that's all it was Lise. She gets them in and boshes off, but hit all the notes that she was seemingly needing to hit, because all of them hit them. Anyway, going to do a quick shout out to Tony Wickham. None of the ballers said they'd seen 24-hour sun, only flatties. Suspect.
Yep.
That's interesting.
For bringing me down here, $35,000 trip. It's been incredible. It will continue to be incredible. We've got some tracking mounts swinging around, seeing the sun. What does it mean? You have to figure it out. You know, to me, it means that the AE map no longer works. But
that's never going to get old.
Come on, we got to go back. We can't sit through this again. We can't.
Okay. 41:53.
Yeah.
Oh, we got another numpty.
Oh. Ahead and have someone grab his camera, and he'll go ahead and come on in and talk to everybody. So,
who is this?
And it's good to get his perspective on things.
Who is it?
Also, including himself in the filming that he. I'd like to invite Jonathan Morandi to come on. He's been filming everything. He's been working double time because he's got to keep
working double time. What does that mean?
up with everything the Globers are doing, everything the Flat Earthers are doing, and he's
trying to keep up with what everyone's doing. What?
also including himself in the filming that he's doing because
that
he's
sounds hard work, doesn't it?
That's double time.
he is
What
Flat
a
Earther as
guy.
well, and
Sounds
it's
like
good to get
triple
his
time,
perspective
actually,
on things.
because there's
So I'm
the
going to go.
flat earthers, the ball earthers, and himself. That's 3. That's not double. He should speak to his union rep.
And what about
the
himself?
Let's hear what he has to say.
Ahead and have someone grab his camera, and he'll go ahead and come on in and talk to everybody. So
somebody grab his camera. Why? Is he using his camera? Is he using his camera or your camera here?
No, wait. This is important. When he gives his camera to somebody else, is the person that he's giving it to on triple time film, or maybe quadruple time, because they've got to deal with the flat earthers, the ball earthers, himself, and then themselves. So,
Have they all stated how much it will cost? I know I've heard it from a few of them. Oh, that's not part of the script.
No, and Jaron didn't point out a creator either.
He's not very cold either.
Hello from the South Pole.
He's got fruity gloves on.
Oh, from the South Pole. Is that where they're at? Where's the South Pole at?
No, they are not.
It's back. Look at, he's the guy with the jacket. Look. What? This is the Shillery. Back.
This is an amazing experience. Thank you, Will. It's been really great to know everybody and meet everyone. Dave.
You know everybody now? Okay.
Dave, who's been my roommate.
Pause. Chocolate, are you there? You are the late viewer catch-up. So what we also observed earlier in certain other parts of footage, which I won't bore you with now, but what is the accusation that Nathan woke up to, set out by Awake Souls and a few others, is this is all green screen. Now, if you look at the guy on screen with his bear skin on, there's that black patch that's got TFE on it. Well, that TFE has nothing to do with the clothes he's wearing. It's been blacked out by whatever means, AI or post-editing, and that's actually the background of Will Duffy's logo, the Final Experiment look. It's a green screen effect, which is what we all woke up to this morning. There you go.
Well, I've got someone in Discord with their mic open. Hold on. Oh, it's McToon. Is that the real McToon?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm in Antarctica. How you doing?
Hi, dude.
The sun did not set 24 hours.
You've been there 24 hours now.
What do you guys do? Yep.
You've been up for 24 hours?
Did not set. It did not set for 24 hours.
So you've been up for 24 hours straight? Wow.
I have.
Man, you must
so
be
has Dave
knackered.
McKeegan.
You and Dave stayed up 24 hours?
That's right.
Who else stayed up 24 hours?
I don't think anybody else in our group did the entire time, but we had different people at different times. So lots of overlap. We've had, I think the count's 10, but we have between 8 and 10 cameras that have been filming the entire time.
Okay. You know Earth's measured flat, though,
Turns
right,
out
Toon?
Hey, Nathan, you lied.
You know Earth's measured
Robert
flat, though,
Shortman
right,
lied.
Toon?
Yeah, you're a liar, Nathan. You're a liar. You said the sun sets. You lied. Caught you. You're a scum. You lied.
Did you hear what Nathan just said to you? Did you hear what Nathan just said to you?
I don't care what
Neil,
said, Nathan.
Neil, listen to these guys.
Confirmed, proven liar. Nathan, you're a proven liar. I'm standing in Antarctica right now, watching the sun. It did not set for 24 hours. You lied.
I lied about the sun? That doesn't change how Earth is measured. It's measured flat.
Absolutely 100% lied about the Earth. Turn off your mute button there, Nathan. Unselect that little auto mute that you got that you're married to, your life partner, the mute button. Turn it off.
You're gonna
so that
listen
I
to
can
this
talk.
guy.
We're talking.
You done?
right?
We measure Earth flat
Stop
too.
over talking.
Like with your elevation
You
angles
lied,
in your
Nathan. You're
challenge.
changing the
Maybe if you keep talking
topic, you liar.
indefinitely,
You
maybe
changed
you'll
the
win
topic,
this
you liar.
debate. I've waited for you to
I'm
stop.
recording
I
this.
heard you. You called me a liar.
You're
Are you going to
lying,
stop
Nathan.
talking, or is this your mute
You are
button?
a liar, Nathan.
Seems
You
like
are
Toon's
lying.
decided he's going to use his mute button on me. After projecting that I need to stop using one, he hasn't shut up yet to listen to anything I've said. I've asked him if he appreciates Earth's measured flat, and now he's rumpusing.
Nathan, stop talking. Stop changing the topic, Nathan.
Earth's measured flat, Toon, like in your challenge. Your elevation angles are flat Earth measurements, Toon.
Gunpoint. Nathan, you said I would get turned away at gunpoint. I did not. I did not get.
I have not said anything of the sort, but we'll rattle them off. These claims of what I've said that Toon says. Notice they've not got quotes around them yet. Meanwhile, Toon's challenge utilised a flat Earth
Nathan,
measurement.
You are changing the topic, Nathan. I am walking around outside in Antarctica right now. I've got 10 people here with me. I'm looking at the mountains. I'm looking at Mount Rossman right now.
Okay, I accept that.
South of me.
I accept a 24-hour sun. Do you accept that Earth is measured flat?
Last
Do
night.
you
Listen
accept
to me,
that Earth
Nathan.
is measured flat?
You said the sun sets. You said that if people tried to go to Antarctica, they would get turned away at gunpoint.
I did not say that.
That you lied. And all of your gullible idiot followers should be realizing right now that you are an idiot or you are a liar.
Okay, Toon, I accept that you are seeing a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Are we going to have a discussion beyond that, or are you going to perpetually call me a liar so you don't have to listen to anything I say?
I will perpetually call you a liar because...
Well, then you've got nothing to say here. Earth's measured flat and Toon doesn't want to communicate with me. His only tactic is to incessantly talk so he doesn't have to listen to anything I put to him. I'll tell my audience while Toon rambles through me. He used flat Earth angle measurements for his challenge, for his 10k challenge, and on no less than 96 occasions, I've put it to this man that he measured Earth flat for his challenge. All he can do is claim that I said people would be turned away at gunpoint and ramble through me putting flat Earth measurements to him. So I'll try again. Let's see if Toon can listen or just ramble straight through me.
Disgusting piece of garbage.
Seems like he's sharing his pain there. He seems to be ranting through me. I'll accept his 24-hour sun.
You are a liar, Nathan.
Is that all you've got, to ramble through me saying I'm a liar? No wonder everybody down there hates you.
Idiots, if they don't immediately leave you, if they don't immediately demand that you stop lying, you need to stop now, Nathan.
Yeah, I heard you. Okay, I'll take that under consideration, Toon. I'll try and stop lying. Will you accept the Earth being measured flat with your angle measurements in your 10k challenge there, Toon?
Get off the internet. Stop putting your lies out there. You're running from the topic, Nathan.
I'm running from the 96 times that I put the flat Earth elevation angle measurements in your 10k challenge. Am I running away from those?
In here, next to Jaren's camera, it's watching me.
Fresh for being
tell
up
you
for 24 hours,
that
buddy.
you're lying.
I don't need any help. Everyone else be quiet. We'll see if Toon keeps rambling through me or he actually acknowledges the angles that were taken. There's his second interjection. No worries. What a coward. For my audience, I'll now try, probably in vain, to put the flat Earth angle measurements in McToon's 10k challenge to him. Let's see how many times I attempt to put it to him before this coward addresses it. That's 2. I'll count them off. Actually, it's not 2. That's 100. No, 99 times I've put this. He's just run away. He dropped the moment he had to listen to me telling him for the, well, he didn't quite get there, did he? 100th time that he utilised flat Earth elevation angles in his 10k challenge. He dropped like a coward, and his only tactic was to ramble that I was a liar incessantly through me, rather than address it. Next time I ask Toon that, it'll be the 100th time I've put it to him, and he's run like a coward. No joke. Earth is measured flat. For anybody listening who was wondering if Earth was flat or a globe based on what the sun does in Antarctica, know this. Like Toon knows it. Earth is measured flat. The elevation angle measurements in Toon's challenge specifically I've put it to him 100 times. This will be the 100th. Our flat Earth angle measurements. He knows it. I know it. That's why he ran. After attempting to just call me a liar indefinitely. Wow, what a coward. Shout out to Kelrick. Hold on. Buffoon the liar, says Kelrick. Thank you for the super chat. Down there, question mark, and Jesus is Lord. Thank you very much for the super chats, Showing Cat and Kelrick.
So I'm wondering how you could have lied. And you said, you have told everyone, this is the first offense that he said, you told everyone that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You liar. For you to be a liar, you would have already had to been down in Antarctica and seen that for yourself and then came back and said the opposite. That's the only way you could be a liar. Number one. Number two, he said you were a liar because you've been telling everyone that people can't go to Antarctica because if they do, they will be held at gunpoint. Have you ever said that?
No, 10 years ago I interviewed a man who went down there. It would seem utterly absurd for that lie told by Toon to be true, given that I've interviewed somebody who's been down there. 10 years ago. Toon's just a liar. That's why he had to project it and shout it indefinitely rather than address any of the angle measurements used in his 10K challenge. He rumbled me, did he? Rumfused the crap out of me, then ran.
I'm surprised he got at least a half a sentence out without a fragment.
These people very angry.
Don't have brain.
Seemed very angry, considering he's there and he's perceivably won. He's here to tell us, I've been down here 24 hours, I've been awake 24 hours, I've seen the sun 24 hours. So he's won. Why is he so angry?
Because you lied?
I feel like
No. Because deep down, this pain relief, which is all this ever was to someone like Toon, hasn't satisfied him. The itch has not been satisfactorily scratched, has it? So he's got to come here and rub it in my face to get a bit more pain relief. Why isn't it pain relief? Because he knows damn well that Earth's measured flat. Pitch data when he went down there. He knows damn well he's had to affirm the consequent and assume antipodal positioning to state that I've seen the sun, I win. Why are you here telling me? Get on with your life if you've won. But you haven't won. The pain relief isn't satisfactory, is it? Rubbing it in my face won't give you any more pain relief, Toon. That won't make you feel better either.
That's why he don't want to hear about the measurements. Nathan, you're 100% right.
Yeah. Rumble him. I've got to talk through him non-stop so that nobody can hear the angle measurements being put to me and me having no answer to them. What would change? It's been 100 times.
Well,
literally, I'm not making that number up. Just in case I get called a liar, I've literally put that to Toon 100 times, if you include this, given that he's going to have to watch it. He's that vain. So I will count this as the 100th. He'll be listening. So I've put it to Toon no less than 100 times that he measured Earth flat for his 10K challenge. What's he got in response? Call me a liar? That's why he's here. Yeah, this isn't proving jack, and he knows it.
Well, a decent conversation would be, okay, you said, all right, Toon, I accept that you see a 24-hour sun. How about the measurements? He did not want to go down that road.
Of course not. Yeah. Why are we indifferent? Why are we not losing sleep? We're not losing sleep because we know how Earth is measured. Toon needs to assume he goes to the bottom of a globe and then make an observation. So that he's on the bottom of a globe. He already assumed that. He knows that. He watches my show. So he knows where his argument falls apart. That's why he's not satisfied. That's why he thought coming here and telling me I'm a liar and that I win, I got a 24-hour sun will make him feel better. No, he got more and more angry, didn't he?
Yes.
Well
so
done,
he went
Toon.
all the way to Antarctica to say that you a liar?
Yeah. That's his victory. His victory was to have the confidence to come in here and tell me I'm a liar because I told people they'd be held at gunpoint. Earth's measured flat, Toon. I'll use you as my prime example for the show. Because it hasn't been mentioned enough. We've been talking about you numpties and how you can't string a sentence together. Instead of talking about things like elevation angle measurements for 10K challenges that Toon put on, where he measured Earth flat. Right, Toon? Where'd you get those angles from, Toon? It's only been 100 times. Maybe if you call me a liar non-stop and tell me not to mute you, the whole audience heard you project that. Toon, you weren't muted, mate. You were chanting that I was muting you. Unbelievable. But everybody got to hear me asking you about those flat Earth angle measurements and then watch you run. Maybe you can blame it on Starlink. Oh no, I didn't have a signal from all those whizzing satellites in the second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum. That Toon, your channeled, so that namesake, right? Conspiracy Cats' channel. Why is he giving you that channel, Toon? Is it because he ran away because he knew the sky wasn't a vacuum? That's why you've come here today, Toon. Yeah? You know it's measured flat, just like we do.
All right, I'm out.
Okay. Probably been a good note to round out on. We know there's definitely a 24-hour sun. If we're to trust Toon, he said he stayed up 24 hours non-stop. I don't disbelieve him.
Well, I was just researching that, so I've been. Well, I just checked out. You know, after Neil Armstrong rang Nixon after he'd done the most monumental thing and landed on the moon, you know what he did afterwards? Rang the bloke at school that said the moon was fake and he couldn't go there. It was so important to him to disprove this nobody after he'd done something so monumental that he bothered to do it. What just happened?
What happened was Toon had a little breakdown. So with that, I'll say a massive thank you to all of you liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hit me up on PayPal. Obviously, a massive thank you to today's Discord and G Plus panels, because without them, we wouldn't have had a live show or all of the extended after shows. So a massive thank you to them. I will say a massive thank you to all of the people who went down to Antarctica. It's probably exhausting. Last but by no means least, thank you, Toon, for coming in and letting you know how much I live rent-free in your head. I'll see you all in the next video.
What was that? You know,
Yeah, so
because
what-
Einstein,
yeah.
Einstein said also that gravity is bending of the space-time, and we have
So
a
what
24 hours.
evidence?
Yeah,
what,
24 hours of the sun regarding to what? His word?
Their word, bro. You gotta take their word, yeah. So that was my
Or we
question.
will-
What evidence did we see that they're even there, let alone like whether we believe them or not?
What do you mean?
Maybe
He just said it. We're
they're
there.
there.
You know, he said, Nathan, I'm here, and I'm looking at the sun. I've been
Yeah.
here for 24
I'm
hours.
walking around. Yeah, I'm in Antarctica. I'm here. I'm walking around. Come on. You're a liar. Nathan, you're a liar. I'm in Antarctica. There you go,
Yeah,
man.
good.
You gotta take their word for it.
Good. Then you need to do only this thing. When they realize that it's 12 o'clock or midnight, from that moment, then clock is starting. 1 minute, 2 minutes, then it's a 1 o'clock. And sun is there. 2 o'clock, sun is there. 3 o'clock, sun is there. Everything recorded. I don't know how people, but then you show that to other people like us, population, and then we make a judgment of that. Is that real or not?
No, what they gave you was non-flat
A word.
earthers under the flat earth Banner conceding to a 24-hour sun in only an hour or two.